A week passed. Despite the time that had gone by, the human domain was still filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Humans were naturally inclined to laziness, and if any one of them had the choice, most people would prefer to laze around rather than work. And yet, those who once felt tired and sluggish now found themselves surprisingly energetic. People greeted one another with smiles as they went about their day. Even a week after their apex defeated multiple superior race apexes and claimed victory in the Veritega Nexus, they all felt united, and this feeling continued to resonate throughout the domain. In the Ravenstein estate, many family members eventually had to return to their posts, especially those holding important positions. The entire Ravenstein family felt more unified than ever, and their pride in being born a Ravenstein was at an all-time high. Walking through the streets of the human domain, they held their heads high, and were treated like royalty by the people who greeted them warmly. It was a great time to be a Ravenstein. After the birthday ball, the people returned to their daily lives with a renewed sense of purpose. The same could be said for the apex of humanity. Atticus had spent most of his time in the advanced training room, engaging in intense training sessions with Magnus. The only time he had to stop was when Magnus instructed him to take breaks, insisting he needed rest after such continuous training. And now that a week had passed, Yasmin Aquilora, a young woman in her early 20s, stood in front of a full-length mirror, inspecting her reflection with a sharp gaze. The Aquilora family was a matriarchal family and one of the Tier 2 families in the human domain. They were renowned for producing numerous females who were geniuses in the battlefield. Their usual attire consisted of fitted, sleeveless tunics paired with armored skirts or leggings and sturdy knee-high boots, mostly designed for agility and protection. They were always dressed and ready for battle. However, for the past week, Yasmin Aquilora had defied their norms. She wore a flowing, elegant gown that hugged her form, accentuating her curves. Yasmin meticulously checked every detail, ensuring everything was perfect. With a silent prayer, "I hope I meet him," she left her room. "My lady," her guard greeted her as she exited the doors. She was dressed in the typical Aquilora attire. Yasmin returned the greeting and started moving through the hall. Despite the unusualness of her lady's attire, the guard had grown accustomed to it. Yasmin was one of many daughters of the current matriarch of the Aquilora family, and like several others, she had been sent to the Ravenstein estate to try to win the heart of the most eligible bachelor in the human domain, Atticus. As they made their way outside, Yasmin's eyes landed on a group of beautifully dressed women roaming around the area. Many wore heavy makeup, and all seemed to be heading in the same direction. Yasmin joined the crowd, and soon enough, they reached a gated section within the Ravenstein estate, where they were all stopped by guards. Despite their high standing, none of them seemed surprised or complained about being stopped. It was the Ravenstein estate, after all, and the last thing anyone wanted to do was make a fuss. Yasmin swept her gaze around. There were easily close to 100 ladies present. Most fanned themselves rapidly, trying to keep their heavy makeup from melting under the hot sun overhead. Another day of waiting, she thought with a small sigh. Yasmin had been the first to approach Atticus during the ball. She had been sent by her mother to win his heart, but had instead found her own heart stolen by him, as had many other ladies who had interacted with him that night. None of them could explain it, but they had been thoroughly charmed. If only they knew just how off the charts Atticus's charm stat was. After that evening, different tiered families, especially those from Sector 3, had stayed at the Ravenstein estate under various pretexts, hoping to capture Atticus's attention. Many had been unable to form any connection with him during the ball due to the crowd, so they stayed, waiting for another chance. What none of them anticipated, however, was that Atticus was, in fact, a training maniac. Despite a week passing, not a single one of them had even glimpsed his shadow. Now, every day, a crowd gathered by the gates of the advanced training center, hoping he might come out. Yasmin fixed her gaze on the different ladies. They were of different ages, with some even going as high as in their 30s. But she was mostly focused on their elegant attires. On her first day, she had worn her usual Aquilora battle attire, but after noticing how finely dressed the others were, she quickly instructed her guard to purchase the best dresses, adjusting to the crowd's implied competition. And now, a gathering of elegantly dressed ladies waited quietly outside the gates of the advanced training room, all hoping praying that Atticus would come out. Atticus, however, was completely oblivious to the drama occurring just outside the gate. He had spent the entire week training with Magnus and had made significant progress with his new art. Echo Strike. Description: a powerful art that creates ripples in the air with every swing, enabling multiple strikes from a single motion. Capabilities: multiplied force. Each strike releases an echo that trails the original hit, allowing for rapid, multi-hit attacks. Force amplification. Each echo carries a percentage of the original strike's power, amplifying the overall damage on a single target or spreading the impact across multiple foes. Resonant wave. After a sequence of strikes, it can emit a powerful shockwave, destabilizing or disarming foes with concussive force. As with any new art, Atticus had to start from the basics. And yet, thanks to his superior mana control and experience, he found the initial steps easier. Similar to his second katana art, Atticus began by channeling his mana into his weapon, ensuring a steady and consistent flow. This didn't take any time. The next step focused on timing. For the next steps, he needed to release controlled pulses, breaking the mana flow into bursts that sent smaller, timed pulses. This allowed him to create multiple echoes from a single motion. Each pulse had to be precisely timed with each swing, so each echo matched the original strike. This stage emphasized timing, as Atticus had to carefully control how much mana he released and when. He progressed quickly, creating echoes that had 10% of the original strike's power, and soon moved on to the next phase. With the echo formation under control, Atticus moved on to amplifying each echo's force. This step was more complex. Atticus had to split his focus, holding mana in his weapon to amplify the force of each echo. He simultaneously channeled pulses and created a small energy reserve within his weapon, which he could release as a powerful shockwave at the end. The energy reserve was for a final, impactful wave after multiple strikes. It took some practice, but Atticus managed to do it successfully. His ability to improve during battle helped him immensely here as he trained the art while battling with Magnus. Atticus then moved on to layering the pulses, which was important for increasing his proficiency with the art. Here, he concentrated more mana into each echo, fine-tuning each layer to control its direction and strength. Inside the advanced training room, two streaks of blue clashed in a symphony of supersonic booms. Countless azure slashes filled the space as Atticus and Magnus sparred. Magnus's aura was calm, his gaze steady as he parried the oncoming azure slashes with ease. Even as his form blurred with speed, Magnus's sharp gaze remained fixed on Atticus, assessing each move. In one instant, Atticus released a powerful downward swing, and in the next, they multiplied into numerous slashes, each carrying a fraction of the original force. Magnus, though he looked calm, was very impressed. He knew his grandson's capabilities, but witnessing them firsthand was always something else. A paragon-ranked art like this one had a steep learning curve, typically requiring months, if not years, to master. For Atticus to reach this level within a week was astounding. But that wasn't all. Atticus's rate of improvement was remarkable, and his battle sense was razor-sharp. As the battle began, Atticus entered a state of absolute focus, with every action and move feeling deliberate and intentional. As they fought, Magnus noticed something surprising. Atticus had no clear openings in his movements. Any gap Magnus saw was merely a bait. This didn't mean Magnus couldn't land an attack, but if they had been on equal footing, with the same strength, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to touch Atticus. These observations thrilled Magnus, and as the fight raged on, he called out. "That's enough." Atticus's descending sword stopped midair, and he looked at Magnus, slightly confused. "You look exhausted. It's time to rest. We'll continue later." Though reluctant, Atticus knew there was no changing Magnus's mind. "All right," he said with a nod. "Go rest in your room." As Atticus was about to lean against a wall to relax, he paused at Magnus's words, awkwardly clearing his throat. Every time Magnus had instructed him to rest, he would usually just relax on the spot in the advanced training room. But, facing Magnus's firm gaze, he sighed, walking out of the training room. Atticus hadn't had a bath in a week, and the intense training had left his clothes drenched in sweat, clinging to his frame and highlighting his muscular physique. He was far from clean, sweaty and oily, but as he stepped outside, the crowd of waiting ladies turned their gaze upon him, and it seemed as though half of them short-circuited at the sight. The murmuring crowd fell silent, each of them staring in a brief, stunned moment. Then, suddenly, "Apex Atticus, how was your training?" I brought you something to drink. One of the ladies called out, pressing herself eagerly against the gate. Another quickly jumped in, holding out a neatly wrapped cloth. Apex Atticus. I made this fabric just for you to keep cool during training. It's only found in Sector 9. Apex Atticus, don't waste your time with her fabric, came another voice, this time from a girl with a haughty expression. My family is a tier 2, and our resources are superior. I've brought a special salve that soothes muscles and boosts recovery. There's nothing better. Her statement earned a sharp glare from another young woman, and soon the crowd erupted, voices overlapping as each one tried to capture his attention. Yasmin shot her guard a look. Go get me something. She hadn't thought to bring a gift, and was now regretting it deeply. As her guard hurried off, Yasmin turned back to the gate, only to see it nearly swallowed by an army of ladies pressing forward, leaving not a single space open. Her mana churned as she launched herself upward, hoping to catch sight of him. But her eyes widened in surprise. The one they had all been waiting for had vanished without a trace. A cloak of darkness unraveled as Atticus reappeared in front of his room. That was crazy, he muttered to himself. The army of ladies outside the advanced training room had taken him completely by surprise. From their eager eyes, he instantly knew he had to make an escape. Thank goodness they can't enter the Ravenstein main mansion, he thought. After a quick bath, he collapsed on his bed and slept for a few hours. Around mid-afternoon, Atticus woke up, stretched, and prepared to head outside. Just as he was about to leave the mansion, he suddenly remembered the crowd of ladies. Quickly, he cloaked himself in darkness. When he reached the advanced training room, he saw that although the crowd had thinned, some ladies were still waiting by the gates. How persistent. Ignoring them, he entered the training room and resumed his intense training with Magnus. After another day of training, Avalon and Anastasia visited the training room to share some good news. The rewards from his victory in the Veritega Nexus had finally arrived. The raging battle came to an abrupt stop as Anastasia and Avalon walked into the advanced training room. Did something happen? Atticus asked, a bit confused as he caught the wide grin on Avalon's face. Avalon was usually easy to read, his expressions was always worn openly, which led Atticus to believe they were bringing good news. Guess what? Avalon said, smiling as he approached Atticus and Magnus. Atticus sighed. 1,000 possibilities flashed through his mind, but he had no intention of guessing. He turned towards Anastasia with a smile, glad she was there too. Though she loved teasing him, Anastasia rarely joined in on such games when it came to serious matters. The rewards for winning the Nexus have finally arrived, she said. Atticus's eyes widened. Really? He asked, just to confirm. TCH. You ruined the fun, honey. Avalon threw Anastasia a pouting look, clearly disappointed that she'd spoiled his moment. Anastasia chuckled, she was enjoying it. Yes, baby. We just received an ambassador from the Dimensari, she explained. If he was honest, Atticus was a bit shocked. After the incident with the other races, he had let go of any hope of receiving rewards. It had felt like a painful loss, but he didn't want to keep hoping for something that might never come. Magnus showed no hint of surprise as he listened. Even though he'd been training with Atticus, nothing happened in the Ravenstein estate that he wasn't aware of. What he didn't know, however, was what the reward actually was. Feeling both Magnus and Atticus's curious gazes on him, Avalon snapped out of his brooding and began to explain. Clearing his throat, he said, the rewards are split, one part benefits you personally, and the other benefits the human domain as a whole. Avalon then brought out a golden slate from his space ring and handed it to Atticus, who scrutinized it immediately. An art. Avalon's tone became even more excited. Yes, it's a Paragon-ranked art, and wait for it, this art combines one ability from each of the superior races. Atticus froze, and even Magnus seemed taken aback. The value of an art like this was immeasurable. The fact that the Alliance had given something of this caliber to Atticus was beyond surprising. Was this really true? Avalon's grin widened, and even Anastasia couldn't help but smile. It wasn't every day they saw such an expression on Atticus's face. But at that moment, Atticus's thoughts were entirely focused on the art in his hands. An art that combined one ability from each superior race, it was incredible. His mind drifted to his brief encounters with the races at the Veritega Nexus. He had battled the apexes of the Nullite and Dimensari races, and every ability they used had been overwhelming. Even if each race had contributed their least powerful abilities, to Atticus, they were worth more than gold. This is priceless. I have to learn it immediately, he thought, feeling a sudden, intense eagerness. It was the kind of feeling one gets when holding a long-awaited burger, only to be interrupted repeatedly. While he was lost in thought, Atticus hadn't noticed that Anastasia was calling him. Atticus, Atticus. He snapped out of his reverie and turned to see all of them looking at him with smiles. Wow, are you that excited? Avalon ruffled his hair. At least let me finish telling you about the other rewards first. Another shock ran through Atticus. There are more. It felt unbelievable. This alone was more than enough. Avalon nodded with a smug smile. They might not be as impressive as the art, but they're still something. They're more like privileges. Atticus's gaze was fixed on Avalon's mouth as he spoke, but if he was honest with himself, most of it was going in one ear and out the other. From what he caught, it sounded like the Alliance had granted him diplomatic immunity across every race's domain. He could visit any domain he wanted, at any time. The art he'd been given had been the agreed-upon reward for the Nexus and was supposed to be given immediately after the competition. However, due to certain circumstances, more than a week had passed before it was finally delivered. Atticus nodded, absorbing the gist of it, but it seemed Avalon was just getting started. Aside from the art and privileges for winning the competition, Atticus had also received a surprising number of gifts from other groups. Both the Dragon and Aeonian races had sent representatives with gifts and invitations to visit their domains. But they weren't the only ones. To his surprise, even the superior races extended similar invitations. While they felt it beneath them to send gifts, they still invited him to visit their domains. This particular point caught Atticus's attention. While it seemed simple, it was a tricky situation. Atticus had no intention of visiting any of them, but he was concerned they might find a way to trick or pressure him into doing so. It was something he'd need to handle carefully and immediately. And that wasn't all. During the week he had spent training, the various tiered families in the human domain, as well as smaller, less significant families, had sent him gifts. Even many citizens of the human domain, no matter how small their contributions, had done the same. By the end of the week, the entire Ravenstein estate had become filled with all sorts of gifts. In essence, Atticus had a lot to handle. However, he had never been one to shy from responsibilities, especially when those responsibilities involved sorting through gifts. Who in their right mind would call that work? It seemed inconceivable. By the time Avalon finished, Atticus was grinning from ear to ear. Though he was curious about what had happened with the races whose apexes had died during the competition, he decided not to ask. For now, he had work to do, and it was work he'd enjoy. After explaining everything, Avalon and Anastasia left the training room, leaving Atticus and Magnus alone. Atticus turned to Magnus with a pleading look, and Magnus smiled. Go ahead. Atticus needed no further encouragement. He immediately channeled his mana into the art in his hand, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. But it was overwhelming. Atticus staggered backward. Are you okay? Magnus quickly caught him, his expression filled with concern. Had the superior races done something? Magnus shook his head. There was no way Avalon and Anastasia hadn't been careful. He had watched the ambassador sign a contract confirming that the art was safe. Ugh! Atticus groaned, clutching his head. I'm fine. It's too much. Streaks of lightning materialized around Atticus's head, soothing him. Though Magnus was helping him, he felt relieved. He now understood the situation. How is it now? Magnus asked. Atticus took a deep breath, steadying himself. It's better. But I think I need to meditate. Magnus nodded, giving him space to compose himself. Atticus didn't hesitate and sat cross-legged, entering a deep meditative state. He hadn't exaggerated, the surge of information was too much, even for someone of his mental capacity. Had it been someone else, they might have suffered serious harm. As the seconds passed, the information continued streaming into his mind until it finally stopped. Atticus focused on organizing and assimilating it, and after a few moments, his eyes snapped open. He shot up from his seated position. What? Magnus asked, noticing his sudden movement. Atticus was at a loss for words. He truly didn't know what to say. The information he'd received had been that astounding. He took a moment to gather himself before beginning to explain. When he finished, even Magnus was left speechless. Art name, description, The is a technique that fuses abilities from various races into a single, multifunctional art. This consists of supportive, defensive, and offensive techniques, allowing the user to manipulate their body, energy, and surroundings. Techniques 1. Dimensional Loop Dimensari Race. Effect. This ability allows the user to create a dimensional trap around an opponent, forcing them into a looping area of space that they can't easily escape. If an enemy attempts to advance, they'll find themselves moving in circles or returning to the same location repeatedly. 2. Predatory Perception Vampiro's Race. Components. Fear Detection. The user can detect fear like a chill in the air, allowing them to locate fearful opponents even in total darkness. Intent Awareness. The user senses intent as a form of pressure, letting them predict attacks or hostile actions before they occur. Life Sense. This grants the ability to feel heartbeats, breathing, and even subtle changes in energy nearby, providing situational awareness that is impossible to hide from. Aura Sensitivity. Allows the user to read the aura of those around them, gauging their energy levels, physical condition, and emotional states. 3. Slow Decay Obliterary Race. Effect. By channeling this decay energy into a touch, the user can inflict a gradual but persistent degradation on whatever they touch. Objects or armor begin to weaken over time, and the effect intensifies the longer the user maintains contact. 4. Immunity Buildup Evolari Race. Effect. This grants the user an adaptive resilience against toxins, diseases, and harmful substances. Repeated exposure to a poison or toxin gradually immunizes them, making it hard for an opponent to harm them with the same method twice. 5. Pain Resistance Regenerary Race. Effect. The user's pain threshold is elevated, making them nearly immune to distractions caused by physical discomfort or injury. They can continue fighting through severe injuries without hesitation. 6. Aura Masking Lucendi Race. Effect. This allows the user to mask their aura completely, making them invisible to perception-based detection methods. Predatory perception, sensory abilities, and mana detection techniques cannot easily detect the user. 7. Revenant's Touch Requiem Race. Effect. By making physical contact with an opponent, the user can link with that person's soul. Once this link is established, they are always aware of that person's location, regardless of distance or concealment. 8. Metabolic Boost Transmutari Race. Effect. The user can convert stored energy in the body directly into stamina, strength, and speed. By fueling their body's processes, they gain a temporary boost in physical performance, recovering from fatigue or enhancing power instantly. 9. Nullification Field Nullite Race. Effect. This ability creates a field around the user that nullifies mana-based attacks and magical effects. Any mana that touches this field dissipates harmlessly, rendering magical assaults ineffective. The entire training room fell into a palpable silence. Despite being the one to explain it, Atticus's eyes were still wide with disbelief, his expression a mix of awe and shock. If he felt this way, Magnus was even more astounded. He turned to Atticus, his own eyes wide. For the first time since the boy's birth, Magnus felt a hint of jealousy. It was a game changer. They didn't use their main abilities, but Atticus could tell his initial assumption was correct. The superior races had chosen to include their lesser abilities in the art instead of their primary ones, but he wasn't complaining. They're all Paragon ranked, he thought, nearly breathless. This was another mind-blowing fact. Every technique held the potential to reach Paragon rank. All he needed was the talent to achieve it, and when had Atticus ever lacked talent? A grin spread across his face, an intense excitement surging within him. He'd felt some wariness about joining the military before, but now, he looked forward to it. He didn't know what the other races were thinking, but he guessed, maybe they had no choice. It seemed likely. If the art had been pre-agreed upon, they'd have been compelled to release it. The fact that humans hadn't even known about the reward showed just how little respect they were given. It could also be that the superior races believed a primitive human would be unable to master such a powerful art. For others, that might be true, they might not reach its full potential. But Atticus was different. Not only would he reach the limit, he would shatter it. Training began immediately, and Atticus threw himself into it. And just like that, another week passed. Words could not do justice in describing the intensity with which Atticus trained over the following week. Previously, He had allowed himself to have breaks in order to rest and regain his strength, however, this time, he went all out. The breaks he took were so brief they could hardly be considered breaks at all. What made this relentless schedule feasible was that most of his training was done while seated. Atticus couldn't count the number of times he entered a state of absolute focus. It couldn't be helped. Depending on the art, some learning processes required minimal movement. Given the supportive nature of each technique in the art, he ended up remaining in place for extended periods of time. In this case, it had actually been a blessing. Despite this, Atticus still hadn't been able to learn all the techniques. It wasn't impossible, it was simply that each technique was incredibly difficult and took time to master. No wonder they chose to release it, he thought. For many, Atticus doubted this art would even be useful. One had to consider various aspects before attempting to learn such an art. Each technique was based on an ability of the superior races, with profound underlying characteristics that Atticus had to learn from scratch. A process that was both time-consuming and mentally taxing. Atticus couldn't help but suspect that the superior races, or the Dimensari especially, were attempting to sabotage his progress during the one-year training period. Anyone who saw the art would be compelled to devote themselves entirely to mastering it, and for most, even a year wouldn't be enough. They'd likely spend the year trying to learn the art instead of developing their existing abilities and actually growing stronger. Fortunately, Atticus was not like most people. While he hadn't learned all the techniques in a week, he had made significant progress. Soon enough, Magnus suggested he take a break from training to clear his head. Atticus had been so focused that his thoughts had become tangled, slowing his progress. Atticus didn't argue and slipped back to his room, carefully avoiding the crowd of ladies who, surprisingly, hadn't dispersed. After a bath, he slept for 2 hours before waking up. Atticus meditated on his bed, clearing his mind completely. Feeling refreshed, he left his room but didn't return to the advanced training room. Instead, he headed to a specific room upstairs in the Ravenstein mansion. Upon entering, a smile spread across his face as he saw the plethora of gifts lined up inside. Jackpot! His excitement was palpable. These were gifts from various families across the human domain and even some from other races. Atticus's gaze drifted to a particular section, and he immediately approached, his eyes lighting up as he examined the gifts from the dragon race and the Aeonians. They look powerful, he thought. The dragon race had given him a bracelet. Atticus wasn't entirely sure what to call it. It was a small band resembling tiny dragon scales linked together, with a dragon head at one end. Atticus picked up the bracelet and slipped it on. At first, he felt nothing, but as he channeled his mana into it, the bracelet flared with a deep crimson glow. The scales began to expand, swiftly unfurling and wrapping around his body. In an instant, Atticus found himself encased in a full suit of armor that looked like dragon scales, dark, resilient, and iridescent. Atticus felt a surge of power wash over him. Incredible, he thought. The armor didn't boost his abilities as much as his exosuit did, but the enhancement was still significant. As he stood there, a stream of information flowed into his mind, detailing the suit's capabilities. Elemental resistance. The suit naturally repels extreme temperatures, lightning, and even corrosive substances. Enhanced physicality. The armor amplifies the wearer's physical abilities, augmenting strength, speed, and agility. Dragon's breath channeling. Once enough mana is channeled, the suit allows the wearer to unleash a controlled beam of fire from any part of the armor. Draconic senses. Wearing the suit enhances sensory perception. Vision sharpens to see in low light, while hearing and smell become attuned to subtle details, much like a dragon's acute awareness. Scales of resilience. The armor passively repairs itself by drawing in ambient mana, healing cracks or dents over time. In high mana areas, it can completely restore itself from near destruction, though in mana-poor regions, this process slows down considerably. Terrifying aura. When activated, the suit can project an aura similar to a dragon's dominance. It creates a palpable, oppressive feeling that unsettles enemies and weakens weaker-willed foes, making them hesitant or fearful. Dragon's rebirth. This ability consumes a large amount of mana, creating a fiery, protective explosion to repel all attackers within range. Afterward, the suit temporarily condenses back into the bracelet form. Atticus laughed aloud, completely thrilled. To think he had once worried about fighting in the Veritega Nexus, that experience had brought him some of the greatest rewards he could imagine. The number of valuable items he had gained in just 2 weeks overshadowed what he'd accumulated in years on Eldoralf, aside from his innate abilities. It must be from him, he thought, the image of Drakethanion coming into mind. Other than the dragon race and the Aeonians, no other race had sent him gifts, not even the lesser ones. The dragon race going to such lengths could only mean this was a thank you gift from Drakethanion himself. He almost felt like hugging the proud dragon. Turning to the Aeonian gift next, he picked up a simple black orb. As he channeled his mana into it, another surge of information entered his mind. Endless mana supply. When attuned to the user, the orb acts as a perpetual mana generator. It absorbs mana directly from the environment, refining it before channeling it into the user's body. Mana absorption and suppression. The orb can pull in mana from its surroundings, creating an area of near total mana suppression. The uses still weren't over. Erratic mana field. When activated, the orb can alter the nature of surrounding mana, making it erratic and unpredictable. This disrupts mana control for anyone other than the wielder. Controlled mana amplification. The orb allows the wielder to amplify the potency of their attacks or abilities. By flooding a technique with excess mana drawn from the orb, the wielder can boost the strength, size, and effectiveness of attacks or defenses, making ordinary techniques exponentially more powerful. Mana signature cloak. By channeling mana from the orb, the wielder can cloak their own mana signature entirely, becoming undetectable to even the most advanced mana sensors. Atticus was speechless again. He had seen Aark use this orb during their battle, but he had never imagined it would be so powerful. It was unbelievable. His mind swirled with possibilities. If he could master everything he had just obtained, Atticus could hardly imagine a scenario where he would ever lose, except against a paragon. It seemed almost impossible. Shifting his gaze to the other gifts in the room, he focused on those from the Tier 1 families. Each family had sent something, some arts, and others artifacts, but one item caught his attention in particular. Atticus walked over to what looked like an incubator, and inside its glass chamber was a pitch-black egg. What the hell? Atticus was baffled. Was that a beast? He didn't have much knowledge of this area, but the crest of the Frostbane family etched on the incubator said it all. Channel your mana into the incubator. Atticus read the text on the incubator and immediately complied. Channeling his mana into it, he watched as blue lines spread from the point of contact, streaking into the egg. Vein-like marks ignited in an intense blue around its surface, and as the light dimmed, Atticus felt a connection form, a deep, undeniable bond with the egg. He couldn't quite explain it, but he could feel the egg's heartbeat. Incredible, Atticus thought, his excitement reaching new heights. The connection went beyond what he had expected. He felt as though a part of himself was within the egg. He knew instinctively that, no matter how far apart they were, he would always be able to sense its location, and it would sense his. But what kind of beast is it? He wondered, still unable to identify it. Deciding to investigate further later, Atticus turned his focus back to the other gifts. After reviewing the remaining items, he found a few useful ones, though of lower quality compared to the gifts from the Dragon and Aeonian races. He decided not to rush into learning anything new just yet. His hands were already full, and no matter how powerful an art was, it would be of little use if he couldn't find the time to train it. Atticus stored all the gifts in his space storage, leaving only the egg outside. Just as he was about to leave the room, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. What? Atticus sensed distress and turned to see the egg reacting. It didn't want to be separated from him. He sighed. It seemed he was already becoming a parent. Using air control, he lifted the incubator off the ground and carried it with him. As Atticus headed to the advanced training room, he masked his presence to avoid any distractions. Upon entering, he saw Magnus waiting for him, unsurprised. At this point, it seemed as though Magnus practically lived in the training room, or he somehow always knew when Atticus was coming. You bonded with it, Magnus noted, eyeing the egg behind Atticus. It's restless, Atticus thought, sensing the egg's emotions. Grandpa, could you tone down your aura? Magnus nodded, and the heavy pressure that permeated the training room lifted. Magnus hadn't fully unleashed his aura, but his mere presence placed a significant burden on the atmosphere. By now, however, Atticus was so accustomed to the pressure that he barely felt it. After Magnus retracted his aura, Atticus set the incubator down by his side. He sensed the egg's unease, but as he assured it he wasn't going far, it quickly settled down. Atticus then explained everything that had happened with the gifts, and Magnus nodded thoughtfully when he finished. That is a Sulcan, Magnus explained. They're rare. Very rare. Once you bond, they'll absorb parts of you, your strength, instincts, and even some of your abilities. As you grow stronger, so will it. Think of it as a lifelong partner that evolves alongside you. Atticus was stunned, as was Magnus. Sulcans are a heritage of the Frostbane family. Their numbers are so limited that only their alpha is typically allowed to bond with one. For the Frostbane family to give you something of such value. Atticus barely registered Magnus's last words, his mind was racing with thoughts of the Sulcan's abilities. It seemed almost too good to be true, and a sliver of fear crept in. Everything is going too well, he thought, wondering if it was all a trick. But he quickly shook his head. Always live in the present, he reminded himself. This was the reality in front of him, and he would embrace it. Sulcan. As he said the word in his mind, the egg trembled in excitement, as if it were delighted that he had called to it. So, what form will it take? He asked after a moment. From what I've heard, you won't know until it hatches, and as for when that might be, it varies for each person. Atticus glanced at the egg again, this time with a warmer gaze. Perhaps being a parent wouldn't be so bad after all. With that settled, Atticus resumed training, focusing on the art he had won from the Nexus. Another week passed, and while he was deep in meditation, he suddenly sensed someone entering the training room. Turning, he was utterly shocked to see the familiar purple-haired figure of Serafina Starhaven. Atticus was a bit surprised. He had recognized her serene presence the moment she entered, but it didn't change the fact that her visit was highly unusual. Rising from his seated position, he bowed respectfully. Come on, sweetie, we're way past that now. Give me a hug instead, Serafina said with a warm smile. But Atticus hesitated, glancing up at her before clearing his throat. What a deadly trap. Despite being over a century old, Serafina didn't look her age at all. Her flawless skin, perfectly accentuated curves, and youthful features made her appear to be in her 30s. She might technically be older than Atticus, but considering his maturity far exceeded his physical age, it didn't make the situation any less awkward. Atticus constantly had to remind himself that she was an old granny to maintain his composure. Seeing his wary look, Serafina chuckled. You're looking at me like I'm going to eat you alive. Relax. Anyway, I can see you've got something on your mind. How about this auntie helps you out? I've got a great idea for dealing with those pests outside, she offered with a sly grin. Atticus's bright eyes dimmed instantly. He had been hoping she might offer to teach him how to use his spirit element, but clearly, he had been wrong. What's with that look? Don't you want my help? Serafina teased. Atticus sighed. He could already guess what she was going to suggest, but he knew he had no choice but to listen. What's the idea, auntie? Her smile widened, clearly pleased by how he addressed her. Simple. Make your relationship with Zoe public. I knew it, Atticus thought, frowning. You do know she said no to me, right? He replied, his tone flat. What? Serafina's smile vanished. Yeah, Atticus nodded. She said no. What do you mean she said no? You asked her out, and she refused. Serafina was utterly shocked. She had assumed their relationship was already settled, especially after hearing about their bond back at the academy. This was why she had asked Atticus about his intentions with Zoe in the past, and his answer had more than satisfied her. She hadn't bothered to ask about the current status of their relationship, assuming it was a done deal. But now, hearing this, Serafina's gaze grew distant as she tried to process the revelation. What the hell is wrong with that girl? She muttered to herself, baffled. Did her mother's stupidity somehow reach her? She appeared to be venting to herself. I just don't get it. From what I've heard about the two of you at the academy, it was obvious she liked you. No one could force her to act like that unless she wanted to. If she liked you, why the hell would she say no? How hard is it to just listen to your own feelings? What's with all the unnecessary drama? Serafina took a deep breath, as if regaining her composure. Looks like I'll have to pay the academy a visit. Thank goodness he's still interested in her. Throughout the entire scene, Atticus stood silently to the side, letting her mutter to herself. Serafina sighed heavily, her demeanor shifting slightly. All right, Let's get to why I'm here today, she said, changing the topic. Atticus welcomed the shift, preferring it this way. She smiled warmly at him. Your bloodline is quite peculiar, and although I'd love to say, I won't ask any questions, I'm just too curious. Can you tell Auntie more about it? Atticus's expression tightened. Since meeting her, Serafina had always been kind to him, helping him in significant ways. She hadn't given him any reason to not trust her. But Atticus wasn't someone who trusted people easily. If it were up to him, not even Magnus would know the full extent of his abilities. While he trusted his grandfather, he disliked the idea of anyone, human or otherwise, knowing too much about him. Now, with the entire planet's eyes on him, the fewer people who knew his secrets, the better. Serafina seemed to sense his hesitation and chuckled lightly. All right, you men and your secrets. I'll go straight to the point, then. I'm sure you noticed the Starhaven family didn't send any gifts. Atticus nodded. He had noticed but hadn't given it much thought. It was their choice whether to send gifts or not. Well, that was all me, she admitted. I can feel a faint amount of spiritual energy around you. It's a stretch, but I believe you have a good chance of bonding with a spirit. Atticus remained composed, showing no surprise. Magnus had already told him that Serafina knew about his spirit element. I expected you to be shocked. You're no fun, Serafina teased, pouting slightly before flicking her hair dramatically behind her shoulder. The motion was almost ethereal, making her seem like a goddess for a moment. Anyway, she continued, the best gift I can offer you is this beautiful auntie teaching you how to channel that energy. I think it's time for you to gain a gorgeous master. Despite her playful tone, Atticus knew she was serious. He maintained a calm expression, even as the corners of his lips threatened to twitch at her theatrics. So, what do you say? She asked, her eyes sparkling. For Atticus, the answer was obvious. He agreed without hesitation, and Serafina's smile grew even wider. His schedule was becoming increasingly packed, but he would make it work. He had to. All right, Serafina said cheerfully, I'll leave you to your training for now. Just let me know when you're ready. Our training will take place at my sector. As she spoke, her gaze drifted momentarily toward the incubator at one end of the training room. She smiled knowingly before turning back to Atticus. With a graceful wave, she exited the room. Finally alone again, Atticus settled back onto the ground, taking a moment to calm the egg's emotions. It seemed excited, likely due to Serafina's presence. Magnus had left him to train, but Atticus could still feel his grandfather's lingering gaze from their earlier conversation. The spirit element, Atticus murmured to himself. I wonder what kind of spirit I'll bond with. He didn't mind the idea of traveling to the Starhaven sector for training. As the primary home of the Starhaven family, it was the most suitable place to bond with a spirit. If he was going to unlock the full potential of his spirit element, there was no better place. After a few moments of reflection, Atticus cleared his mind and prepared to resume his training. Atticus continued his training on the superior races, art. As time passed, his progress steadily increased. He focused on learning the basics of each technique in the art rather than mastering a single one. His approach was simple. As soon as he grasped the fundamentals and understood the underlying principles of a technique, he moved on to the next. There were exactly 9 techniques in the art, each representing a superior race, and Atticus had successfully learned 5 of them so far. The Demensari, Vampiros, Obliterary, Evolari, and Regenerary techniques, in that order. Each technique had presented its own unique challenges. As he learned them, he experienced profound changes, not just in his abilities but deep within himself. It was as though his understanding of the world expanded with each new technique. He couldn't fully explain it, but he could feel it, an inexplicable shift in perspective. Out of the 5, the Demensari technique had been the easiest to learn. With his solid grasp of the space element already, the rest of the technique came naturally. The others, however, had been far more challenging, requiring him to start from scratch. After an extended period of training, for the first time, Atticus decided to pause and take a break. Is something wrong? Magnus asked as he returned to the training room, noticing Atticus standing. It was unusual to see the boy voluntarily stop training. Atticus shook his head. Nothing. I just thought I should take a break. Magnus's eyes narrowed. Are you hurt? Did the art injure you in any way? He appeared in front of Atticus almost instantly, scrutinizing him thoroughly with a worried expression. Atticus felt a surge of embarrassment. I know I like training, but really. He rolled his eyes with a small smile. I'm fine, Grandpa. I just thought I'd take a walk. Nothing is wrong with me. But Magnus wasn't convinced. His intense gaze remained fixed on Atticus, searching for any signs of injury or distress. With a sigh, Atticus spent the next few minutes reassuring Magnus that he was perfectly fine. Eventually, though reluctantly, Magnus backed off, allowing him to leave the training room. It was nighttime, and the moon bathed the entire estate in its serene silver glow. Atticus stepped outside, feeling a rare sense of calm. He was relieved that the group of ladies who had been waiting for him earlier wasn't around now. What Atticus didn't realize was that the real reason for their absence wasn't a lack of desperation. Instead, the long hours they spent waiting for him during the day often ruined their outfits and makeup, leaving them no choice but to retreat for the night to refresh themselves, only to return looking even better the next day. For now, though, the quiet night belonged to him. Atticus decided to remain cautious. Camouflaging himself in the incubator behind him, he walked quietly through the estate. As he reached one of the larger buildings, he suddenly stopped and released his camouflage. Turning his gaze to the roof, he narrowed his eyes. He had felt a presence up there. Without hesitation, his body shot upwards, landing on the roof in an instant. Killing his own presence, he carefully approached the figure he had sensed. At the highest edge of the roof sat a girl, bathed in the moon's silvery glow. The light outlined her figure perfectly as she sat, seemingly meditating. She wore a form-fitting, battle-hardened attire that reminded Atticus of Earth's Amazon warriors. For a moment, he was mesmerized. Her back was to him, but Atticus could sense that she was alert despite her meditative state. The Aquilora family, he recognized. Just as he was about to turn and head back down, she suddenly turned and looked straight at him. Her glowing silver eyes met his intense blue, and both froze in surprise. They were shocked, but for different reasons. For Atticus, the question was clear: how had she detected me? He wasn't using camouflage, but he had completely suppressed his presence. He was certain he was far more powerful than her, so how had she sensed him? For Yasmin, the shock was entirely different. What is he doing here? She had spent weeks trying to meet this same boy, waiting outside the training room for hours, only for him to appear out of nowhere like this. Realizing she hadn't offered her greetings, Yasmin shot up and gave a slight bow. Apex Atticus. What? You're Yasmin, right? Atticus interrupted, his words calm and direct. Yasmin froze. He actually remembered my name. Their interaction during the ball had been brief, and she hadn't expected him to remember her at all. Yet, that small acknowledgement made her heart swell, a shy smile forming on her lips. Yes, she replied softly. I see. How did you detect me? Atticus's tone was steady, but his curiosity was evident. He truly wanted to know. Was there a method he didn't yet understand? He was certain it wasn't just perception, he would have sensed that. Yasmin blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected question, but she quickly answered. It's our family's bloodline, young master. Much like how the Stellaris receive power from the sun, we're empowered by the moon. Within a certain radius, I can sense everything the moonlight touches. I felt a disturbance the moment you stepped onto the roof. Atticus was intrigued. Does that mean this is how the Stellaris bloodline works too? He theorized that it might be a similar principle, akin to how he connected with elemental molecules in the air. Your bloodline is very impressive, he complimented. Yasmin smiled brightly. Thank you, young master. A brief silence followed as neither seemed to know what to say next. All right, I guess I'll take my leave. How was your day? Yasmin suddenly blurted out, her face flushing a deep shade of red as she turned her gaze downward, mortified. Why is my heart beating so fast? She clenched her fists and forced herself to look back at him. She refused to let herself back down now. It was fine, I guess. I just trained all day, Atticus replied casually. You love training, she said without thinking, her frustration at waiting for him every day spilling out unconsciously. Before she could apologize, she heard something unexpected, Atticus laughing. I've been told that by a lot of people, he said, amused. But is it really that bad? Caught off guard, Yasmin nodded instinctively, prompting Atticus's mouth to twitch. Her heart calmed as she saw him laughing, and a smile crept onto her face, until it strained the very next second. What about you, though? At least you don't see me sitting on a roof in the middle of the night, training, Atticus teased. The door to a medium-sized room suddenly opened, and a purple-haired young girl stepped inside. Sweeping her gaze across the room, Zoe's eyes instantly landed on a beautiful woman with similar purple hair seated in a chair at one side of the room. As Zoe saw the expression on the woman's face, she couldn't help but feel confused. It was an odd and unusual look for her grandmother, especially since this was the first time they had met in over 2 years. I greet the Parag. Zoe began speaking, but Serafina immediately waved her hand dismissively, interrupting her. Oh, save the useless greetings, granddaughter, Serafina said curtly. She's pissed. Zoe's confusion deepened as she heard her grandmother address her that way. Anytime Serafina called her granddaughter with that tone, it was a surefire sign she was 100% angry. You seem fine, though, Serafina continued. I was expecting your head to be cracked open or for you to be afflicted with some mental curse. Huh, Zoe's brows furrowed. Did something happen, Auntie? Serafina sighed and closed her eyes briefly before reopening them. Why did you say no to him? She asked. Zoe's confusion only intensified. To who? Who else could I possibly be talking about? Zoe's eyes widened as she suddenly realized, and her expression shifted. Now she understood what this was about. Wait, that's the reason for all this. Yes, Serafina replied, I just can't comprehend it. Why? Just why? Help me understand. Zoe's tone suddenly turned colder. You don't need to understand it. Serafina tilted her head slightly, her gaze narrowing. You don't have to understand why, Zoe said, standing straighter. It's my life, and I make my own choices. Zoe's earlier confusion had vanished, replaced by a more colder look. She had been uncertain about why Serafina was angry, but now that she knew it was because she had rejected Atticus, she couldn't help but feel irritated. This was exactly why her relationship with her mother, Celestia, had become so strained. Zoe hated when people tried to impose their will on her. Serafina studied Zoe in silence for a long moment. You like him, don't you? She finally asked, her voice turning a bit softer. Zoe's angry expression wavered, and she suddenly averted her gaze before muttering under her breath, I don't know. Fine, Serafina said with a shrug. Then I suppose you don't care about the flock of beautiful ladies trying to woo him back at the estate. It was so odd, I think I saw some of them going into his room. Serafina stopped mid-sentence as she felt Zoe's icy glare land on her. It was as though she wanted to murder Serafina no matter how impossible that sounded. Serafina sighed internally. Fucking kids. Always making things so complicated. After calming herself down, she spoke in a more softer tone. Honey, I understand how you feel, and I promise I'm not trying to force you into making a decision. You're my granddaughter, and I will always love you. But stupidity shouldn't be encouraged, and I'm sorry to say, right now you're acting stupid. Zoe's initial calm expression strained as frowned. No one liked being called stupid. It's the truth, Serafina continued. You clearly like this boy. He likes you too. So what exactly is the problem? Why are you making this so complicated? Serafina asked. However, Zoe remained completely silent, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Even as the seconds dragged on, she refused to say a word. Serafina frowned. Am I missing something? She wondered. This felt off. Zoe had always been smart and logical, and she rarely acted impulsively. But her behavior now was baffling. It was clear that Zoe wasn't ready to talk. However, just as the silence stretched out, a petite voice sounded through the room. All right, I can't take this anymore. A brilliant light flared from Zoe's chest, and in the next moment, the ethereal form of a small, petite figure appeared before her. You. Lumindra pointed a tiny finger at Zoe. You're acting stupid. Lumi, what are you doing? Why did you come out? Ignoring her, Lumindra turned sharply toward Serafina, who, despite the abruptness of the situation, respectfully bowed her head. I greet the great enchanting Drake, Serafina said solemnly. Lumindra froze, and her smug expression softened into a satisfied smile. She straightened her figure before lifting her chin proudly. HMPH. At least someone knows greatness when they see it. I like that, she said with a haughty tone. Although Serafina was a paragon, Lumindra was a tier 7 spirit. To the Starhaven, they were akin to gods. Lumi. Stop it. Go back right now. Lumi cleared her throat awkwardly. She had almost forgotten why she came out. Lumendra waved her off with an impatient flick of her hand. Don't interrupt me. I'm setting things straight. She shot Zoe a glare before turning her attention back to Serafina. Here's the thing, you've got the right idea, but there's something you don't know. The reason she's acting this way is. Lumi. Shush. Lumendra snapped. This is important. Serafina's eyes narrowed slightly as she focused on Lumendra. Her curiosity was piqued, and she listened intently as the spirit began explaining the situation. Ever since she was young, Zoe had dreamed of becoming strong enough to eradicate the Zorvans and raise humanity from being the lowest ranked race. That ambition had been her entire life, and bonding with a Tier 7 spirit, a bond so rare it hadn't happened for generations, only reinforced her conviction. Her potential was limitless, and everyone knew it. Not even Serafina had been able to bond with a Tier 7. But then Atticus entered her life. He wasn't just strong, he was effortlessly achieving the very goals Zoe had set for herself before she could even begin them. Watching him win the Apex competition, she had felt happy for him, but bitter at the same time. That bitterness made her feel sick, ashamed. Serafina absorbed Lumendra's explanation without saying anything, her expression unreadable. After a while, she spoke. So, let me get this straight, Serafina said slowly, locking eyes with Zoe. You said no to him because, you're jealous. Zoe flinched, her face turning red again as she looked away. It's not just that, she mumbled weakly. Serafina let out a long, exasperated sigh and rubbed her temples. Sweetheart, she said, you're seriously complicating your life for no reason. Zoe's eyes turned moist as she lowered her head, muttering softly under her breath, yes. Serafina sighed and her expression softened as she saw tears streaming down Zoe's cheeks. Without hesitation, she enveloped her granddaughter in a warm hug. It's fine, she whispered gently. Even Lumendra, who had been hyper just seconds ago, fell silent. Watching Zoe cry hurt her, and she shifted uncomfortably on Zoe's shoulder, her small hands reaching out to offer a comforting touch. Between soft sobs, am I a bad person, Grandma? Serafina stroked her head gently. You're not, honey. You're only human. It's normal to have these feelings. Everyone does, she reassured her, holding her tightly. Zoe continued crying for a few minutes, before slowly regaining her composure. As she pulled away from the hug, she wiped her tear-filled eyes. Seeing as Zoe had calmed down, Serafina continued in a calm tone. I understand how you feel, and it's okay to have those emotions, even when it's about something or someone you care about. But don't make this more complicated than it needs to be. This is simple, Zoe. You like him, so go for him. Zoe sniffled and tried to speak. But, before she could finish, Serafina cut her off. I want you to imagine something. Imagine him with another lady. How does that make you feel? Zoe flinched, and she felt pang of pain spreading through her chest at the thought of Atticus being with another girl. She hated even thinking about it. Serafina smiled knowingly. That right there. That's what will happen if you don't get your feelings in order. You're lucky he's still interested in you. Hearing that Atticus was still thinking about her made Zoe's heart swell with happiness. But Serafina's next words froze her in place. But believe me when I say this, if you reject him the next time, that boy will move on. If you think he'll wait for you forever, then you're living in a fairy tale. He's meeting new ladies every day, Zoe. Beautiful, smart, and persistent ones. And let's not forget, he's a teenager. His hormones are off the charts. The more time you waste figuring out your feelings, the higher the chance you lose him. Do you want to regret it? Zoe shook her head, the thought of Atticus with someone else was unbearable. But she still hesitated. Serafina noticed the hint of hesitation and decided not to push her further. The rest was up to Zoe. Okay then, ultimately, the choice is yours. But here's the thing, you have 1 year. When you graduate from the academy, I'll use my authority to place you in the same position as him. You don't have a choice in that regard. Zoe's head shot up in surprise. The two of you will meet again, whether you like it or not. What happens after that is up to you. But don't say I didn't warn you. That night, Atticus and Yasmin had a light conversation. It was casual, filled with jokes, and refreshingly enjoyable for Atticus. After spending so much time dealing with older people, speaking with someone his own age felt like a breath of fresh air. During their talk that night, he learned interesting things about the Aquilora bloodline, which intrigued him deeply. However, after some minutes, Atticus made an excuse that he had something important to attend to. The truth was, he wanted to return to his training without admitting it. Being called a training maniac was starting to wear on him. He noticed a slight shift in Yasmin's tone when he mentioned leaving, but he chose to ignore it. Atticus headed straight for the training room and instantly immersed himself into his routine once again. After a while, he decided to switch things up and focus on something different for a brief period. He pulled out a large slate that Oberon had gifted him and channeled his mana into it. Instantly, an intense concentration of the space element gathered around him. The slate was an amazing gift. Essentially a portable rune that created an environment rich in space molecules. It was akin to having a personal space elemental training room wherever he needed it. Atticus decided it was time to focus solely on his space element, and take a break from the superior races, art. His progress was very fast, and as time passed, he achieved several breakthroughs, thereby awakening a variety of new abilities. Just as he had initially expected, the space element had been overwhelmingly powerful. Atticus couldn't help but feel regret for not focusing on it earlier. It could have given him a significant advantage in the recent Apex competition. One of the most notable ability was increasing his proficiency in gravity control. Before, he had relied on manipulating Earth molecules to intensify the gravity in the area, but now, by utilizing the space element, he could achieve far greater results. At his current level, Atticus could create a gravitational field so intense that even master ranks individuals would struggle to move comfortably. It was a game changer in high-stakes combat. Asides gravity manipulation, Atticus also developed several new techniques. Miniature singularity. He could now create a concentrated point in the air of gravitational pull that drew in objects, or more importantly, attacks. It served in both offensive and defensive. Space infusion. By infusing the space element into his weapons and attacks, he amplified their range, precision, and lethality, opening up countless possibilities. Phase shifting. This was his most exciting achievement, the ability to phase through physical objects. By covering every inch of his body with space molecules, Atticus could slip through doors and most walls, provided they weren't reinforced with runes. He was certain that, if he focuses on this more, this technique could evolve into something far more advanced and powerful. As his proficiency over the space element increased, Atticus also gained further insight into the Dimensari technique as it relied heavily on space molecules. He found himself becoming increasingly attuned to them. He was thoroughly satisfied with his progress. Then, Atticus decided to shift his focus again. Leaving the training room, he exited the Ravenstein estate and ascended into the sky, heading toward the elemental sanctums. This time, he wanted to refine his control over his other elements. Before traveling to the Starhaven sector, Atticus had decided to form the domains of all his elements first. He had already mastered each of them to a high degree and didn't expect the process to take long. At most, he estimated that he could complete this task within a week. Atticus's visit to the elemental sanctums had been abrupt. However, as soon as each sanctum master noticed him coming within their vicinity, they rushed outside to greet him. Apex Atticus, are you finally ready to advance your air element? Obviously not. He's coming to the light sanctum to form his domain. Eliana, I think you're the most beautiful woman in the world, but I won't let you have this one. The voices of Aeolus, the air sanctum master, and Eliana, the light sanctum master, rang out as they argued. The other sanctum masters couldn't help but throw them death glares, irritated at their lack of decorum. Their current behavior was unsightly, especially considering who was visiting. In the minds of the sanctum masters and everyone in the human domain, Atticus's image wasn't just that of the young master and likely heir to the Ravenstein family anymore. He was their apex. Even Isolde, the ice sanctum master, who had earlier disliked Atticus because of his talent, was now respectfully floating along with the others. He might have been naturally gifted, but that didn't change the fact that he had achieved what no one else had. However, the person in question didn't seem to care about all that. Atticus responded to their greetings with a warm smile. There was no way he could forget his experiences with each of their strange personalities. But soon, Atticus noticed a change. It was something he couldn't avoid even if he wanted to. He saw an old man hovering to the side. An intense amount of fire molecules surrounded him, clearly indicating his element. He was obviously the new fire sanctum master. That realization made Atticus's smile strain as he remembered Decai. He hadn't spent much time with the man, but it didn't change the fact that he had been fond of him. The new Fire Sanctum Master seemed to notice Atticus's lingering gaze, and his expression turned solemn. He was a great man. I'll be sure to do him proud, he said, placing a fist over his chest. The other Sanctum Masters also read the mood and gave a moment of silence to honor Decai. Just as Atticus nodded appreciatively, he suddenly heard a soft voice from the side. Will you come to the Darkness Sanctum? Turning, Atticus's eyes landed on Alethi, the Darkness Sanctum Master. He had whispered the question, but everyone had heard him clearly. Their faces morphed into intense shock. The lazy bastard was actually volunteering for work. Their shock was palpable, and even Atticus was equally surprised. He hadn't forgotten his experience with this lazy man. However, Alethi's gaze was serious as he stared at Atticus. He had always been looking for someone gifted like himself, but Atticus couldn't even be placed in the same category. His talent was immeasurable. Alethi didn't want to miss the chance to teach him. The competition was fierce. The rest of the Sanctum Masters also expressed their desire for Atticus to come to their sanctums. In the end, Atticus chose the Earth Sanctum first. He was curious about how the Earth element domain would be, and he appreciated the fact that the Sanctum Master had been silent while the others argued. He also assured the rest that he planned to visit each sanctum during the week. Atticus was led deep underground, where the Earth molecules were abundant. He instantly sat down and entered a deep state of meditation. This time, all the Sanctum Masters gathered around, their gazes fixed on Atticus, who was meditating. The Earth molecules swirled around him as though he was their prodigal kin. In the next instant, Atticus was lost in his own world. 15 hours. That was how long it took Atticus to form his Earth domain. A blinding brown light pierced the sky, causing every Sanctum Master's gaze to tremble. Less than a day. He had formed a domain in less than a single day. It was maddening. It was insane. They had all made assumptions about how long it would take him. They had considered the talent he had shown so far. However, why did it seem as though his talent was increasing every time? As the veil encompassed a large area, Atticus felt a surge of power entering his body. He quickly stood up, flexing his fist. This might be a problem, he pondered deeply. Atticus had failed to account for the fact that with each domain he formed, he would gain a surge of power that would increase his rank. However, that wasn't the real issue. The problem was his life weapon. Atticus hadn't forgotten. If he advanced to the Grandmaster rank, he would be transported into his life weapon, where he might lose his life. It was something that required careful planning and a significant amount of readiness before he could even attempt it. I have to maximize everything first, he resolved. Atticus's plan was to delay his advancement into the Grandmaster rank for as long as possible. Instead, he would focus on training all his skills to an extremely high level before facing the katana's challenge. My bloodline might not be a good choice. Before I get transported, I should focus more on my mana-based abilities. Atticus vividly remembered the time he had been transported to the katana realm. He had lost the ability to use his bloodline. If that happened again, he would have to rely solely on his mana-based abilities. Let's see by how much first. Status. As Atticus's eyes scanned his stats, he noted his rank. Level. Master. I'm at the peak, he realized. Atticus could feel he was at the upper limits of the Master rank. If he formed another domain or two, he would most likely reach the Master Plus rank. I'll continue for now and stop when I reach halfway, he decided. Atticus had already resolved not to form all his elemental domains for now. He wasn't ready to face the challenge that would follow. After coming to this conclusion, Atticus released his hold on his domain. As the veil came down, Atticus appeared in front of the stunned Sanctum Masters, who were too shocked to speak. Atticus's presence felt heavy. Although it barely affected the Sanctum Masters directly, they could feel the pressure in the surrounding area. The Earth Sanctum Master, though quiet, wore a satisfied smile. Witnessing such a monumental moment had been extraordinary, and he relished every bit of it. Many of the other Sanctum Masters couldn't help but gaze at him, each feeling a tinge of jealousy. In the next second, another round of arguments began. With a sigh, Atticus eventually decided to pick the last basic element, air. The Air Sanctum Master was elated. After flashing a smug grin at the rest, he led Atticus to the highest peak in the air sanctum, where intense, wild, and powerful winds whipped around. Atticus instantly got to work, meditating. He entered his own world. This time, it took Atticus 11 hours before a blinding gray light pierced the sky. Ha ha ha, he did it. He fucking did it. Shut up. The Air Sanctum Master laughed loudly as Atticus formed his air domain, while the Light Sanctum Master snapped at him for ruining the moment. As the Sanctum Masters watched in awe, Atticus shifted his attention to his status screen. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. ** 16 right pointing arrow 17. Gender. ** male. Race. ** human. Attributes. Strength. 710 right pointing arrow 820. Agility. 722 right pointing arrow 830. Endurance. 750 right pointing arrow 860. Vitality. 765 right pointing arrow 880. Intelligence. 80 right pointing arrow 84. Perception. 67 right pointing arrow 73. Charm. 63 right pointing arrow 67. Will. 85 right pointing arrow 87. Level. ** master right pointing arrow master plus. Talent. ** mythical. Bloodline. ** primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 6 right pointing arrow 7%. Water. 2 right pointing arrow 2.8%. Air. 0.2%. Earth. 0.2%. Level 3. Light. 98.8%. Darkness. 99.1%. Lightning. 99.7%. Ice. 98.7%. Space. 62%. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Spurt element. 6 right pointing arrow 7%. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Master. Collective potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Dimensional loop. Novice. Predatory perception. Novice. Immunity buildup. Novice. Slow decay. Novice. Pain resistance. Novice. Aura masking. Novice. Revenant's touch. Metabolic boost. Nullification field. Of everything, Atticus was focused on his rank. He had finally ranked up to the Master Plus rank. It was still in its early stages, but it was a very significant change, and his stats reflected this fact. After observing everything else, Atticus moved to the lightning element and spent even less time forming his domain, less than 10 hours. Afterward, he moved to the next element, surprisingly choosing ice. This time, Atticus had created a rune to boost his energy reserves. While forming a domain increased his rank the first time, it still required a large amount of energy. After less than 10 hours, a blinding blue light pierced the sky, followed by another round of shock from the Sanctum Masters. The boy hadn't been joking when he said he would form all his domains in a week. Out of everything, only the light and darkness elements remained. Atticus chose the light element first after numerous persistent requests from the Light Sanctum Master. After a few hours when he had formed his light domain, he delivered devastating news that caused Odyssey's heart to break. As Atticus's words dropped, the Sanctum Masters could swear they heard something shatter. Odyssey's expression twisted, and his lips trembled as he asked. "Why?" Atticus smiled wryly, shaking his head. "I'm trying to hold off on something for now. I'm sorry," he explained, offering only as much information as he felt comfortable with. The other Sanctum Masters tried hard to stifle their laughter, but a few chuckles still slipped out as they saw the profound sadness on Odyssey's face. Atticus had managed to form all the other domains except his, and now he was saying he had to stop. Odyssey felt cheated. When? He managed to ask. "Honestly, I'm not sure yet. But it will be very soon. You don't have to worry. I still plan on forming my domain, just not now." Alithi's mouth moved as though to speak, but no words came out. His mind churned with different scenarios. What if he died without witnessing the boy forming his domain? His thoughts shifted toward his poor life habits. As a Grandmaster Plus, he had a potbelly. I have to change, Alithi realized inwardly. If anyone could hear his thoughts, they would have been shocked to see that this lazy man wanted to change because of Atticus. Once again, the kid had pulled off a miracle. After paying his respects and assuring Alithi he would return, Atticus left the elemental sanctums and descended back toward the estate. Middle Master Plus rank. Currently, Atticus was still in the Master Plus rank, but he had already reached the end of its middle stage. The formation of his darkness domain would have pushed him to the upper stage, but for now, Atticus didn't want that. Although it would significantly increase his power, it didn't change the fact that he would be treading a thin line. Atticus knew himself well. He could easily discover a new power and, before he knew it, rank up unintentionally. The last thing he wanted was to be caught off guard when he got transported into the Katana's world. Returning to the estate with his incubator, Atticus rested for a day. The consecutive formation of multiple domains had taken a toll on him, and he needed significant rest. The day passed, and after refreshing himself, Atticus left the estate and headed to the training room. The usual flock of ladies lingered outside, but Atticus had bigger priorities. He dedicated himself to training once more, shifting between the superior race art and the space element, though he focused more on the former. In preparation for the Katana's realm, Atticus had to prioritize his mana-based arts. The variability and strength of the superior race art made it perfect for this situation. Time passed as he trained. He felt his mastery increase significantly, and though he didn't actively do anything, he could feel his connection to the egg deepening. Each moment they spent together made it more vivid in expressing its emotions. Atticus could now tell when it was happy, sad, or afraid. As the connection deepened, so did the egg's clinginess. At one point, Atticus couldn't even shower on his own anymore. Everywhere he went, he had to take the egg along. But Atticus didn't mind. As their bond grew, he found himself becoming fond of the beast inside. He had no idea what was coming, but it didn't change the fact that their lives were becoming inseparable. As time passed, Atticus continued to receive invitation letters from other races and, oddly enough, even from other tiered families of the human domain. These invitations were for birthday balls and all sorts of events. However, after his own birthday ball, Atticus couldn't fathom why he would attend another one. Maybe for the sake of the world. Weeks turned into a month, and during that time, Atticus successfully mastered all the techniques in the superior race art. Standing in the middle of the advanced training room, his gaze was fixed forward. To any observer, it seemed as though Atticus was simply staring into space, but in reality, it was as if he was in a different world entirely. The world appeared different. He could see everything. Even without relying on his perception, Atticus could see tiny orbs of blue light hovering in the air. He could make out the tiny, multicolored elemental molecules around him. He could sense things he never thought possible, even without trying. It was surreal. It felt as though his perception had been elevated to a level he had never comprehended before, a level where even its passive effects were overwhelming. He had felt it each time he learned an art of a superior race. It was as if he was collecting pieces of a puzzle. And now, he knew he didn't have all the pieces he needed to complete the whole picture. He needed more. Is it the other races? Atticus couldn't figure it out fully, but he felt it was the most likely answer. Considering everything, all he had were the arts of the superior races. There were still the mid and lower races whose techniques he hadn't acquired. Atticus felt compelled to seek them out. He would have to work toward that goal, and he already knew where to start: the dragon race and the Aeonians. Resolving to gain those arts before his military service began, Atticus stopped pondering as Magnus entered the training room. "You're done." Atticus nodded. "It's just the basics, but with this, I can increase my proficiency over time. Just try not to focus on one technique while neglecting the others. Although they're separate techniques, they've been fitted into the same art. There's a connection between each one that you shouldn't ignore," Magnus explained. "Okay, Grandpa." What Magnus said had already been part of Atticus's plan. While the techniques were numerous, he intended to advance them together, ensuring balance. With his plans in order, Atticus informed Magnus of his readiness to go to the Starhaven domain for his spirit lessons. Magnus had no objections but warned him to always stay on guard. Will you come along? Magnus shook his head. I won't follow you directly, but I'll be close. Serafina is trustworthy, but it's always good to stay vigilant. I'll mark you just in case. Tendrils of lightning materialized and entered Atticus's body. It was the same technique Magnus had used when Atticus entered the abyssal chasm. However, this time, Atticus could feel it, he could sense a subtle connection with Magnus. His sensitivity had increased significantly. After speaking to Magnus, Atticus picked up the incubator and headed back to his room, where he simply sat down and meditated for a while. He heard a knock on the door, though his eyes were already open. He had sensed the figure approaching long before they reached his door. Come in. The door opened, and a humanoid figure with a spherical face entered the room. It was Niall, the Grand Master that Whisker had given to Atticus in the abyssal chasm. Niall didn't bow. He simply stood in front of Atticus, though his shock was apparent. Was this the same kid he had met months ago? The one he had restrained himself to fight? A child he could have killed with ease if he'd wanted to? It seemed impossible, and yet, here he was. What do you want? Niall's expression strained. Atticus's voice was dismissive and cold, as though addressing an annoying bug that should leave quickly. He, a general of the sovereign, was being spoken to in this manner. Niall suppressed the anger bubbling within and decided to say what he had come to say. Since I've arrived at the estate, I've done nothing. While I don't care about serving you, it was my sovereign's command. I'll call you when I need you. For now, I don't. Atticus's expression didn't change as he spoke, and his words made Niall clench his fists tightly. Atticus knew how the beast felt, but he didn't care. Why should he care about the feelings of someone who had once tried to kill him? It seemed absurd. Ever since they had arrived at the estate, Atticus had given Niall a few simple instructions: stay within the mansion. Don't harm anyone, but defend yourself if necessary. And don't cause trouble. It was just 3 rules, and that was all Niall had been doing since. But now, the idleness was eating at him. It was maddening. Niall wanted to do something, anything, which was why he had approached Atticus himself, hoping for an opportunity. But now, he felt unsure of what to do. As he turned in anger and was about to leave, he suddenly heard Atticus's voice from behind and paused. Get ready. We'll be leaving the sector together soon. Niall didn't turn or say anything, but those words, at the very least, calmed his anger. With a slight nod, he walked out of the room. He should be useful. I'll keep him around just in case, Atticus thought. As Atticus continued meditating, another day passed, and Serafina arrived at the estate in a large purple construct. A large purple construct hovered over the entirety of the Ravenstein estate, but none of the guards or Ravensteins roaming around seemed to care. Atticus was already outside alongside Avalon and Anastasia. He had informed both of them about his plans to go to the Starhaven sector to train. Anastasia had been reluctant, but she knew she didn't really have a choice in the matter. Atticus was no longer just the young master of the Ravenstein family or her baby. He had become so much more. Because of this, she couldn't hold him back due to her fears. So many people now looked up to him and relied on him. That was why she had given him the earlier go-ahead to train however he wanted. Regardless, it didn't change the fact that he was still her baby, and she was worried. Anastasia's hug was tight, long, and incredibly warm. Both she and Atticus stood there for minutes until she finally decided to let go, though she was still not satisfied. Luckily, Avalon came to his rescue. Knock him out, Avalon said, ruffling Atticus's hair with a smile. Atticus nodded, smiling back as he quickly rearranged his hair. He was getting all too used to having it messed up. I should get a haircut later. I wonder which style, he thought. After saying his goodbyes to his parents, Atticus turned and gave Arya a nod. The day before, he had already said goodbye to the Ravenblade. He knew how she was. Saying goodbyes in public was out of the question for her. A moment later, a purple glow surrounded Atticus and the others accompanying him. In the next instant, they ascended skyward toward the massive construct. Aside from Atticus, Yodid, his Ravenblade hidden in his shadow, along with Dario and Niall, were also traveling with him. As they reached the purple construct, Atticus's eyes landed on Serafina, who was smiling at him. You took too long, sweetie. For a second there, I thought you'd changed your mind. Atticus approached her. I'm sorry about that, Auntie. I had a training goal I wanted to reach before I shifted my focus. Alright, but you're going to have to make it up to me later. As Atticus noticed the smug smile on Serafina's lips, he suddenly got a bad feeling. That doesn't sound good, he thought, gulping. Seeing his reaction, Serafina chuckled loudly. Her laughter sounded melodious and smooth. A little embarrassed, Atticus diverted his gaze and walked to one side of the construct to stand. Meanwhile, Dario had long since bowed and offered his greetings. As someone well versed in politics, he understood how important it was. No matter how approachable Serafina seemed, she was still a paragon. Only Atticus could interact with her so casually, none of the others dared to. Serafina hardly paid attention to Dario, but her gaze lingered on Niall far longer than it should have. The beast hadn't bowed. Niall refused to bow to anyone who wasn't his sovereign, but Serafina didn't seem to care about such trivialities. Instead, she was intrigued. Since Niall would be accompanying Atticus, Magnus had taken the liberty of informing Serafina about his origins. She was particularly interested in the fact that Niall was a sentient beast, far more than his role as Whisker's subordinate. Niall shifted uncomfortably as Serafina studied him. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't move. His gaze looked for Atticus, but the latter was already lost in thought. Atticus's eyes were fixed on the construct they stood upon. It's not mana, he realized. Atticus could feel it. The construct was made of energy, but it wasn't mana. Mana carried a raw and primal feeling, untamed, coursing through the world without any bias. It didn't have a personality, nor did it judge or care, anyone could use it. However, the energy used to create this construct was different. It felt refined, calmer, and ancient. Unlike mana, just being in close proximity to it evoked a strange feeling of peace within him. Atticus's mind churned. So the spirit element is a separate energy from mana. How does it work? In this world, almost everything alive relied on mana. Even those unable to awaken still had mana coursing through their bodies. The only exception to this fact was the Nullite race. How their race came to exist was a mystery, considering that they negated the very force that sustained the world. Mana was so universal that even the elements were reliant on it, making it hard for Atticus to believe that another energy could exist. Where is its source? Atticus wondered. Mana was spread out in the planet, its source being the planet itself. But what about the spirit element? Was its source the spirits? If so, where did they come from? The journey to the Starhaven sector had begun, and the massive construct entered the golden pathway that connected the entire human domain. The tension and sounds that initially filled the construct gave way to silence. Serafina and the others turned toward Atticus, noticing he was deep in thought, his gaze fixed on the construct. Serafina smiled faintly. He started training already. Her attention shifted to the aura surrounding him, and her gaze narrowed. The spiritual energy around him is thickening, she observed. Before the Nexus event, Serafina had sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy in Atticus. She had been utterly shocked and struggled to comprehend how it was possible. In the entire human domain, only those of certain bloodlines, primarily the Starhaven family, could interact with spirits, possessing what was known as spiritual energy. While there were Tier 2 and Tier 3 families in their sector who could interact with spirits, they were originally branches of the Starhaven family. Each of these families retained only specific spirit-related abilities, unlike the Starhaven family, who could utilize all. Over generations, these families branched out and formed their own legacies. Regardless, one fact remained indisputable: only those of Starhaven blood could interact with spirits and have spiritual energy. Atticus shouldn't have even a faint trace of it. But now, the faint energy Serafina had sensed before had intensified manifold, growing stronger with every passing second. The others didn't seem to understand what was happening, but they noticed the shocked expression on Serafina's face. Was the monster kid pulling off something mind-blowing again? Minutes passed, and no one disturbed Atticus. Eventually, he came out from his thoughts, a frown appearing on his face. He had tried to make sense of everything but could only come up with assumptions. I need to be sure, he thought. But assumptions weren't enough, he needed answers. Only one person came to mind. Atticus turned to Serafina, and as their gazes met, she smiled. Without saying a word, Serafina tapped the space beside her, and Atticus approached and sat down. Both faced forward as Serafina began explaining everything about the Starhaven powers. Atticus absorbed the information at an incredible pace. According to Serafina, the Starhaven family's power was tied to spirits, beings of pure energy that existed in a sacred realm on another plane of existence in Eldoralf. The entrance to this sacred realm was near an ancient, towering tree known as the Eternal Canopy, located in the heart of their sector. At the age of 7, every Starhaven underwent an awakening. Afterward, they would travel to the Eternal Canopy, where spiritual energy and spirits of various tiers, ranked from 1 to 7, were abundant. Tier 7 spirits were the most powerful. Like mana, the type and tier of spirit a person could bond with depended on their spiritual energy, talent, and alignment. Most people in the sector typically bonded with Tier 1 to 3 spirits. Only individuals from Tier 1 and 2 families had the potential to bond with Tier 4 and Tier 5 spirits. Tier 6 spirits were exceedingly rare, so rare that usually, only one person in the Starhaven family could bond with such a spirit. That person often became the paragon. And Tier 7, Serafina explained it simply. They were a myth. To Atticus, this was one of the most informative experiences he had ever had. He listened attentively, soaking up every word and loving every moment. Once bonded with a spirit, the individual gained access to the spirit's unique abilities. These abilities varied depending on the spirit. Every tiered spirit already had an established power, but the individual could not access its full potential unless their body could withstand it and they had enough spiritual energy. Over time, they could develop their spiritual energy and mana, allowing them to unlock more of their spirit's power. Like mana, spiritual energy could be intricately controlled and manipulated. However, only a select few could perform advanced applications, such as shaping their spiritual energy into constructs. They could also perform partial transformation, which involved altering parts of their body to mimic the spirit's traits. At the peak of this ability was spirit merging, a complete fusion with their spirit, transforming them into a hybrid of themselves and the spirit. By the end of the journey, Atticus felt enlightened in ways he hadn't thought possible. It was as though a new world had opened up to him. Soon, the blitzing construct came to an abrupt stop. Atticus's gaze landed on a breathtaking sight. As the massive purple construct came to a sudden stop, Atticus's gaze shifted forward, and he was met with a breathtaking sight that almost blew him out of this world. The Starhaven sector was located in Sector 8 and it stood out among the divisions of the human domain. The sectors apart from Sector 8 had been divided based on strategic considerations. At the center of the human domain was Sector 1, the Academy, surrounded by the Emberforge sector, which was responsible for producing weapons and armor. Sector 3, the Ravenstein sector, enveloped them both, acting as their protectors. This strategic approach defined the division of the sectors, with one exception, the Starhaven sector. They had chosen Sector 8 for a single reason, the massive, sky-splitting tree at its heart. This was the first thing Atticus saw. Even though it was at a great distance, the tree felt as though it stood directly in front of him. Being near Serafina and aboard the construct already gave Atticus a calming sensation. But the sight of the tree itself seemed to strip away all his troubles, leaving him with a peace he had never experienced before. As the construct hovered closer, Atticus noticed a sudden change in the air. It was as though he had crossed an invisible barrier. The air felt freer, cleaner, like he had been breathing in filth his entire life and was now experiencing pure, clean air for the first time. Beautiful, isn't it? Snapping out of his thoughts, Atticus turned to see Serafina smiling at him. It really is, he replied with a nod. He was completely enthralled. Atticus marveled at the sight. He had only been to sectors 10 and 6 before, and neither had left him as speechless as this. The Starhaven sector was a futuristic world that still maintained a deep connection to simplicity. There was a perfect blend of nature and modern architecture. Atticus could see countless purple-haired individuals roaming the streets, some riding flying constructs while others walked alongside beautiful spirit beasts. They're all somehow related to the Starhaven family, Atticus thought, recalling Serafina's earlier explanation. Every other person in Sector 8 had originally been part of the Starhaven family before branching out. With his sharp gaze, he noticed that every single person in the streets had purple hair, which confirmed their lineage. Their population is insane, he thought. The population of Sector 8 rivaled that of the other sectors. Yet here, nearly the entire population, or perhaps even all of it, shared Starhaven blood. Their birth rate is off the charts, Atticus thought, amazed at how one family could grow to such an overwhelming number. The massive construct they were on soon picked up speed, and as it passed over the city, the people below looked up and bowed, paying their respects to their paragon. Unfortunately for them, Serafina hadn't thought it necessary to inform the entire sector about Atticus's arrival. If she had, one could only imagine how chaotic things might have gotten. Soon, they reached an estate built around the imposing tree, its massive width spanning kilometers. The construct descended toward a beautiful, large temple-like building at the center of the estate. Waiting below was a procession of purple-haired individuals. At their forefront stood an incredibly beautiful woman who bore a faint resemblance to Zoe, Celestial Starhaven, the current matriarch of the Starhaven family and Serafina's daughter. Behind her stood a group of older men and women. These were the elders and key figures of the Starhaven family. Although Serafina had kept the news from the rest of the sector, she had informed her daughter. Atticus might not see it that way, but he was no longer just the heir to the Ravensteins. His authority now extended beyond Sector 3. He was an important figure throughout the entire domain, and he had to be treated accordingly when visiting other sectors. Celestial's lips pressed into a thin line as she watched her mother and Atticus approach. He really came, she thought. When her mother had first told her about Atticus coming to bond with a spirit, Celestial had assumed old age had finally caught up with her. Otherwise, why would someone who wasn't of Starhaven blood even attempt to bond with a spirit? It seemed absurd. She's doing it again. Celestial's gaze turned cold. It was no secret that Serafina wanted Zoe and Atticus to be together. But Celestial didn't want that. To her, the spirits were everything. Zoe had bonded with a Tier 7 spirit, an achievement unseen for generations. It went without saying that a child between Atticus and Zoe would possess extraordinary talent. But Celestial couldn't accept the idea of Atticus's bloodline diluting Zoe's. What if their child's elemental talent overshadowed their spirit talent? In the human domain, it was well known that a powerful lineage could completely suppress another. This was clear with Avalon and Anastasia. Avalon's Ravenstein elemental bloodline had entirely suppressed Anastasia's Crawford bloodline, leaving Atticus unable to access it. It wasn't just about talent, either. If Atticus and Zoe ended up together, who would inherit the Starhaven legacy? Celestial had only one child, and currently, no one was more deserving of the legacy than Zoe, someone who had bonded with a Tier 7 spirit. Atticus's future was undeniably bright, and he would likely become the leader of humanity. Zoe standing beside him would be a dream for most, as the political advantages for the Starhaven family would be unmatched. But Celestial didn't care about politics. Her devotion was to the spirits, and she wanted her daughter to take her rightful place. If Zoe married Atticus, Celestial feared she would lose her daughter to another destiny, something she couldn't accept. As Atticus and Serafina approached, the group bowed deeply, first to their paragon, then to the apex of humanity. Serafina responded with a casual wave of her hand, while Atticus gave a simple nod. As the group straightened, Celestial, along with every other person present, froze as their gazes locked onto Atticus. Spiritual energy. The shock was palpable, so intense that many didn't even know how to react. Celestial's gaze remained fixed on Atticus, and though she said nothing, her mind spun faster than ever before. The group gathered to welcome them consisted mostly of Grandmaster Plus ranks, with others of lower power levels standing behind. Their sensitivity to spirit energy was exceptionally high, and none of them had noticed it before. But now, as Atticus stood in front of them, they all felt it. There was spirit energy emanating from him. Impossible. That single word resounded in the minds of the Starhaven family. There was no doubt about Atticus's lineage, he was a Ravenstein through and through. His ability to control the elements confirmed that. Any thought that he might be a bastard child of a Starhaven family member was immediately dismissed. He wasn't a Starhaven, and yet he had spirit energy. I've met him before, and I didn't feel any spirit energy. What changed? Celestial thought back to the Apex selection event, where every family had gathered. She had seen Atticus then, and there hadn't been even a trace of spirit energy radiating from him. Did she do something? Her gaze shifted to Serafina, who in turn was giving her a smug smile, clearly enjoying every second of the situation. Celestial dismissed the notion. Even as a paragon, there was no way Serafina could have done something like this. Spirit energy was innate. The other important members of the Starhaven family were equally stunned. Their shock was so profound that they all stared at Atticus without looking away, ignoring the rudeness of their actions. Many of them had been delighted at the idea of their apex visiting, hoping to make connections or impressions. Instead, they were met with a reality far beyond their expectations. Serafina's smile widened in satisfaction. But in the next second, her expression turned serious as she addressed the others. As you can see, our apex can somehow emanate spirit energy. Our duty is not to question how but to do everything in our power to help him harness it. He will train in the sanctum of origins beneath the eternal canopy, where the spirits source from. Her voice carried authority, and the stunned expressions on the faces of the Starhaven family began to shift. A ripple of murmurs echoed as the gathered members whispered among themselves. The sanctum of origins was an incredibly sacred place, so much so that only the paragon and matriarch were allowed access to train. It was where the spirit energy was strongest, the very place where spirits came into the world. Many felt dissatisfied that an outsider would be allowed into such a revered space. Yet, none dared to speak up. Questioning a paragon, especially Serafina, was unthinkable. Several members turned to Celestial, hoping she might object. But her piercing gaze remained locked on Atticus. Celestial was torn. If what she was witnessing was true, wouldn't Atticus be the perfect match for her daughter? Their offspring could potentially inherit both elemental and spiritual talents. But there was a problem. The spiritual energy around Atticus was too small. What if his talent in that area was negligible? Her gaze suddenly sharpened. She noticed something the others hadn't. The spiritual energy around Atticus was increasing. What the? Celestial froze in shock. It was inconceivable, mind-numbing even. Yes, they were close to the source of the spiritual energy, but the rate at which Atticus's energy was growing was unheard of. Not even someone with the potential to bond with a Tier 7 spirit could achieve this. And yet, it was happening right before her eyes. Celestial stood still, her mind racing, oblivious to the many gazes now focused on her. Meanwhile, the cause of all the tension stood quietly to the side. Atticus was the center of attention, yet he seemed entirely unbothered, lost in his own world. He felt calm, not the battle-hardened calm he experienced during combat but a deeper calm, one that seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul. His gaze wandered, eventually settling on the massive tree. If the others knew what was happening to him right now, their minds would be even more blown than they already were. In Atticus's eyes, the world was purple. He could see it all, the massive amounts of spiritual energy emanating from the tree, blanketing the area like a purple fog. He saw the countless purple spirits of various sizes soaring through the skies. Everything was vivid, and it was beautiful. Atticus stood silently, absorbing the scene. He had no words. He was so entranced that he didn't notice the silence that had fallen over the crowd or the many eyes now fixated on him. The situation grew awkward as it became evident that Atticus wasn't paying attention to anyone. Serafina chuckled softly. She understood what was happening, and even she was shocked. Yet, she couldn't help but find it amusing. It was as though she had forgotten just who Atticus was. Breaking the silence, Serafina spoke. Would you like to rest first, or should we begin immediately? Her words snapped Atticus out of his thoughts. Noticing the stares, he realized he had lost himself for a moment. Though he felt slightly apologetic, he chose not to address it. Turning to Serafina, he responded. I don't need to rest. We can start now. Serafina smiled knowingly. By now, she had a strong sense of who Atticus was. She had only asked the question to ease the tension. Without further delay, Serafina led Atticus, Celestial, and several Starhaven members into the temple. They descended a flight of stairs, eventually reaching an open space beneath the temple. As Atticus stepped into the area, his eyes widened at the enchanting sight. The spiritual energy here was even denser. We're under the tree, he thought, noticing the thick roots weaving throughout the large space. Without hesitation, Serafina gestured to the center of the space. Sit here, she instructed. Atticus moved to the middle and lowered himself to the ground, ready to begin. The sanctum of origins was utterly silent despite the number of people present. Everyone was processing waves of shock, but the murmurs and chatter had ceased the moment they entered this sacred place. The Starhaven family could be considered a religious body, worshipping higher-ranked spirits as though they were gods. Although internal strife existed within the family, as it did with any large group, when it came to spirits, they were united. The gathered members fixed their piercing gazes on the apex of humanity as though he were an alien. The fact that a paragon was personally teaching him only added to their disbelief. Serafina crossed her arms, looking down at Atticus, who sat cross-legged on the floor. He gazed around, admiring the space. She waited for him to settle before speaking. Listen carefully, sweetie. Training your spirit element isn't like training mana. Spiritual energy is different. It's not raw or neutral. It's subtle, but it's what connects you to the spirit world. Without it, you can't interact with the spirits, let alone use their power. Atticus snapped out of his thoughts, glancing up at her, pondering her words. So, the more spiritual energy I have, the more powerful the spirit I bond with. Serafina shook her head. Not exactly. The spirit you bond with doesn't depend on the amount of spiritual energy you have. Spirits are powerful, independent beings. You don't control them, and you don't choose them, they choose you. What your spiritual energy does is determine how much of their power you can use. Think of it like a bridge. The stronger your spiritual energy, the stronger the bridge. And the stronger the bridge, the more of their abilities you can handle without breaking. Okay, Atticus said slowly. He had to admit, he was enjoying the lesson. It seemed Serafina had a natural talent for teaching. However, something still bugged him. But how do I get more spiritual energy? He could see the energy in the air, the answer seemed obvious. However, that wasn't what he was asking. Just like with mana, spiritual energy was everywhere. But with mana, he absorbed it into his mana core. So, where would spiritual energy go? Serafina gave a faint smile. Good question. Just like with mana, spiritual energy gathers in a place inside you. It's like a well in your mind. It's not something you can see, but you can feel it if you try. The first step is finding it. You do that by meditating, feeling the spiritual energy in the air and absorbing it into your body. The rest should come instinctively. Atticus frowned. It sounded simpler than he expected. I better not jinx it, he thought. Serafina chuckled, seeing the look on his face. It's harder than it sounds, she said. Not wanting to waste more time, she continued, close your eyes, block out everything else, and focus. You're not trying to control anything, just search for that stillness inside you. When you find it, you'll feel the well. It might feel like warmth or a soft pull. Once you find it, you can start drawing energy from the world around you. It's in the air, the ground, even the light. Let it flow into the well. The more you do this, the more your well will expand. And then what? Atticus asked. I just keep doing that until a spirit shows up. Pretty much, Serafina said with a shrug. To form a bond, you'll need to do this for as long as it takes. Sometimes it takes days, maybe even weeks. Spirits don't come to just anyone, and they're not in a hurry. They'll only choose you if they see something they like. It could be strength, or even just your potential. You can't force it, and you can't rush it. All you can do is grow your spiritual energy and wait. And if no spirit chooses me, then there's no helping it. This isn't your path, she said bluntly. But you're not going to fail. The fact that you're here means you've already got something they're interested in. Focus on the process. Meditate, grow your energy, and let the rest happen when it's supposed to. The spirits respect patience, and they respect effort. Show them you're serious. I see. Serafina smiled. I'll give you a little motivational boost. Although it takes days or even weeks for others, my Zoe was able to achieve this in a day. Atticus frowned as he noticed the smug smile on Serafina's face. Is she trying to stir up some kind of competitive spirit? He thought, almost chuckling to himself. Giving Serafina a knowing nod, Atticus took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He cleared his mind, entering a state of absolute concentration. In the vast purple world he envisioned, it was only him, nothing else mattered. He ignored the piercing gaze of Celestial and the important figures of the Starhaven family. Not yet. As the minutes passed, Atticus realized that while he could see the energy, he couldn't quite control it yet. Regardless, he could feel something within him subtly growing. He couldn't completely explain it, but it reminded him of his experience with the space element. When he had first entered the space elemental room, he'd felt the same sensation. The higher the exposure, the faster he would awaken his spirit element. And considering how dense the spirit energy in the air was here, it was only a matter of time. Atticus's emotions remained calm and peaceful, but the emotions of those watching him were anything but. The gathered Starhaven members felt as though everything they believed about their bloodline was being shattered before their eyes. Celestial's gaze trembled, her hands clenched so tightly that the air around her seemed to vibrate. She didn't know how to feel. As Atticus meditated, his spirit energy continued to increase, at an even more alarming rate than when they were outside. None of them could explain what was happening, and that uncertainty only made it more terrifying. Time stretched, minutes turning into an hour. And when that hour was about to become 2, everything changed. In Sector 8, it was an ordinary day for its inhabitants. The people of the Starhaven sector had always lived in peace and harmony. With spiritual energy permeating the air and the eternal canopy towering above, even the most ruthless, bloodthirsty individuals found themselves subdued and tranquil. The crime rate in the sector was non-existent, and everyone treated one another with kindness and respect. It was a peaceful metropolis, where the daily routines were carried on uninterrupted. But today, everything changed. It was 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and yet the bright golden rays of the sun began to dim. Slowly, the light disappeared, and the entire sector was plunged into perpetual darkness. Inhabitants looked up to see the sun obscured by clouds so thick that nothing could be seen through them. A blinding flash of white light suddenly illuminated the sector, followed by the deafening rumble of thunder. Confusion spread like a wave as the people wondered just what was happening. Then, they felt it. A presence. It was surreal, as though a single eye had opened up in the skies, watching their every move. The sensation was completely invasive, making everyone feel utterly exposed. And then came the fear. It was intense and primal, fear that seemed to well up from the deepest parts of their being. At first, no one could comprehend where it had come from. But that changed when they turned their attention to their bonded spirits. The spirits were silent, trembling. None of them spoke, and none dared to. It was as though uttering even a single word was a divine sin. The inhabitants all turned their gazes toward the temple where the Sanctum of Origins was located. There, an incredible, unprecedented amount of spiritual energy was gathering. Inside the Sanctum of Origins, the once peaceful atmosphere had transformed entirely. Atticus sat at the center of a swirling storm of spiritual energy. Earlier, he had been calmly meditating, attempting to absorb spiritual energy to awaken his element, while the gathered Starhaven members fought with existential crises over his impossible rate of energy absorption. But as time passed, the inevitable soon happened. Atticus finally absorbed enough spiritual energy to awaken his element. At one moment, the space was peaceful and silent. And in the next, an overwhelming flood of spiritual energy blanketed the room, as though the very air had turned into a dense ocean. Serafina had long since stepped back away from Atticus. She, Celestial, and the others stared at him with intense shock. They knew what was happening. They recognized it, and it shook them to their core. The bonding process had begun. When someone absorbed spiritual energy, they essentially sent out a signal to the spirits in both this plane and the spirit realm. Normally, the bonding process could take days or even weeks, as spirits preferred to observe those they found interesting before making a decision. Zoe's one-day bond had been the shortest time ever recorded in Starhaven history. But now, that record was being shattered before their very eyes. 2 hours. It had taken just 2 hours, and he was already forming a bond. But that wasn't all. What's with this spiritual energy? Serafina thought, her usual calm demeanor long gone. She had been present when Zoe awakened, and the spiritual energy that gathered then had been intense. But it was nowhere near what was currently gathering now. Zoe had bonded with a Tier 7 spirit, a being at the top of the food chain in the spirit world. Yet, the energy emanating now was many times greater than what she had witnessed before. That fact was enough to send an intense chill down her spine. And it wasn't just her. In the next instant, they all felt it, the presence, followed by primal fear. Serafina and Celestial had both bonded with a Tier 6 spirits. And yet, they found themselves gripped by an overwhelming fear. What the hell is this child summoning? Serafina thought gravely. And it was clear from the others' expressions that they shared her sentiments. All eyes turned to Atticus. But Atticus had no idea what was happening. As soon as he reached the required amount of exposure, he felt a warmth spreading through his body and a slight pull, as if something was forming within him. It was akin to a well-being carved into his mind. He was enjoying the process until he suddenly felt it, a presence watching him, incomprehensible and immense. It wasn't fear he felt, but the sensation of something fundamentally wrong. His eyes snapped open. Everything around him was frozen. Serafina, Celestial, and everyone else in the room were still, locked in place. Even the air felt heavy and unmoving, as though someone had pressed pause on the world itself. Then, a voice broke the silence. What is your goal? The voice was calm and measured, resonating like a distant drum. It carried a sagely authority, a weight that demanded an answer without the need for force. Atticus's instincts screamed at him to respond, but he stayed silent, his gaze calmly wandering as he tried to locate the source of the voice. He knew this being was far more powerful than him. The simple fact that it could freeze even a paragon in place proved the depth of its power. But the being hadn't deemed it necessary to show itself. Why should he indulge it? The voice spoke again, a faint chuckle following, low and rumbling, as if it emerged from the core of the world. Pride, the voice said, you have it, and I like that. I will show myself to you. The air shifted as the presence intensified. Slowly, before Atticus, a figure began to materialize, stepping out of nothingness as though it had always been there. The being was tall, cloaked in flowing robes that seemed to be woven from light and shadow. Its face was ageless, its eyes glowing faintly with a golden hue. The air around it felt alive, as if it carried its own sentience. Atticus felt the weight of the being's presence pressing down on him, as though the very world was bearing down on his body. Yet, he fought the sensation, meeting the being's gaze head-on. The being stopped, studying him for a moment before breaking the silence again. Now, I ask you again, it said, its voice quieter but no less commanding. What is your goal? In the middle of a peaceful forest, a blinding purple light ignited from the chest of a purple-haired girl seated cross-legged in a small clearing. From it, the petite figure of Lumindra burst forth, soaring high into the air and turning sharply to face a particular direction. Zoe's eyes snapped open, following Lumindra's gaze into the sky. What happened? She asked instantly, her heart pounding. Lumindra's gaze was icy, her bloodthirsty aura blanketing the entire forest. It was as though she had spotted her greatest enemy. It was a look Zoe had never seen Lumindra wear before, not since the day they bonded. But that wasn't what made Zoe's heart race. Her hands were trembling, and though there was nothing visibly threatening in her surroundings, she could feel it. It was Lumi. Despite the aura of raw aggression Lumindra was exuding, Zoe could sense her true emotions. She was angry, and scared. It was as though Lumindra hadn't even heard her. Her narrowed eyes remained fixed on the distance, and her aura continued to grow, reaching unimaginable heights. The ground began to quake, trees swayed violently, and branches rattled under the weight of the energy she was releasing. The brilliance of the purple light intensified as Lumindra began to transform. Her petite form expanded, shifting into a massive, imposing drake. Lumi, what's wrong? Zoe's voice rose. Her mind raced. Was there a threat nearby? What could have triggered this reaction? She couldn't find an answer. And it scared her even more. Lumindra's massive wings flapped once, creating an intense wind that uprooted nearby trees and sent a wave of dust billowing outward. She looked ready to take off when, suddenly, she froze. Shit. I'm in the academy, Lumindra thought grimly. The academy's rules were absolute. Until students completed their required 3 years, none of them were permitted to leave. The Aegis shield that enveloped the academy made certain of that. With my current power, I can't break through, Lumindra realized, her icy gaze darkening as she reverted back to her petite form. This was one of the strict conditions of bonding with a human. In Eldoralth, spirits were always limited to the abilities of the humans they bonded with. For most spirits, this was a significant power reduction. It was why spirits were cautious about choosing who to bond with. Bonding with someone with subpar potential could limit them irreparably, as the bond could not be broken without the death of either the human or the spirit. Even as Lumindra returned to her normal form, her gaze remained locked on the distant horizon, her thoughts racing. She ignored Zoe's calls, both vocal and telepathic. Why is he here? Lumindra thought gravely. This is bad. Incredibly bad. If that man is here, then massive changes are coming that will shape Eldoralth and everyone living in it. Minutes passed, and Zoe eventually grew frustrated. She flew up to meet the petite spirit, floating directly in front of her and blocking her line of sight. Lumi. What the hell? What's going on? Zoe's angry voice snapped Lumindra out of her thoughts, forcing her to focus on the girl in front of her. Lumindra took a deep, heavy breath, the sound carrying a weight that immediately silenced Zoe's frustration. Zoe. Lumindra's voice was still small and sweet, but the seriousness and gravity within it were impossible to ignore. Zoe's anger melted away as she registered the shift in tone. Her expression grew serious, and she waited silently, bracing herself for what Lumendra was about to say. Lumendra began. A change is coming, and it's not good. A spirit has just appeared in your sector. I'm not entirely sure why, but the implications can only mean trouble. Zoe's expression darkened. Is everyone okay? Her thoughts immediately turned to her grandmother and mother. If Lumendra was reacting like this, even with Serafina, a paragon, present, then it had to be something terrible. Honestly, I don't know, Lumendra admitted. But I can't think of any reason why he would harm any humans, so I think you should calm down. Then why is this spirit there? Zoe pressed. She was still feeling uneasy. I can only think of one reason. He found someone he wants to bond with. Spirits didn't just come to Eldoralf without reason. There was always a purpose, and in most cases, it was when they found a human they were interested in bonding with. But this thought left Lumendra more confused than ever. In all of Eldoralf, she doubted there was anyone who could interest that man. And yet, a figure suddenly came to mind. Could it be him? A talent so overwhelming it defied logic. A demeanor so cold it sent shivers down the spines of many. And most importantly, an unshakable pride. There was only one person who fit the description, Atticus Ravenstein. But Lumendra immediately dismissed the thought. He doesn't have spiritual energy, she reasoned. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible to bond with any spirit, let alone catch the attention of one as significant as this. Regardless, the man was in Sector 8, and it was not good news. Who is this spirit? Zoe's question pulled Lumendra from her spiraling thoughts. Lumendra sighed heavily, her gaze softening as she looked at Zoe. Zoe, I've been keeping things from you, and for that, I'm sorry. Keeping things from me? Zoe frowned. Yes. About our origins. Tell me, what do you know about that? Zoe furrowed her brows. The origin of the spirits was a story passed down through the Starhaven family for generations. Even the youngest children knew it. You were one of the first races of Eldoralf. You roamed the planet before humans existed. Lumendra shook her head. That's a lie, she said, we were never from Eldoralf. The spirit realm isn't just another plane tied to this world, it's an entirely different world. A mid-world, to be exact. Zoe's head began to spin. It felt like everything she had believed in was crumbling around her. Lumendra's voice softened even more. I know, Zoe, it's a lot to take in. I promise I'll explain everything later. But for now, I need you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Big changes are coming, and you need to be ready. First of all, I need you to promise me, no matter what, you must never tell anyone what I'm about to share with you. Zoe clenched her fists, taking a moment to regain her composure. She nodded seriously, deciding that it was better to know than remain in the dark. All right, she said. Lumendra nodded in return before continuing. Erithus. Lumendra began. That's what you all call the spirit realm, our true home. It's a world filled with spiritual energy far beyond anything you see here. It's vast, much larger than Eldoralf, but now, it's on the brink of destruction. Zoe's brow furrowed in confusion. Destruction? What's happening? Exactly what you're currently facing here, Lumendra explained. Our world is under attack by an alien race. And no, it's not the Zorvans. These invaders are many times more powerful than them. We've been fighting for centuries, but we're losing. Zoe froze, her mind racing. It was a lot to process. Beings more powerful than the Zorvans. Another world. The information left her heart pounding. The inhabitants of Eldoralf had always been aware of the possibility of other worlds, especially after the arrival of the Zorvans. But this revelation, that they weren't the only threat, left Zoe shaken. If Eldoralf managed to repel the Zorvans, what then? Would they live in constant fear of attack from other worlds? As her thoughts spiraled, a chilling realization dawned on her. Zoe turned to Lumendra, her voice trembling. And that's why spirits are coming here. Lumendra nodded without hesitation. Yes, she confirmed. Erithus has always been the home for spirits. But if we lose it, we'll have nowhere to go. Eldoralf is our contingency plan. Some spirits have already crossed over to integrate into this world. But if the worst happens, we'll need this world as our sanctuary. Zoe struggled to process the gravity of it all, but one question clawed at her. She decided to focus on the matter at hand. Then, the spirit that appeared in Sector 8. Lumindra's expression darkened. She hesitated briefly, then spoke. That spirit, his name is Ozeroth. Zoe couldn't explain it, but just hearing the name sent a chill through her. Who is he? Lumindra's hand clenched tightly, and her voice took on a sharper edge. He's the most prideful, insufferable spirit to have ever existed. I've never met anyone so full of themselves in my life. Zoe could practically feel the hate radiating from Lumindra. It was the first time she had seen her spirit show such open hostility toward someone. I'll tell you about this arrogant fool. Zoe listened intently as Lumindra began recounting Ozeroth's past. According to her, Ozeroth had been born a Tier 1 spirit, just like every other spirit in Erithus. But he was different. He rose through the ranks faster than anyone in Erithus's history. He fought in wars, dominated entire armies, and left everyone scrambling in his wake. By the time Ozeroth reached the peak of Tier 7, the highest rank before becoming a king, he was practically untouchable. Because of his unmatched power and achievements, the Spirit King himself summoned Ozeroth to grant him the title of Primarch, the highest honor for Tier 7 spirits. As a Primarch, Ozeroth would serve as a general to the king. But on that day, Ozeroth did something that left the entire spirit world stunned. He refused to bow. Standing before the Spirit King and the other Primarchs, Ozeroth uttered words that silenced the entire chamber. Bows are for the lesser. I am lesser than none. The silence that followed stretched for long, tense seconds. Then, the room erupted into chaos. The Primarchs, enraged, accused Ozeroth of treason and attacked him on the spot. Ozeroth had nonchalantly fought them all. But, what many had never believed possible occurred, he single-handedly defeated all the Primarchs. The entire spirit world erupted into a frenzy. It was something never seen before, an occurrence no one thought possible. The Primarchs had always been considered equals in strength, yet someone who hadn't even been granted the title had defeated them all on his own. The shock was intense. Then, the Spirit King intervened. Their clash shook all of Erithus, their spiritual energy threatening to tear the world apart. However, the Spirit King was king for a reason. Ozeroth was slowly losing ground. It became obvious that, should the battle continue, the king would win. Yet, as prideful as Ozeroth was, he was even more stubborn. He refused to give up, refused to back down. If the battle continued, all of Erithus would be destroyed. Because of this, the Spirit King chose to back down. After the battle ended, with many parts of the world left in ruins, as though none of it was his concern, Ozeroth simply turned and walked away with a low, rumbling chuckle that reverberated through the ruined world. But that wasn't even what infuriated the Spirit King and the rest of the Primarchs the most. As Ozeroth left, he went to a location right beside the Spirit King's palace and built an estate. At its entrance, he placed a signboard with words that made their blood boil. I am not your subject. You are not my king. Know your place. The Spirit King seethed, but he couldn't act. Erithus had already suffered enough, and another battle between them could destroy it completely. Eventually, to avoid further conflict, the Spirit King moved his palace to another part of the planet. The majority of the spirits followed their king, leaving Ozeroth. Zoe couldn't hide her amazement. Now she understood why Lumindra was so unsettled. Why is he here now, in Eldorolf? Zoe asked. Lumindra's expression turned grim. I don't know. But if Ozeroth is here, it's not for a friendly visit. He doesn't meddle in petty things. Whatever brought him here, it's big, and it can't be good. But, what makes him so much more powerful than the others? How did he withstand your king? Lumindra sighed. It's his aspect. Every Tier 7 spirit has one, an absolute power tied to our very essence. Ozeroth's is omnicognition. His aspect allows him to comprehend all forms of spiritual energy and their interactions instantly. He can learn and counter any ability used against him after seeing it once, constantly evolving in battle. Zoe's eyes widened. That was some incredible power. She exhaled heavily. What do we do? We hope he doesn't care about us. Because if Ozeroth's interested in something, or someone, nothing will stop him. Her gaze darkened. And if it's who I think it is, then I don't even know what to say. Zoe's expression shifted as the image of a white-haired, handsome boy appeared in her mind. As the two of them conversed, the paragons of the human domain were in a frenzy. At one moment, the paragons of humanity were going about their usual routines, which often involved training. Then, in the next, their heads snapped sharply to the side, their eyes narrowing. A powerful shockwave burst through the air as they sprang forth, racing towards Sector 8 at supersonic speeds. They had all just sensed a powerful presence appear in Sector 8, and they were absolutely certain it wasn't one of them. Due to the layout of the human domain, Sector 8 completely surrounded Sector 7. However, the Paragons knew exactly where to go. After some time, they gathered at the barrier between Sectors 7 and 8, just outside the capital of the Starhaven sector. Their expressions were grim as they fixed their gazes on the massive purple energy dome that covered the entire capital. Magnus, Oberon called out, his narrowed eyes turning to Magnus, who already had lightning crackling around his body and eyes glowing with intense white light. Magnus was trying everything to activate the mark he had left on Atticus, but no matter what he did, it remained dormant. I can't get through to him, Magnus said, clenching his fist hard as thunder rumbled overhead. Oberon frowned, his mind spinning as he tried to make sense of the situation. Would you all mind filling us in? Thorn Alvarian's voice broke through the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of the other Paragons. It was clear that Oberon and Magnus knew something the rest didn't, judging by their reactions. Our apex is in there, Oberon explained. The other Paragons' eyes widened in shock. What was Atticus doing in Sector 8? Of course he is. Why am I not surprised? Thorn muttered, his expression unchanging. At this point, anything major that happens in the human domain somehow involves him. What's the kid doing in Sector 8? Luminous asked. His figure radiated an intense golden light as the sun shone on him, his body already prepared for battle the moment he sensed the presence. Oberon glanced at Magnus, seeking permission to speak. When Magnus gave a small nod, Oberon continued. He somehow awakened the spiritual energy of the Starhaven and is supposed to be training with Serafina, Oberon explained. The Paragons were hit by another wave of disbelief. As if Atticus's abilities weren't already monstrous enough, now he was bonding with a spirit. This is what I've discovered, Oberon began, drawing their full attention. Although I can't control or feel it, I can recognize this energy. It's pure spiritual energy, he said, pointing to the massive dome surrounding the capital. From the energy readings alone, this presence is more powerful than Serafina or any of us, for that matter. In fact, I doubt we'd be able to defeat this being even if we banded together. As Oberon spoke, the tension in the air grew heavier. At this point, their expressions had darkened considerably. Who is this being? Even the typically excitable Luminous had grown somber. I don't know, Oberon admitted, shaking his head. But I believe it's something related to the Starhaven and the spirits. That barrier is too thick. I don't see any of us getting through it. For now, we can only hope for the best. Thunder rumbled. Lightning cracked. Magnus hated that conclusion, but he knew he had no choice. Although not all the Paragons were completely satisfied, they had already come to accept that Atticus was their apex, the one who would usher the human domain into a new age. The fact that none of them knew his current status was gnawing at them. The Paragons remained hovering in the air, hoping for the best. While all that occurred outside the frozen capital, Atticus gave his answer. The peak. His voice was calm, his eyes fixed directly on Ozeroth. Ozeroth's golden eyes bore into Atticus as he responded. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, Ozeroth's mouth suddenly curled into a wide smile, his golden eyes narrowing with amusement. A low rumbling laughter echoed, deep and resonant. Despite standing right in front of Atticus, the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, vibrating through the air. Interesting, Ozeroth rumbled as his laughter built like thunder. Interesting. Outside the frozen capital, the Paragons hovering high in the air exchanged tense glances. They could hear the laughter too, and their expressions darkened further as unease gripped them. What the hell was happening? Back in the room, Ozeroth's laughter eventually faded. He hummed, tilting his head as he studied Atticus. After a few seconds, he spoke. I stand before you, yet you still dare to claim the peak. His smile widened, and his white teeth gleamed brightly. I love it. I love it. His laughter resounded again, shorter this time but no less domineering. Then, suddenly, his tone shifted. His golden gaze fixed on Atticus. But I should have you know, no one will stand on the peak but me. That is the natural order of existence. However, you interest me, so I'll grant you second place. What a prideful being, Atticus thought. Initially, he had been unsure of this being's origins, but it was obvious now, Ozeroth was a spirit. Atticus could feel the well Serafina had mentioned earlier, now formed in his head. He could sense the spiritual energy in the air, and the energy emanating from Ozeroth was nothing short of infinite. He couldn't measure it, it was that immense. Realizing that Ozeroth was a spirit, Atticus quickly deduced the reason for his presence. Ozeroth wanted to bond with him. Or rather, he's trying to see if I'm worthy enough to bond with him. He had only spent seconds with the spirit, yet Atticus was already sure of one thing: Ozeroth's pride was out of this world. I can't miss this opportunity, Atticus thought. He had learned about the specifics of bonding. Neither party would be able to harm the other. Neither would dominate the other. Most importantly, both would benefit from the bond. Atticus wasn't a fool. He knew this spirit had been drawn to his potential, but that wasn't what mattered to him right now. Power. This was Atticus's goal, and the being in front of him embodied it. This spirit could freeze a paragon, a being Atticus couldn't even dream of facing right now. A paragon was at the top of Eldorolf's food chain. This was an opportunity Atticus couldn't let slip away. How should I play this? He wondered. Atticus's mind spun, and within a second of Ozeroth speaking, he had a game plan. He would give the spirit a taste of his own medicine. Who said Atticus couldn't be prideful too? Atticus's eyes turned colder, but he said nothing, simply staring at Ozeroth as though he had just heard the most foolish thing in his entire life. Ozeroth's smile grew sharper as his aura thickened, pressing down on Atticus like a mountain. He recognized that look, and he loved it. He took a step closer, and the air itself seemed to shudder under the weight of his presence. So, Ozeroth said, to reach this peak, what will you do? Atticus's answer came without hesitation. Live my life. Ozeroth paused, completely baffled, his smile twitching. He burst into his usual rumbling chuckle in the next instant. This child was insane. He was crazy. He didn't know why, but he loved that answer. It was perfect. This child had just told him that he didn't need to put in any extra effort to reach the peak, living his normal life alone would get him there. It was outrageous. Ozeroth had thought he was prideful, but this child was on another level. He took a breath, calming his racing heart. I'm excited, Ozeroth thought. Will you continue, even if it destroys your world? Even if it destroys those you cherish? He asked. Atticus narrowed his gaze. He knew what Ozeroth was getting at. He was probing, trying to see where his priorities lay, whether he was the righteous type who would do his best to protect strangers. He wasn't. His gaze turned icy, sharper, like frost biting into steel. He hated even imagining anything happening to his family. I will erase and eradicate any threat to my family, he said firmly. As for the world, there are things beyond my control. If such destruction is unavoidable, I will defend myself and those who matter. Ozeroth let out another low, rumbling chuckle, his amusement evident. And if it's something you can avoid, I don't chase battles, but I won't run from them, either. Anyone foolish enough to stand in my way will be reminded of their place. Ozeroth hummed, nodding slightly, as if he was pleased. What is your name? Atticus. Atticus, Atticus, Ozeroth repeated slowly. I like you. And I want you. Bond with me. Atticus's expression didn't change. This had been his aim from the beginning, but he knew he couldn't let it end here. He had been the one answering questions all along. If he simply accepted, it would feel as though he was admitting Ozeroth was the dominant one in the relationship. He had to take it further. Why should I? What makes you special? For a long moment, silence descended. Then, Ozeroth erupted into roaring laughter, a sound so powerful it made the air vibrate. Pride. Pride. I love it. I love to see it. The entire capital trembled as Ozeroth's aura abruptly surged, a cyclone of spiritual energy erupting around him like a geyser. To Atticus, the pressure became suffocating, almost unbearable. Ozeroth's voice boomed, each word reverberating like a hammer to the soul. I am Ozeroth. None stands above me. I am the first, the unmatched, the foundation upon which all pales. I am unbroken, untouchable, undeniable. I am the peak. Atticus could feel his heart hammering against his chest. Ozeroth's pride was palpable. He had only introduced himself, but his meaning was clear. This was who he was, and he would not beg for Atticus to bond with him. As Ozeroth finished speaking, even Atticus couldn't help but admit, he wanted this. A smile appeared on Atticus's face. Okay, he said simply. I'll bond with you. Ozeroth's laughter abruptly stopped, and his aura began to calm down. His golden eyes flickered with satisfaction as he stepped back. Good, Ozeroth said, but your spiritual energy is currently far too weak to withstand the bond. Keep cultivating it, Atticus. When the time is right, I will return. With that, Ozeroth's form suddenly began to fade, dissolving into the air. The weight in the room vanished, and time resumed its normal flow. Serafina and the others jolted back into motion, their eyes darting in confusion as they tried to make sense of what had just happened. Their gazes snapped upward, and in the next second, the air became electrified as Magnus and the other paragons appeared inside the chamber. Atticus's eyes turned to the front as Magnus appeared in front of him. Are you hurt? Magnus's tone sounded very worried. Atticus shook his head. I'm fine, but just to be sure, Magnus scrutinized him for any injuries. As Magnus busied himself with checking on Atticus, the others swept the room and the entire capital for any lingering threats. After ensuring everything was secure, they returned to the Sanctum of Origins. What happened? Oberon turned to Serafina, who was still trying to find her bearings. I don't know. What? The others were baffled. She was a paragon. If she didn't know what had happened, who possibly could? All I know is that he awakened his spiritual energy and was trying to bond with a spirit, and then, here we are. Serafina, along with the rest of the paragons, turned their gazes toward Atticus, their minds churning. If Serafina didn't know what had happened, then Atticus was their only source for answers. After Magnus finished confirming that Atticus was okay, he and the rest of the paragons gathered around him, eager to hear what had transpired. Atticus chose to answer truthfully. There was no point in hiding anything, as even he didn't fully understand the situation. He explained that a powerful spirit had descended upon them, freezing everyone in time. He left out the part about their conversation and instead focused on the strength of the spirit and the fact that, for now, he couldn't bond with it. The paragons were once again flabbergasted. First Whisker, and now a spirit. Where were these powerful beings coming from, and why was Atticus always at the center of it all? After ironing out the facts, Serafina assured the others that everything was under control. As many of the paragons left, Serafina's expression turned completely serious. She had just been told something by her spirit that made her mind churn. Serafina's expression was completely serious. It was an unusual sight. The last time she had looked this way was when she saw a 16-year-old boy form a domain, a moment as absurd as pigs growing wings and flying. Yet, it only served to highlight how serious the current situation was. Wait. Start all over again, Serafina said inwardly, seemingly speaking to herself. A strange silence followed, but Serafina didn't seem to mind. She knew exactly how her spirit was. She could practically feel the judgmental stare of her spirit, but she was all too used to it. After a few seconds, an aged voice sounded in her mind. Perhaps if you focused more on developing your intellect rather than flirting with everyone, as I've always told you, I wouldn't have to repeat myself. Serafina's mouth twitched, but she didn't bother to refute. She had heard everything her spirit had said earlier, but the shock of it made her want confirmation. I'll let this matter go for now. But I suggest you listen carefully this time because I won't be repeating myself again. Wait, Serafina interrupted, feeling another judgmental stare aimed her way. She ignored it, disappearing from where she stood and reappearing in front of Atticus, who looked a little startled. Let's talk, she said curtly. Before Atticus could respond, he found himself standing inside a private room with Serafina. Magnus and the other paragons had left after ensuring there was no threat. Since it was simply a spirit that Atticus had summoned, they deemed it a non-issue. Rogue spirits were unheard of in history, and the fact that no one was harmed led them to table the matter for the time being. Did something happen? Atticus asked, meeting Serafina's gaze. He instantly sensed that something was wrong. Bad news, he wondered. Serafina stared at him for several moments before letting out a heavy sigh. There's something you should hear, she said finally. A blue light radiated from Serafina's chest, and from it emerged a petite figure. The spirit had a slender, ghostly form, draped in a tattered gray cloak. Her presence was calm yet commanding, and her large golden eyes held an intensity that seemed to pierce through one's soul. Her name is Ismara, and she's my spirit, Serafina said. Atticus turned to Ismara, and an awkward silence ensued. This is uncomfortable, he thought. Ismara hovered silently in the air, her intense golden eyes fixed on him. Atticus shifted uncomfortably and glanced at Serafina, who shrugged and mouthed, I'm sorry. After what felt like an eternity, Ismara finally spoke. You're the one they call Atticus Ravenstein. I honestly thought you'd be taller. She floated around him slowly, speaking as she examined him. Your facial structure, passable. Strong jawline, decent symmetry. Nothing exceptional, though, certainly not enough to warrant the reputation I've heard. Her gaze lowered, scanning him from head to toe. Physique, moderate. You're well built, I suppose, but lacking refinement. Strength without grace is wasted effort. I'd recommend working on your posture. You stand like someone carrying the weight of the world, but not with enough dignity to make it inspiring. Ismara floated closer, her piercing gaze narrowing slightly. And your demeanor, yes. Brooding, cold, aloof. The classic tortured soul act. I can see why some might find it intriguing, but it borders on predictable, don't you think? Perhaps you could try smiling once in a while. Or is that too much effort? She paused in front of him, crossing her arms as she turned briefly toward Serafina. Considering the standards of this world, I suppose I can understand why my intellectually impaired bond here would want you to mate with her granddaughter. Ismara, Serafina exclaimed, embarrassed. Ismara glanced at Serafina, rolled her eyes, and fell silent, keeping her arms crossed. Atticus was speechless. He genuinely didn't know what to say. This was the first time in his life anyone had spoken to him like that, and he had no idea how to react. Did the words hurt? They stung, a little. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel like laughing. I apologize for her behavior, sweetie. That's just how she is, Serafina said, turning toward Ismara with a pointed look. Can you just get to the point and explain why we're here? Ismara shot Serafina a sharp glance before turning back to Atticus. Clearing her throat, she addressed him. Anyway, listen carefully, and I hope I won't have to repeat myself, she began. Atticus nodded, his expression attentive. The spirit you summoned is bad news. His name is Ozeroth, and he's an enemy to every spirit in the spirit realm. He can only bring death and destruction to your land. I strongly advise you to steer clear of him. Hearing Ismara's words, Atticus's gaze didn't change. Instead, his curiosity deepened. Why? Why what? Why is he an enemy to every spirit? Ismara hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. She was trying to avoid revealing too much about the spirit realm and the reason spirits had come to Eldorolf. Unlike Lumindra, who was a Primarch, Ismara wasn't as highly ranked. Speaking on such matters could be considered treasonous and might spell her doom. She hadn't even told Serafina the full truth. Deciding to keep her explanation vague, she finally replied, he chose not to submit to our king. Atticus waited for her to elaborate, but after several moments of silence, it became clear that she had nothing more to add. That's it? Atticus asked, his brow furrowed. Yes. That alone constitutes treason, and because of it, he became an enemy to our king and, by extension, to all spirits under him, Ismara explained. Atticus was baffled, and even Ismara could see it in his expression. Her gaze narrowed slightly. Ozeroth is the most self-centered being I've ever met, she continued. He cares only about himself. He would only hinder your growth, not help it. Atticus tilted his head thoughtfully. In the entire spirit realm, is there anyone stronger than him? Our king, Ismara replied without hesitation. Atticus frowned. You say he's an enemy of your king. Why doesn't your king just take care of him? Because our king cares about us in the spirit realm, Ismara said sharply. A battle between them could destroy everything. To protect the realm, he chose to spare him. Atticus listened carefully, taking in every word. But the effect of Ismara's explanation wasn't what she had likely hoped. The more he heard about Ozeroth, the more Atticus wanted to bond with him. A smile appeared on Atticus' face, an action that baffled Ismara. I don't recall saying anything funny, Atticus Ravenstein. Why are you smiling? Atticus shook his head, still calm. He had been thinking about the possibilities of bonding with Ozeroth. I apologize. I zoned out for a bit. Your apology is accepted. Anyway. I apologize once more, but I think I'll still bond with Ozeroth, Atticus interrupted. Ismara froze, utterly shocked. She wasn't the only one. Serafina's eyes widened in disbelief. Ismara turned to Serafina. Serafina, is intellectual impairment a dominant trait of your race, or is this child simply slow? Sweetie, Serafina muttered, looking worriedly at Atticus. Despite their reactions, Atticus maintained his calm demeanor, the smile on his face not changing. I heard everything you said, and I understand it all, he said. Then, but, Atticus interrupted Ismara again, I honestly don't see a reason why I shouldn't bond with him. Last time I checked, he's an enemy of your Spirit King. What does that have to do with me? Ismara was left speechless, struggling to process the absurdity of the situation. I'll spell it out for you since your primitive mind clearly can't comprehend the situation, she said coldly. A bond is for life. If you bond with any spirit, you inherit everything, their friendships and especially their enemies. Bonding with Ozeroth would make you an enemy of the Spirit King and, by extension, every spirit on this planet and in the spirit realm. Ismara's tone had turned ice cold. However, Atticus simply chuckled, a loud, genuine laugh that left both the spirit and the paragon baffled. It seems you misunderstood, he said, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made the room feel heavier. I didn't choose to become anyone's enemy. I'll simply live my life, choose my path, and if your race, in its infinite wisdom, decides to make an enemy of me. His words turned cold, an icy chill spreading through the room. I've never questioned my enemies, nor have I cared for the reasons they choose to stand in my way. Their choices are their own, as are the consequences. If anyone chooses to make me an enemy, I will choose to end them. The room descended into a tense, oppressive silence. The air grew colder, and a faint killing intent radiated from Atticus. Ismara's golden eyes blazed, her piercing gaze sharp enough to cut steel. Is that a threat, Atticus Ravenstein? Aren't you supposed to be an intellectual? You tell me. Ismara's expression darkened further, her aura unfurling as the room began to quake. Spiritual energy surged around her, thick and oppressive. Before she could act, Serafina's stern voice cut through the tension. That's enough, Ismara. But Ismara didn't listen, her energy still building. Serafina's eyes narrowed before glowing an intense blue. Before Ismara could react, a burst of blue light engulfed her, and she was forcibly pulled back into Serafina's body. Even as Ismara's muffled protests echoed faintly, Serafina ignored them, focusing entirely on Atticus. Her gaze was serious but warm. Listen, sweetie, I can't force you to do anything, she said gently. But I urge you to think this through very carefully. I understand that you're drawn to his power, but you need to consider the consequences. Ismara might be difficult, but she doesn't lie. This is the first I'm hearing of this Spirit King, but is that really an enemy you want to make? Especially now, just think about it, alright. Atticus smiled softly, nodding. I will, Auntie. Thank you. That's all I ask, Serafina said, visibly relieved. But in the meantime, can I continue training in the sanctum? Atticus asked. To him, there was truly nothing to think about, his mind was already made up. But he appreciated Serafina's genuine concern. Serafina hesitated. Now that Atticus had made contact with an enemy of the spirits, his presence here in this sector was complicated. She wasn't entirely sure how the spirits in the area would react to him. Plus, the boy's unpredictability made her uneasy, and she couldn't shake the nagging thought, what if some overlord from another world descended next? She sighed deeply, reluctant, but she still decided to grant him access. Okay, she said. A tall figure cloaked in robes that seemed to shimmer with both light and shadow stepped out of a swirling portal. A wide, sharp smile spread across Ozeroth's face as he strode forward, his golden eyes filled with amusement. He had just observed the interaction between Atticus, Ismara, and Serafina back on Eldorolf. Ozeroth had been curious. How would Atticus react when confronted with his history? Would fear grip him at the thought of making enemies in the spirit world, or would he remain unfazed? After witnessing Atticus's bold response, Ozeroth was more than satisfied. The boy was as crazy as him. His steps were calm, almost leisurely, despite the chaos surrounding him. The city was a ruin. Buildings were reduced to rubble, streets littered with debris, and thousands of spirits lay unconscious across the ground. The scene was pure devastation, yet Ozeroth moved through it as though strolling through a peaceful garden, his grin unwavering. I can't wait, he thought, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, Ozeroth stopped. He tilted his head back, his golden eyes locking onto the sky above. 5 figures had appeared, their presence suffocating, the very air trembling under the weight of their power. Considering their power, they could only be Primarchs. Their gazes swept over the destruction below, and in an instant, their killing intent exploded outward, flooding the ruined city like a tidal wave. Ozeroth. One of them roared, their voice booming. What is the meaning of this? Are you declaring war on us? Ozeroth tilted his head, his grin widening as if he had heard the most amusing thing in his life. Declaring war. His voice was low, thick. Don't flatter yourselves. Would you notify insects before crushing them? The Primarchs, expressions darkened at the blatant disrespect, their spiritual energy surging as the air grew heavy. Before they could act, a voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere. Enough. The sky split apart, blinding light pouring through the opening. The suffocating killing intent vanished instantly, replaced by a presence far more overwhelming. The Spirit King. He descended from the light with deliberate grace, radiating an aura that seemed to bend reality itself. His faintly glowing form exuded authority, and the ground cracked beneath his feet from the sheer force of his presence. The swirling spiritual energy in the air stilled, bowing to his will. The Primarchs immediately dropped to their knees, their heads bowed in deference. Your Majesty, they murmured in unison. The Spirit King's cold, detached gaze swept across the ruined city before landing on Ozeroth. His voice was frigid, carrying the weight of command. Why have you attacked this city? Ozeroth chuckled, a low rumble resonating through the silence. Without bothering to look at the Spirit King, he turned and began to walk away. Attack. Is that what you think this is? One of the Primarchs stepped forward, spiritual energy flaring. How dare you? The Spirit King raised a hand, and the Primarch froze mid-step, his energy dissipating as though it had never existed. Ozeroth stopped, glancing over his shoulder with a sharp grin. Your bravado amuses me, he said. When you're ready to stop cowering and face me, you know where to find me. With a casual motion, he raised a hand, summoning an immense surge of spiritual energy. The energy converged at the center of the ruined city, and in an instant, a massive estate materialized out of thin air. The gates of the estate creaked open as Ozeroth strolled inside. Until then, he continued, his tone casual, I'll be staying here. I trust your petty minds won't mistake this for asking permission. I'm merely letting you know where to find me when you finally grow a spine. His deep chuckle echoed as the gates closed behind him. The Primarchs seethed, their spiritual energy trembling with complete rage. My king, one of them pleaded, bowing deeply. Just give the word. The others also joined in, bowing. They wanted nothing more than to put Ozeroth in his place. The Spirit King's gaze swept over the destruction, his expression unreadable. Stand down, he ordered, gesturing to the city. Look around. He caused all of this, and yet no one died. The Primarchs hesitated, scanning the area. Their king was right. Though the city was in ruins, not a single spirit had been killed. The Spirit King exhaled slowly, his voice filled with cold calculation. Inform the Primarchs in the lower world of Ozeroth's interest. I want to know everything about it. Yes, Your Majesty, the Primarchs replied in unison before vanishing, leaving the ruined city in silence once more. As soon as Seraphina granted him permission, Atticus headed straight to the Sanctum of Origins to continue his training. Ever since his arrival in the Starhaven sector, the incubator and egg had remained camouflaged behind him, hidden from sight. However, as he approached the temple, his gaze fell upon Dario and Niall standing just outside. Dario approached first, bowing respectfully. Niall, on the other hand, remained still, his gaze fixed on Atticus, making no move to bow. Not that Atticus cared, he had more pressing matters on his mind. I should warn them, he thought. Atticus was far from naive. After everything Ismara had revealed, it was clear where the spirits stood regarding Ozeroth. The fact that Ozeroth sought to bond with him meant that same hostility could easily extend to him as well. Their peaceful stay in the Starhaven sector was uncertain and could change at any moment. They needed to be prepared. Focusing inwardly, Atticus connected with the spiritual well that had formed in his mind. In an instant, he could sense the spiritual energy around him. It's different from the elements, he thought. To manipulate elements, he had to use the elements' molecules combined with mana. Spiritual energy, however, had a distinct source. It was a pure, ready-made energy that didn't require mixing or refinement. And its source appeared to be the massive tree in the center of the sector. Atticus extended his will, manipulating the spiritual energy around them. He drew it away, creating a dome where no spiritual energy could enter. Then, using an air barrier combined with light, He blocked sound and masked their lip movements to prevent anyone from spying on their conversation. This should do. Although this was the Starhaven sector and he was still new to spiritual energy, Atticus wasn't taking chances. For all he knew, someone might be able to use the energy in the air to listen in. Turning to the duo, he saw their auras sharpen and their gazes grow serious. They understood the lengths he was going to and knew something significant was happening. I want you both to be on alert, Atticus said. What happened earlier was more serious than I initially thought. Be prepared to fight at any moment. Dario nodded, his expression steady, while Niall broke into a confident smile. The latter looked eager. After weeks of idleness, he was ready for action. Maybe now he'd finally get to fight. After issuing his warning, Atticus prepared to release the restrictions when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. What about me, Master? Yodid asked. You too. Hopefully, considering Lady Serafina's presence, nothing will happen. But we can't be too sure. Yes, Master, Yodid replied, his tone serious. Satisfied, Atticus entered the Sanctum of Origins. The guards at the entrance didn't stop him, but he could sense the shift in their demeanor. Using the basic level of the Vampiro's technique he had recently learned, Atticus could subtly read their intent. The first time he had entered with Serafina, their reverence had been almost palpable. But now, their feelings had shifted. There was wariness in their gazes, even bordering on hostility. Atticus didn't let it bother him. He had expected this. It only confirmed what he already knew, the situation had grown more complicated. Despite his philosophy of, always nip the bud, Atticus decided to let it go. The guards aren't the problem. It's the spirits, he thought as he reached the sanctum and sat cross-legged. Killing the guards for showing hostility would only bring needless trouble, and Atticus knew it wouldn't truly address the root of the issue. These spirits, where did they actually come from? Atticus found the situation strange. He recalled every word Ismara had spoken earlier, down to the smallest detail. Initially, Atticus had believed the spirits come from some fantastical realm where everything was beautiful and serene. But she used the word world. Most might overlook that detail, but not Atticus. It stood out like a red flag. A spirit king, someone who would accuse someone of treason because they refused to bow. From Ismara's explanation, it was clear the spirit world wasn't just a mystical plane. It was an entire world with a rigid hierarchy, ruled by an entity known as the Spirit King. This same king had branded a spirit as an enemy simply for refusing to bow. Now, the entire spirit race despised that spirit, and, by extension, anyone who chose to bond with him. It doesn't add up. One question, in particular, continually nagged Atticus: what is their purpose for coming to Eldorolf? The Zorvans had already proven that other worlds existed. Could the spirits also be from another world? Atticus believed this was the most plausible explanation, but the idea only deepened his unease. Are they trying to invade Eldorolf? The possibility seemed reasonable, yet something about it didn't fully align with the facts. They've been on Eldorolf for centuries. If they wanted to invade, why haven't they done so already? His gaze flickered as a new thought surfaced. Restrictions. This conclusion stemmed from two observations. First, the Zorvans. They had been attacking Eldorolf for decades and could enter the planet freely, without any apparent restrictions. Despite their advanced technology and power, they had yet to achieve their goal. Eldorolf was still standing after all these years. This suggested that while the Zorvans were advanced and strong, the power gap between them and Eldorolf's races wasn't insurmountable. Second, Ozeroth, a high-ranking member of the spirit race, had descended, and even with all the Paragons united, they had concluded that defeating him was impossible. In this case, the power gap was enormous, insurmountable. Yet, for all their strength, the spirits didn't seem to have unrestricted freedom to act on Eldorolf. The difference was clear. The Zorvans, though powerful, weren't overwhelmingly so, and they could invade Eldorolf at will. Meanwhile, the spirits were far stronger but appeared to face certain limitations. Could it be that their power comes with certain constraints? Atticus's thoughts raced as the pieces began to fall into place. If the spirits truly intended to invade, why hadn't they done so already? Could it be that their presence on Eldorolf was hindered by some kind of restriction or condition? His mind circled back to Ozeroth. Despite his overwhelming power, even he couldn't act freely without drawing attention and triggering consequences. There's more to this than meets the eye, Atticus thought. The spirits, restrictions, their interactions with Eldoralf, and their ultimate purpose. His thoughts churned. There are different worlds out there, but they seem to be graded. The spirit world is of a higher grade, which explains its strong inhabitants and their restrictions, while the Zorvan's world is a lower grade, just like Eldoralf. If any spirit could hear Atticus's conclusion, they would be shocked. He had figured out the mystery of the worlds with only subtle hints. Such a deductive mind was rare and almost impossible to teach. But, why would spirits come to a lower grade world? Resources. Is there something here they don't have in their world? The Starhaven family was known for being peaceful. They hardly fought for resources or engaged in unnecessary disputes. Atticus doubted their reason was as simple as resources. There's something I'm missing, he thought. There were too many unanswered questions. Atticus couldn't pinpoint why the spirits had remained docile in Eldoralf for centuries. Or are they waiting for something? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the thought out of his head. His conversation with Ismara had changed his perspective on spirits. What once intrigued him now made him wary. Forcing himself to silence his thoughts, Atticus focused on training. He planned to stay in the Sanctum of Origins as long as possible before any major changes occurred. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on sensing the spirit energy and absorbing it into his spiritual well. While Atticus trained, the people of Sector 8 were gripped by a wave of conflicting emotions. Serafina had done her best to keep information about Atticus and Ozeroth from spreading, but her efforts had been in vain. While she could silence the members of the Starhaven family who were present when Ozeroth appeared, the spirits were another matter. Every spirit had felt Ozeroth's presence, and some knew about Atticus's involvement. Before long, word spread like wildfire. Atticus, the apex, had summoned Ozeroth, a spirit considered an enemy to all of the spirit race. Sector 8 revolved around spirits, with many people worshipping them. With the spirits fueling the flames, hatred for Ozeroth quickly spread among the people. They felt conflicted. If Atticus bonded with Ozeroth, wouldn't he become an enemy of the spirit race? And by extension, theirs. However, when they realized Atticus hadn't bonded with Ozeroth, they felt relieved. To cement this, many spirit fanatics flooded the streets, waving banners and protesting against Ozeroth, demanding he not be accepted. In a single day, the situation escalated dramatically. This isn't right, Father. I've done everything they asked. I awakened a Tier 6 spirit. After all the promises, she's just going to ignore us. The angry voice of a young man echoed through the room. Kalen Starhaven, in his early 20s, had purple hair like all Starhavens. Despite his age, his aura was stronger than his peers. His clenched fists trembled as he glared at the aged man before him. Eliran, a Starhaven elder and key member of the family, narrowed his eyes. Atticus's involvement has changed everything, Eliran said. The matriarch has always been careful about choosing a suitable partner for her daughter. Now, she likely sees more value in aligning Zoe with him. Kalen's jaw tightened, his anger barely contained. That bastard, he muttered. He had heard about Zoe and Atticus through Dante Starhaven, the top-ranked third-year student at the academy. The news had enraged him, but he had still decided to calm down. In the entire history of the Starhaven family, Kalen had been the only non-main family member to bond with a Tier 6 spirit. Yet now, it seemed meaningless. This simple fact ensured Kalen's rise to the Paragon rank. Because of this, Celestial had decided to tie him to the main family by promising his marriage to Zoe. Kalen had been more than happy to accept, as he had always wanted Zoe. It was Celestial's promise that had kept Kalen unconcerned when he first heard rumors about Atticus and Zoe at the academy. But now, that promise seemed to be slipping through his fingers. Not only had Atticus awakened the spirit element, but he had also shown immense potential, summoning a spirit that dwarfed Zoe's Tier 7 spirit. Now, it seemed as though Celestial was struggling to decide whether to honor or break the promise made to Kalen. Darathan, Kalen growled, and his chest lit up as a small figure materialized from the light. A spirit with delicate features, golden skin, and cascading hair hovered in the air. Tell him what you told me, Kalen commanded. The spirit nodded and spoke. Ismara has already confirmed it. Atticus intends to bond with Ozeroth. Eliran's face darkened. Folding his arms, he began pacing the room. If this is true, then this could work in our favor. The people of Sector 8 already despise Ozeroth. If Atticus bonds with him, he could become a pariah among the spirit race. We can use this. Eliran stopped abruptly and turned to Kalen. I'll call a meeting with the other elders. We'll make sure the matriarch sees the risks of associating Zoe with someone who could become an enemy of the spirits. While we can't touch him directly, we can stop any chance of a union between him and Zoe. Kalen's jaw tightened, his gaze icy. Even as Eliran left the room, his anger remained. To him, his father's plan wasn't enough. It wouldn't be enough. He motioned, and a guard appeared before him, kneeling. Contact them, Kalen said coldly. Tell them I have a proposal. The guard nodded, rose, and vanished in an instant. As the guard left, Kalen turned back to the window, staring out at the vast expanse of Sector 8. His eyes were as cold as ice. A day had passed, and Atticus had not left the Sanctum of Origins even once. The guards stationed at the entrance couldn't help but wonder if he was okay. Even Celestial, during her most rigorous training sessions, had never stayed in the sanctum for a whole day. To them, it seemed insane. However, Niall and Dario, who stayed nearby, felt differently. They were already used to his absurd training habits. To them, a single day was nothing out of the ordinary. In just one day of training, Atticus had made significant progress. While the spirit element followed a different principle from the other elements, it still had some similarities. To increase his mastery over any element, Atticus knew he needed to immerse himself in it and strive to become one with it. The closer he aligned himself with the element, the more his proficiency increased. The spirit element, however, worked like the principle of ranking up with mana. A well had formed in his mind, and all he had to do was absorb spirit energy and fill this well. As he continued absorbing the spirit energy and filling the well, Atticus could feel his proficiency growing rapidly. The range at which he could sense the spirit energy around him also expanded. The well in his mind seemed bottomless, almost infinite, but Atticus knew it was only a matter of time before it filled up completely. I wonder if the spirit element follows the same rankings as the other elements, Atticus thought. It seemed likely. Even the space element followed the same ranking principles. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. During his brief conversation with Niall and Dario earlier, he had manipulated spiritual energy outside his body within a given range. That level of control was equivalent to level 3 in other elements. What puzzled him was how quickly he had advanced. He had only awakened the spirit element the day before, how had he progressed so fast? He decided he needed to confirm his suspicions. Character profile. Name. *** Atticus Ravenstein. Age. *** 17. Gender. *** male. Race. *** human. Attributes. Strength. 820 right pointing arrow 860. Agility. 830 right pointing arrow 864. Endurance. 860 right pointing arrow 892. Vitality. 880 right pointing arrow 994. Intelligence. 84 right pointing arrow 90. Perception. 73 right pointing arrow 78. Charm. 67 right pointing arrow 80. Will. 87. Level. ** Master Plus. Talent. ** Mythical. Bloodline. ** Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 7%. Water. 2.8%. Air. 0.2%. Earth. 0.2%. Light. 0.1%. Lightning. 0.1%. Ice. 0.1%. Level 3. Darkness. 99.1%. Space. 62%. Spirit element. 1.2% new. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Master. Collective potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Dimensional loop. Novice. Predatory perception. Novice. Immunity buildup. Novice. Slow decay. Novice. Pain resistance. Novice. Aura masking. Novice. Revenant's touch. Novice. Metabolic boost. Novice. Nullification field. Novice. I was right. Atticus was struggling to fully comprehend what was happening. His gaze remained fixed on his spirit element stats. He had only awakened the element yesterday, yet he was already at level 3. Was it because of him? Atticus's thoughts shifted to the spirit he had summoned, Ozeroth. Did he do something? He suspected. Even when he had awakened his space element, it had remained stagnant until he was ready to develop it. But this felt entirely different. Currently, Atticus could sense and manipulate the spiritual energy within the room, an ability he felt he shouldn't have yet. Regardless, he could do it. Since he couldn't find a concrete explanation, Atticus decided to leave it alone for now. Instead, his gaze returned to his stats. Looks like awakening the spirit element gave me a significant boost, he thought. His stats had increased considerably since the last time he checked, and only a week had passed. However, the most shocking increase was in his charm stat. That's a lot, he noted. Charm usually increased with each rank up, but even Atticus had to admit this was unusual. Then he thought about Zoe, Serafina, and the other members of the Starhaven family he had encountered so far. They were all incredibly attractive. In fact, since entering Sector 8, he couldn't recall seeing anyone who wasn't attractive. Even the guards who had shown him ill intent were striking in their own way. Earlier, Atticus had deeply pondered what Ozeroth had meant when he said he was too weak. Lumindra was a Tier 7 spirit, yet she had bonded with a 7-year-old Zoe. That led Atticus to believe that being too weak to bond wasn't a real limitation. Instead, it seemed Ozeroth disdained the idea of his strength being restricted by Atticus's current level, so he chose to wait. After taking note of everything, Atticus set aside his speculations and refocused on his training. His first day of training had only increased his mastery by 1%. He still had a long way to go, especially if he wanted to reach the level necessary to bond with Ozeroth. Meanwhile, the elders of the Starhaven family were engrossed in a tense meeting. The elders sat around a circular table in a grand chamber, their expressions grim. Eliran had called the meeting immediately after hearing about Atticus's decision to bond with Ozeroth. The news had shocked the Starhaven family, and they had convened to discuss their future. A union between Zoe and Atticus would be disastrous, Eliran began coldly. The boy has decided to bond with Ozeroth, a spirit despised by the entire spirit race. Do you all realize what that means for us? For the Starhaven family? An elder with a deeply wrinkled face shook his head slowly. Eliran, that boy is the apex of humanity. A hero. Refusing this union could make us enemies of someone who holds the loyalty and respect of every human in the domain. I understand your concerns, but do we truly want that? Yes, and let us not forget, another elder added with a serious tone. Every paragon in the human domain has pledged their support to him, and our own paragon herself wants this relationship to happen. What makes you so sure their minds have changed? The atmosphere in the room grew colder as Eliran slammed his palm on the table. Because they must have changed. This was all before he summoned Ozeroth. Do you honestly believe our paragon would still want Zoe tied to someone who has chosen to stand against the spirits? The spirits are everything to the Starhaven family. They are our foundation, our strength, our purpose. Without them, where would we be? Aligning ourselves with him now would make us hypocrites in the eyes of the spirits and the people of Sector 8. Do you realize the consequences of angering the spirits? The first elder frowned, his expression darkening. Eliran was completely right, and the other elders in the room shared his sentiment. While they were all aware that Eliran's primary motivation was to ensure the union between his son and Zoe, it didn't change the fact that his argument held weight. If they lost the love and support of the spirits, the Starhaven family would never recover. It would spell their end. However, the situation was delicate. Yes, they couldn't risk earning the ire of the spirits, but what about their apex? One of the elders voiced this concern next. And yet, denying him could mean severing ties with one of the strongest apexes humanity has ever seen. Is that not just as dangerous? The Starhaven family would be branded traitors and isolated by the other sectors. What about our future? The boy's potential is unprecedented in the history of the human domain. I'm sure you've all considered it. What if he surpasses the paragon rank and reaches a level never seen before? Are we really willing to risk angering such a being? Eliran's gaze narrowed, his eyes turning cold. So, what are you suggesting? That we eliminate him now? The room fell into a tense, palpable silence, broken by a baffled voice. Are you mad? An elder exclaimed, his expression was incredulous. And this was mirrored by the other elders in the room. It was as though they had all just heard the most idiotic suggestion of their lives. Eliran, I don't know what's going on in that head of yours, but the only thing that needs eliminating is that foolish thought. Eliminate the apex of humanity. Are you even aware of the consequences of considering such a move? The room remained silent as the elder spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. Do I need to remind you of what happened to the Stellaris and Alvarians when they dared to attack those madmen of the Ravenstein family? Do I need to remind you about Paragon Magnus? The elders shuddered collectively, recalling the terrifying scene of Magnus' battle with Luminous. And that was just against the Ravensteins. If we make a move against Atticus, the entire human domain will turn on us. Not just the Ravensteins, everyone. Another elder chimed in. Our family would be branded as traitors, hunted down to the last descendant. Do you realize what you're even suggesting, Eliran? This is suicide. There's no coming back from that kind of decision. Eliran frowned. I never said we should eliminate him. I only asked what your solution is. Are we to sit idly by and let him drag our family into ruin with that spirit of his? The room fell silent once more. It was truly a delicate situation. Eliran sighed. Listen, it's not about the dangers. It's about principle. This is no personal grudge. Apex Atticus made his choice when he pursued Ozeroth. He chose the spirit over this union. And we cannot compromise our bond with the spirit race for one human, no matter how strong he is. The room remained quiet for a brief moment until another elder spoke. The matriarch has been silent since this incident began. She refuses to meet with any of us or give her input on the matter. Until she speaks, we are left to speculate. Eliran's eyes narrowed. Then we must make her speak. If the matriarch refuses to address this, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. The future of the family rests on this, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. While the elders of the Starhaven family were engrossed in their meeting, the one they had each been trying to gain an audience with, Celestial, descended the stairs of the Sanctum of Origins. Her gaze was neutral, her face expressionless, and her aura calm. Soon enough, she reached the sanctum and stood in front of the seated Atticus. Atticus opened his eyes, and their gazes met. What's she doing here? Atticus wondered as he stood from his seated position. Although her visit was abrupt, she was still the matriarch of the Starhaven family and deserved respect. I never thought this is how I'd officially meet Zoe's mother. They look so alike. This was the first time Atticus was meeting Celestial one-on-one. It's nice to officially meet you, Lady Celestial. I've heard a lot about you from Zoe, Atticus greeted with a small bow. Celestial didn't respond immediately, simply staring at Atticus in silence. After a few moments, he noticed a subtle twitch in her brows. Right. Their relationship isn't so good. She must think Zoe was talking smack about her. Well, this is awkward. The silence stretched for several seconds until Celestial finally spoke. Apex Atticus, do you like my daughter? I do, Atticus answered without hesitation. He saw no reason to be nervous. Why? Atticus's eyes lost focus for a moment. Why do I like Zoe? He wasn't entirely sure. Was it because of her beauty? Her personality? He didn't know for certain. All he knew was that when he saw her cold and icy demeanor in that expanse, he realized he liked her. His mouth opened, and he spoke. I just do. Celestial's silence was deafening. At Atticus's subpar answer, all she did was stare at him intensely. That was it. If she were being honest, Celestial had expected something more. Even if Atticus had to lie, wouldn't it have been better than this? Yet, even after several seconds passed, the silence lingered. It seemed Atticus had no intention of adding anything further. Celestial suddenly shook her head as if clearing her thoughts. Her eyes regained their focus, and she walked to the side, folding her hands behind her back. Do you know the history of the Starhaven family, Apex Atticus? How we came to be a Tier 1 family? Atticus glanced at her, a bit surprised by the abrupt change in topic. Her aura has also shifted. He could sense it immediately. When she arrived, her demeanor had been calm and expressionless. But now, with his heightened perception, He could see her aura was slightly muddled, as if she was unsure about something. Let's see where this goes, Atticus thought, his curiosity piqued. Enlighten me, he responded after a moment. There was a brief pause after his response as Celestial reached one side of the room and stared at the wall. She began to speak. We were once weak, she started. We were weak, beautiful, and utterly helpless. That was what defined us. Our beauty made us prey to the world. The strong turned us into concubines, playthings, and worse. Some of us were even sold into prostitution to serve those who ruled over us. We were dominated, oppressed, and left with nothing but despair. She suddenly turned back to Atticus, her crimson eyes growing colder as she recalled the history of the Starhaven family. That changed when we encountered the spirits. On the entire planet of Eldoralf, only those of Starhaven blood could interact with them. The spirits were as lonely as we were. Through our bond, they gave us power. Power to stand up for ourselves, to stop being victims. Generations later, we've gone from the oppressed to one of humanity's leading families. Her tone hardened, and the air in the room grew heavier. We owe everything to the spirits. Without them, we are nothing. And because of that, we owe it to them to create descendants with even stronger affinities to the spirit race. Celestial began walking toward Atticus, her steps measured and deliberate. Ever since I learned of your relationship with Zoe at the academy, I was completely against it. Do you know why? Atticus nodded slightly. Because I'd dilute her bloodline. From everything Celestial had said, he could begin to understand her perspective. She wasn't complicated, instead, surprisingly straightforward. A small smile appeared on her lips, surprising Atticus. In all the times he had seen her, this was the first time he had witnessed her smile. And in that moment, Atticus saw an uncanny resemblance to Zoe. Exactly. But now, I'm not so sure anymore. You're not of Starhaven blood, and yet your affinity with the spirits is unlike anything ever recorded in history. I thought it was right to reconsider, to see this as an exception. If the spirits themselves favor you, then perhaps. She trailed off, her gaze growing unfocused for a moment. In the next moment, Celestial's gaze regained focus, and her next words were icy. But then you went and summoned that spirit. A being who is an enemy to all other spirits. The room grew colder, the weight of her aura filling the space. Atticus remained silent. He knew there was more to this, he could feel it. A tense silence descended until Celestial finally broke it. But this revelation, she admitted, her voice softer now, filled with uncertainty. It revealed far more than I expected. The spirit world. A spirit king. A spirit hated by all others because he refused to bow. And you have the greatest affinity with the spirits, and yet they are ready to cast you aside for daring to bond with him. I've always seen the spirits as pure, benevolent beings, but this. She hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly. This is forcing me to question everything I've ever believed. It feels like my world is crumbling. There it is, Atticus thought, his gaze sharpening. This was the muddled, uncertain aura he had sensed from the beginning. He knew there was more to her visit, but he stayed quiet, it wasn't time to speak yet. Celestial turned back to him, her gaze piercing. Apex Atticus, I'm sure you've already figured it out. The spirit world, their purpose, why are the spirits really here? Atticus's voice was calm. I think you already know the answer to that question. Celestial hesitated, her expression strained. But, they saved us. Atticus tilted his head slightly. So, she's still conflicted, he thought, understanding her turmoil. Before this incident, Celestial's entire existence revolved around the spirits. She revered them. To her, they were everything. But now, that belief was crumbling. Let me ask you this, Atticus said. You said it yourself, only your bloodline can bond with the spirits. If they could bond with anyone, do you think they would have chosen you in particular? Her eyes widened slightly as the implication sank in. He's right. If she was being completely honest with herself, Atticus had a point. The spirits had come to them because of their affinity, not because they wanted to save them. Stop making them out to be saints, Atticus continued. There were millions of people suffering then. Why did they only help you? Celestial's gaze grew clouded, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. The only reason the spirits had helped them was that there was no other choice. But then she suddenly shook her head, refusing to accept it. It doesn't matter, she said firmly. They still saved us. That fact doesn't change, even if they had ulterior motives. Atticus gave her a faint smile and nodded. It seems you've already formed an opinion, he said. Celestial frowned, confused. Pardon, you have doubts, Atticus said plainly. Why don't you just state them? I won't waste time convincing you otherwise. Celestial fell silent, her thoughts racing. After a moment, she looked at him again and finally spoke. What is their main purpose? You want to know if they're allies or enemies of humanity, Atticus said. Yes, she admitted. Did that spirit you summoned tell you anything? Atticus nodded, his expression unchanged. This had been her goal all along. Ozeroth was, quite plainly, an enemy to the spirit race. If anyone would reveal the truth about their purpose, it would be him. She came here to find out what Ozeroth told me, Atticus concluded. He stared at her intensely, causing her gaze to narrow. Is he really just 17? She wondered. The way Atticus had handled the entire conversation from the start left her feeling stupefied at how intelligent he was. It wasn't a trait normal for a teenager. She had always thought Zoe was smart, but even she would have lost her composure at this point. Celestial knew why Atticus was staring at her and addressed it in the next instant. You don't have to worry. I asked my spirit to stay behind. She can't hear us, no one can, she assured him. Atticus nodded. He had no reason not to believe her, the need for secrecy was for her sake anyway. He decided to answer, no, he didn't mention their purpose. But let me ask you something. If a higher race, one far more powerful than us, were to come to Eldoralf, do you think they would choose to coexist with humanity? If humans moved underground and discovered an ant hill, would they choose to coexist with the ants or simply destroy them? Celestial froze, falling utterly silent. She was unable to utter a response. I think you already know the answer to that, Atticus said. A few seconds passed before she took a deep breath, steadying her labored breathing. Thank you, she said, turning toward Atticus with a serious look. Atticus simply nodded. It's nothing. I hope you and your family make the right choice. His words sounded simple, but there was an unmistakable hint of threat within them. Now, they had just established some facts. The spirits were a higher race and came from another world. They had come to Eldoralf with ulterior motives, motives they had deemed unnecessary to share with the Starhaven family, keeping them in the dark for generations. Whatever those motives were, they were certainly not benevolent. This meant Celestial, along with the entire Starhaven bloodline, would have to make a choice: humanity or the beings who had saved them from an era of oppression. Atticus could claim he didn't care about their choice, but that wouldn't be entirely true. In his mind, images of Zoe and Serafina appeared. The choice the Starhaven family made would determine whether or not they would become enemies of humanity. Atticus had been trying hard to avoid thinking about this, but Celestial had brought it to the forefront of his mind. What would he do if Zoe became an enemy? He shook his head. It was a frightening thought, one he didn't want to face right now. I'll think about it when the time comes, he resolved. Celestial's voice broke his thoughts. Your training has slowed. Atticus raised an eyebrow at Celestial's words. Yes, my advancement has slowed considerably. Since he had checked his stats and confirmed he was at level 3, no matter how hard he tried to advance, progress had been at a snail's pace. Then you should visit the spiritual lake. It'll help. I'll have someone lead you there later, Celestial said. Her tone was cold, there was a hint of good intent. Atticus could tell she was trying to repay him for his help. Looks like she's not confused anymore. Has she already made her choice? He noted. All right. Thank you for your help. With that, Celestial turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving Atticus to ponder his next course of action. The spiritual lake, he thought. He hadn't bothered asking Celestial about it because the concept seemed self-explanatory. A lake filled with condensed liquid spiritual energy. I hope it'll be helpful. I want to leave as soon as possible. Atticus didn't feel comfortable staying in this sector, especially after everything he had just learned. It felt as though he were in a lion's den, but the difference was not knowing when the lion might turn on him. Now that the secret was somewhat out, Atticus was sure that if not the Starhaven family directly, the spirits might act against him soon. He was a prime target. After Celestial left, Atticus sat back down and continued his training, focusing on absorbing spiritual energy into the well in his mind. He prioritized accumulating spiritual energy over mastering its manipulation for now, the latter would come later. His immediate goal was to gain enough spiritual energy to bond with Ozeroth. The day passed quickly as Atticus trained throughout, taking only a brief break to eat food he had packed in his space storage. The next morning arrived. As the new day began, one of the guards came to inform Atticus that an elder was waiting for him outside the sanctum. That must be the person she sent, Atticus thought. He quickly stood up and headed outside. Aside from Celestial and Seraphina, no one could enter the sanctum without their permission. As he reached the entrance, he saw an aged man with dark purple hair, characteristic of the Starhaven family. The man's face was deeply lined, and his hunched back gave him a frail appearance, though his posture carried a quiet dignity. The man lowered his head respectfully as Atticus approached. Apex Atticus, he greeted, I am Elder Lorthan, overseer of the spiritual lake. The matriarch has sent me to guide you there. Atticus nodded with a slight smile. I understand. Let's proceed. Lorthan gave another small bow before turning. Follow me, please. As they began moving, Lorthan appeared calm, but his mind was filled with shock. He hadn't been present during Atticus's arrival or awakening, as he rarely left the lake. However, he had heard the stories. He awakened just days ago, and yet his spiritual energy is already so strong. It's almost at the level of our strongest. What in the world is this? The elder did well to hide his shock. Instead of entering the Sanctum of Origins, they went around it, heading directly toward the massive tree. Soon, Lorthan gestured toward a path that descended alongside one of the colossal roots. Atticus followed closely behind the elder as they made their way to the spiritual lake. Throughout the walk, his mind swirled with different thoughts. He recalled the conclusions he had drawn the day before and the troubled look Celestial had shown. The Starhaven family, along with all of Sector 8, felt like a ticking time bomb. Unlike what he had expected, the elder led Atticus behind the temple. Reaching the back, they passed through a pathway that descended underground. The path was narrow, framed by twisted branches that resembled gnarled fingers snaking into every corner. Eventually, they reached a place where no light penetrated, yet Atticus could still see everything clearly. It wasn't because of his keen eyesight but because of the faint purple glow emanating from the twisted branches. The air smelled damp, but that wasn't what occupied Atticus's thoughts. His gaze was fixed on the elder leading him. The elder's steps were slow, his back hunched and his hands clasped behind him, yet he moved at a pace that Atticus found surprising. It wasn't a pace Atticus couldn't match, he was just astonished that the elder could move so quickly while appearing so frail. His body looks frail, but his skin is flawless, and he appears to be filled with energy, Atticus thought. He had made this observation long ago. The Starhaven seemed like a different breed of humans, almost a higher breed, especially in terms of health and appearance. Atticus had no doubts that this elder was old, likely as old as the Fire Sanctum Master he had met in the past, Dakai. However, there was a stark difference between them. Dakai had appeared to be on the brink of death, barely clinging to life, while this elder seemed full of vitality. For the combined domain that killed Dakai, I'm almost certain this elder would survive, Atticus thought. Is it a trait of the Starhaven blood, or is it their spiritual energy? He had already established that the Starhaven were incredibly beautiful, but this went beyond mere appearance. After awakening his spirit element, Atticus had noticed a significant change in his stats, particularly his vitality. It had skyrocketed beyond anything he had anticipated. Mana had always enhanced his body after each rank up, but spiritual energy seemed to have a similar effect. If the Starhaven possess both mana and spiritual energy, their vitality must be off the charts, he thought. There must be a way to synchronize the two energies. Spiritual energy was separate from mana, with its source in a well in his head, while mana originated in his core. Currently, most of his strength came from the mana coursing through his body. Although Atticus could sense a faint amount of spiritual energy moving through him, it felt negligible compared to the mana and the spiritual energy he had in his well. Something is stopping the spiritual energy from fully flowing through my body. Could it be the mana? A thought filled him with excitement. If I can synchronize both energies, I should be able to reach an entirely new level of power. His heart began to race. Although no one had told him this, he knew intuitively that his assumption was correct. As his excitement grew, the twisted branches that lined the pathway began to thicken. They wove tighter together above them, forming an almost impenetrable canopy. Atticus noticed the air thinning, and the light from the glowing branches grew brighter. We've been descending for a while now. Just how deep is this lake? He wondered. As he thought, the narrow pathway suddenly gave way to something stranger. Thick, glowing roots began sprouting from the ground, spreading like veins in every direction. They cast an ethereal glow, painting the surroundings in haunting shades of violet. Atticus's footsteps paused. What is this place? Since the journey began, he had been on high alert. The Starhaven family was a ticking time bomb, and he had to be ready to act at any moment. This journey could very well be the perfect opportunity for an ambush. While he doubted Celestial would authorize such a thing, he believed everyone had their own thoughts and motives. Niall and Dario had remained behind since outsiders weren't usually allowed in this sacred space. They had chosen to stay at the temple's entrance. The elder smiled slightly at Atticus's question, a proud glint in his eyes. You haven't seen anything yet. Before Atticus could process what that meant, the path suddenly opened into a wider space. His eyes widened as he saw the roots converging into a vast network, spiraling downward and disappearing into a deep chasm below. The elder stepped onto one of the thickest roots, moving as though he had done so for generations. Atticus followed suit, stepping onto the root. It was like a sturdy, narrow bridge leading deeper into the chasm. As they continued, eventually reaching its end, Atticus's gaze landed on an underground world, breathtaking in its beauty. Wow, he thought, momentarily stunned. The cavern stretched endlessly, bathed in a soft purple light. Countless translucent beings floated silently through the air, glowing faintly. Spirits, Atticus concluded, watching them drift effortlessly between the enormous roots and through the cavern, as though they were part of the air itself. The underground world was utterly silent, serene. Atticus noticed numerous Starhaven inhabitants roaming the space. There were no modern buildings, instead, the people lived in homes carved directly into the colossal roots. The Starhaven people here wore no modern clothing, opting for garments crafted from the branches and leaves of the eternal canopy. The elder noticed Atticus's surprised expression and smiled before explaining. This place lies directly beneath the eternal canopy and serves as home to countless unbounded spirits. The people you see here are members of the Starhaven bloodline who were unable to bond with a spirit. They chose to forsake material possessions and instead live alongside the spirits, hoping to deepen their connection and eventually form a bond. Atticus frowned. I thought all those with Starhaven blood could bond with spirits. What prevents them from bonding? The elder shook his head. Having the Starhaven bloodline does not guarantee a bond with a spirit. The bonding process is entirely up to the spirit, and they tend to be selective when choosing their life partner. I see, Atticus thought. It made sense. Considering the spirits were a higher race, it was understandable that they would seek partners with potential to match their power. The journey continued, and the route they were walking on stretched high above the underground world. Even at their pace, they had been walking for over 20 minutes. This tree is enormous, Atticus realized. They were still under the eternal canopy despite the distance they had traveled. The sheer scale of it was staggering. Atticus noticed the route path beginning to slope downward, leading toward a shimmering glow in the distance. The spiritual energy is increasing, he thought, feeling it intensify with every step. As they descended further, the source of the energy came into view. The thick route they had been walking on split into countless smaller tendrils, weaving a complex pattern above and below a small, glowing lake. Above the lake, roots dripped glowing purple droplets of liquid spiritual energy. Below, more roots cradled the lake like a web, pulsing faintly as though drawing power from its depths. It was a serene sight. We're here. Welcome to the spiritual lake, the elder said with a proud smile. Despite his age, his teeth were as white as a newborn's. Atticus stepped closer to the lake and peered down into its depths. It's immense, he thought. The spiritual energy emanating from the lake was thick and overwhelming. What now? Do I just jump in? He wondered, his thoughts shifting briefly to Serafina, who was supposed to be his teacher. Since their talk, she had mysteriously disappeared, leaving him to figure things out on his own. Uncertain, Atticus turned to the elder, who observed him with a raised eyebrow. I take it its purpose hasn't been explained to you? The elder asked. Atticus shook his head. The elder nodded as though this was expected. The spiritual lake, as you've likely guessed, is concentrated spiritual energy, so dense it has taken on a liquid form, the elder began. You may have already felt it. The spiritual energy is clashing with the mana inside you, refusing to flow freely. This is because your body needs time to adjust, allowing the spiritual energy and mana to mix without conflict. Atticus nodded. He had been wondering about this issue and how to resolve it, but it seemed the lake provided the solution. The lake will force that process to happen, the elder continued, stepping closer to the water's edge. When you immerse yourself, the spiritual energy will flood your body, completely overwhelming it. This will force your mana to adapt, to mix, and eventually synchronize with the spiritual energy. The process is neither easy nor pleasant, and you will experience considerable pain. But it is necessary. So, I just need to drown myself in it? Atticus asked bluntly. The elder raised an eyebrow at his lack of hesitation. He had just explained the immense pain involved, yet Atticus hadn't even flinched. The elder nodded slowly. Without waiting for another word, Atticus turned and leapt into the lake, his heart thrumming as he plunged into its depths, leaving the elder to stare at the lake with a dumbfounded expression. At this point, it was becoming far too common, yet every time it happened, many people across the human domain were still not present to witness it. Serafina hovered high in the sky above Sector 8, a deep frown fixed on her face. She was troubled. As a paragon, she was not only a being of immense strength but also intelligence. If Atticus and Celestial had been able to piece together everything they did, it was obvious that she could as well. Now, two choices lay before her, choices that would change everything and define their future. Her people, the humans, or the spirits. She was torn. As the paragon of the Starhaven family, she was a person of guidance for many in Sector 8. People followed her words without question, trusting her judgment completely. But Serafina knew the truth deep down. When the time comes, the majority will side with the spirits, she thought bitterly. In Sector 8, the spirits were worshipped, revered as sacred beings. To many, they were everything. Even with her status as a paragon, if Serafina dared suggest turning against the spirits, she would be labeled insane. Her gaze shifted into the distance, where a single streak of lightning sliced through the sky, heading straight toward her. In the blink of an eye, it reached her, forming into the figure of Magnus. Magnus, she greeted with a heavy tone. Magnus's eyes narrowed immediately. He'd only just arrived, but he could sense the weight on Serafina's shoulders. His guard went up. What happened? Serafina hesitated, pausing for a moment. She was rarely indecisive. Once she made a decision, she carried it out without hesitation. But this matter was far too grave. It had the potential to spell the end of the Starhaven bloodline for good. But it wasn't something she could handle on her own. And in the entire human domain, there was only one person Serafina could think of, someone honorable to the core, someone she trusted without hesitation. Magnus. Shaking her head, Serafina pushed away the overwhelming thoughts. To ensure this meeting remained private, she had separated herself from Ismara. But even so, she knew Ismara could still sense her thoughts to some degree despite the distance. Nothing yet, but something terrible is going to happen soon if we don't act, she said. Magnus's eyes narrowed further, but he remained silent, motioning for her to continue. Serafina took a deep breath, steadying herself. Finally, she began to speak, recounting everything that had transpired and the conclusions she had reached. She admitted that when she had initially claimed everything was fine, it hadn't been. The spirit Atticus summoned had been an enemy of the spirit race, and from there, it became clear that the spirits were not as benevolent or pure in their intentions as they had believed. She explained that the spirits had warned Atticus not to bond with Ozeroth, saying he would become their enemy if he did. At this, a faint killing intent leaked from Magnus, his expression darkening. They threatened him. Magnus's voice was icy. His dislike for the spirits grew stronger with each word she spoke. Serafina sighed, already expecting his reaction. She quickly continued, trying to calm him before he erupted and declared war on the spirits. Calm down, sweetie, she said gently. They only said he would become their enemy. They didn't explicitly say they'd attack him. Still, you should know your grandson best. Sometimes, I think you're both the same person. Hearing this, Magnus's aura calmed down, and surprisingly, a small smile appeared on his face. He knew Atticus better than anyone and could already guess how his grandson would react. Plus, hearing Serafina compare him to Atticus made him unexpectedly happy. Serafina gave Magnus a look. Men are such simple creatures, she muttered, shaking her head before continuing. After laying everything out, Magnus went completely silent, an action that made Serafina a bit nervous. Although she trusted him, even she wasn't entirely sure how he would respond. Magnus seemed to ponder for a few moments before finally speaking. I have only 2 questions. Serafina nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Is Atticus in danger? This was his primary concern. Atticus was currently training in the Starhaven sector, a place that, from all indications, was a ticking time bomb. Magnus already suspected the answer but asked for a different reason. Yes, he is, Serafina said bluntly. If the spirits willed it, the majority of the people in this sector would attack him without hesitation. Magnus nodded, his expression unreadable. He didn't appear surprised or impatient. If anyone knew what Atticus was capable of, it was him. Even if all the Grandmasters banded together, Magnus was confident that killing Atticus would be nearly impossible. His second question came without hesitation. What is your choice? As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud rumble of thunder shook the sky. Thick, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the air became charged with electricity. Serafina instantly felt a staggering amount of killing intent flood the atmosphere. Her danger sense screamed at her, every fiber of her being on high alert. She knew right away, her answer would determine whether Magnus viewed her as friend or foe. Magnus had never been one to waste time or beat around the bush. If she intended to side with the spirits and turn against humanity, he wasn't going to sit idly by and pretend everything was fine. Serafina's expression turned somber as she let out a deep exhale. If I was going to turn on humanity, would I have called you here? That's not an answer, Magnus said, his tone colder than the rumbling thunder overhead. A blinding flash of lightning split the sky, accompanied by another deafening rumble of thunder. Magnus's stance made it clear, he wouldn't accept anything other than a direct answer. Serafina's gaze narrowed, and after a brief pause, she finally responded. I choose humanity. The clouds dispersed almost instantly, and the overwhelming killing intent in the air vanished. Magnus nodded, satisfied, and immediately got to the point. Is there a way to break a bond between spirits? The sound of water splashing echoed across the quiet underground world. Elder Lorthan stared at the ripples on the spiritual lake, his expression frozen in disbelief. He had just explained the dangers and pain that awaited Atticus in the lake, yet the boy hadn't shown the slightest hint of hesitation. It hadn't fazed him at all. Lorthan had never seen a 17-year-old so fearless in his life. It should have been a moment to make any elder smile with pride. However, coldness filled Lorthan's face instead. It was as though, the moment Atticus entered the lake, a switch had been flipped. Every trace of the sagely calm aura Lorthan carried vanished, replaced by an icy gaze fixed firmly on the lake. Such a shame, he thought bitterly. Atticus Ravenstein, the greatest genius humanity had ever seen. A boy foretold to raise humanity to unprecedented heights. A boy whose potential was immeasurable, destined to stand at the top. Yet, to Lorthan, it was now all meaningless. This will be where he meets his end, he thought grimly. Lorthan had devoted his entire life to the spirits. After bonding with one, he had chosen to forsake everything to live in the underground world with them. To him, his very existence was meant to serve them. His devotion ran that deep. This was why, upon learning that Atticus had summoned an enemy of the spirits and still intended to bond with it, he immediately saw him as an enemy. It can't be helped. He chose this. His thoughts were interrupted as the air around him suddenly shifted. They're here, Lorthan realized, his gaze sharpening. The spiritual energy in the area thickened, becoming so dense it was almost suffocating. The ground trembled faintly beneath his feet as gravity seemed to press down like an invisible weight. In the blink of an eye, they appeared. Dozens of figures, over 30 in number, materialized near the twisted roots of the eternal canopy. Each one wore dark purple robes etched with intricate, ethereal patterns that glowed faintly, resembling the spirits hovering in the air. They all exuded a suffocating aura, unmistakably Grandmaster-level power. Despite the calming presence of the eternal canopy, their bloodlust was staggering, saturating the air with an almost unbearable intensity. Each had the signature purple hair of the Starhaven bloodline, and their cold, piercing eyes locked onto Lorthan with an iciness that made the temperature plummet. Lorthan, a deep, resonant voice broke through the oppressive silence. Lorthan turned sharply, his cold gaze locking onto the man who had spoken. At the center of the group stood a towering figure who was undoubtedly their leader. He came here himself. Lorthan's brow furrowed in surprise. There wasn't a soul in Sector 8 who didn't know this man. His features were sharp as a blade, his jawline angular, and his eyes radiated danger. Though he wore the same purple robes as the others, the patterns on his robes were darker, almost like veins pulsing with spiritual energy. Valor Starhaven, leader of the Crimson Vow. The Crimson Vow was a notorious terrorist group within the Starhaven sector, infamous for their extremism. They worshipped the spirits as divine beings and saw themselves as their enforcers. To them, any perceived threat to the spirits had to be eradicated without mercy. Their devotion was absolute, and their methods brutally unforgiving. Lorthan's expression grew colder, his disgust toward the group, and especially its leader, apparent. Though he loved and devoted his life to the spirits, the Crimson Vow's actions brought nothing but chaos to the Starhaven sector. Their cruelty knew no bounds. They even believed that Starhaven bloodline members who couldn't bond with spirits were defective and needed to be killed without mercy. Lorthan didn't believe in their methods, but now he had no choice but to swallow his dissatisfaction. They had a common enemy to deal with. As Valor stepped forward, two men flanked him, a pair of elderly twins with matching twisted smirks. The twins, along with Valor, radiated the strongest auras of the group. One of the twins tilted his head, sneering. "Look at him, brother. He calls us here because he can't handle it himself, and yet he still dares to look at us with disgust. What a hypocrite." The other twin chuckled. "You'd think the overseer of the Spirit Lake would have some backbone. But no, here he is, terrified of a 17-year-old. The first twin grinned. "He's probably hoping we'll help him fish that boy out of the lake. What do you think, Darren? Should we lend him a hand?" Darren laughed, crossing his arms. "Depends. Do you think he'd beg for it? I'd love to see the great elder Lorthan on his knees." Lorthan's composure cracked as his voice rose sharply. "You bastards." Before he could act, a figure appeared from behind the group. Lorthan immediately bowed. "Young Master Kalen," he greeted with respect. Kalen's icy gaze silenced him instantly. "Stand down, Elder. Remember why we're here." Lorthan clenched his fists but didn't argue further, stepping back with his aura now restrained. His fanatical devotion to the spirits had always made him admire and worship those who bonded with higher-tier spirits. It was this same devotion that had made him accept Kalen's offer without hesitation. Like Kalen, Lorthan didn't want Atticus to sully Zoe's bloodline. Kalen turned to Valor, a faint smile on his lips. "I see you came prepared. Are you ready?" Valor smiled faintly in return, though his expression had no warmth. "This should be simple. He may be capable of fighting grandmasters, but no one escapes the effects of the spiritual lake." Kalen's smile widened as his gaze shifted to the lake. Finally, he thought with a sense of satisfaction. He had planned everything meticulously. What Lorthan had conveniently failed to mention to Atticus was that during the synchronization process, the body would endure immense stress and strain. By the end, he would be completely exhausted and weak. This was especially so when the amount of mana in the individual's body that needed to synchronize with the spiritual energy was immense. In the worst cases, individuals couldn't even lift a finger, let alone fight. Kalen had anticipated that Atticus would eventually need the lake to progress and had set everything in motion accordingly. Before arriving, he had checked and was glad that Serafina was absent. Now, all they had to do was wait for Atticus to emerge. Then, it would all be over. "Blame yourself for standing in my way," Kalen thought coldly. As the group gathered around the lake, the person they were all waiting for was lost in his own world. To Atticus, all he could see was darkness, accompanied by a tingling sensation spreading across his body. Darkness. This was all Atticus could see. Elder Lorthan had assumed that Atticus had jumped into the spiritual lake without thinking about the consequences, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Yes, the Elder had mentioned that Atticus would experience an unimaginable amount of pain, a fact that would have terrified most people. But Atticus was not like most people. Atticus was no stranger to pain. He had endured it countless times, pain so severe that it would have broken others. However, that didn't mean he sought it out. If pain could be avoided, he would prefer it that way. But now, things were different. Having won a set of incredibly powerful techniques during the Nexus event, abilities that could only be described as unfair for one person to possess, Atticus had gained something invaluable. Among these techniques was a skill from the regenerary race that would forever change how he approached training. Pain resistance regenerary race. Effect. The user's pain threshold is elevated, making them nearly immune to distractions caused by physical discomfort or injury. They can continue fighting through severe injuries without hesitation. The technique was described as a battle ability, but Atticus saw its potential beyond the battlefield. It would have been a waste to limit its use to combat alone. To Atticus, it was a tool to push himself further in training, a way to overcome the limits pain imposed. The moment he plunged into the lake, an unbearable wave of pain engulfed his body. The spiritual energy clashed violently with the mana coursing through him, causing the mana to feel scalding hot, like molten metal searing his veins. But Atticus didn't flinch. He immediately activated the pain resistance technique. Over the weeks of mastering the abilities of various races, Atticus had uncovered something extraordinary, a revelation that explained why the different races of Eldoralth had such unique traits and powers. They all used mana, so why could one race regenerate from a drop of blood while others couldn't? Why could some traverse dimensions while others couldn't? Why could one race absorb life force while others couldn't? Atticus had always pondered these questions, and when he discovered the answer, it exhilarated him. It all came down to mana signatures. The concept wasn't entirely new to Atticus. His first encounter with mana signatures was back at the academy when he had altered the mana signature of his cloak to match that of a barrier blocking his way. Through focused effort, he had been able to phase through the barrier by perfectly mimicking its signature. His second encounter had been during his battle with Aearch of the Aeonian race. The Aeonians were so attuned to mana that they could change their body's mana signature to match their opponents, rendering most attacks ineffective. To counter this, Atticus had rapidly altered the mana signature of his strikes, giving Aearch no time to adapt. The final and most groundbreaking discovery came as Atticus explored the innate abilities of Eldoralth's races. He realized that each race possessed a unique mana signature that defined their powers. Unlike the signatures he had manipulated in the past, these were innate, an intrinsic part of their being. Mimicking them wasn't simply difficult, it was almost impossible without a precise reference. These signatures were as unique as fingerprints, tied to the very essence of the race's abilities. However, when Atticus reached this point, he encountered something that left him confused. During his battle with Aearch, Atticus had assumed that the Aeonians had the ability to copy their opponents' mana signatures. If that were the case, wouldn't they be able to replicate the abilities of other races? And if so, why weren't they the strongest race? These thoughts had lingered in Atticus's mind until he asked Magnus about them. Unfortunately, Magnus hadn't deemed the Aeonians significant enough to include them in the list of races to watch out for at the Nexus. As a result, Atticus hadn't fully understood how their power worked. Magnus explained the nature of the Aeonians' abilities. It was surface-level mimicry. By rapidly aligning the outer layer of their mana field to match the signature of an incoming attack, whether physical or mana-based, they could create a momentary state of dissonance. This dissonance caused the attack to bypass their body entirely, as though they weren't truly present in the same space. For physical attacks, this ability worked by subtly altering the mana density around their bodies, creating a thin, imperceptible layer that separated them from the force of the attack. However, this phasing was purely defensive and reactionary. It didn't allow the Aeonians to replicate the abilities of other races. While the Aeonians could mimic the surface-level signature of an attack to neutralize or evade it, race-specific abilities like pain resistance or regeneration relied on core mana signatures, deeply ingrained and intrinsic to each race. These core signatures were far more complex than the surface fragments found in attacks. This principle also applied to the Regenerary's pain resistance ability. The Regenerary possessed a distinct type of mana, one that, when directed correctly, allowed their bodies to suppress pain signals and function at peak efficiency, even under severe injuries. Fortunately, the Regenerary, along with other races, had left behind mana samples for Atticus to use as a reference. Using these samples, Atticus studied and temporarily mimicked the core mana signatures of the respective techniques. By channeling this replicated mana through his body, he triggered the same physiological response that suppressed pain. At first, it wasn't perfect. His body wasn't naturally attuned to the Regenerary's mana, so the process was clunky and inefficient. But over time, Atticus refined his control until he reached a level high enough to activate the pain resistance technique. This process applied to many other racial techniques, and with time, Atticus successfully mimicked every one of them. This accomplishment significantly elevated his mana manipulation to unprecedented levels. Atticus was confident that if he were to face that barrier at the academy again, he could replicate its signature within a second. However, there was a drawback. For now, whenever Atticus wanted to use a specific ability, he had to temporarily shift his core mana signature to match the race tied to that ability. During this time, he couldn't access many of his other abilities. It was as though he stopped being human while using a race-specific technique. Still, Atticus was certain that with time and practice, this limitation would eventually disappear. As soon as Atticus activated the regenerary technique, the intense pain racking his body vanished, replaced by a tingling sensation. What had initially overwhelmed him gave way to a newfound calm. He could feel the mana in his body bubbling like molten lava, yet he experienced no pain. This allowed Atticus to focus entirely on the scene playing out within his body. The spiritual energy from the lake had infiltrated his body from all directions, clashing violently with his mana, causing the latter to react as if scalding hot. As the seconds passed, Atticus began to notice a subtle change. Some parts of his mana in contact with the spiritual energy were starting to settle, flowing together in a tentative harmony. They weren't merging to form a new energy but were instead learning to coexist. Although Atticus couldn't feel the pain, he instinctively knew that his body was under tremendous pressure and stress. But he also understood his body's limits better than anyone. I'll make it through this, but by the end of it, I might not be able to lift a finger, he concluded. Even as this thought crossed his mind, his concerns shifted to a new realization. Atticus had no idea what was happening outside the lake. The intense energy surrounding him had completely blocked his senses. The thought of being left weak and vulnerable in a sector that could turn on him at any moment left him feeling uneasy. I can't let that happen, he thought. As he thought, a realization suddenly struck him. The elder hadn't warned me about the effects. While others might dismiss it, claiming that he simply forgot, Atticus wasn't one to overlook such things. In the first place, he never trusted anyone fully. A detail like that, especially in such a critical situation, couldn't simply be ignored. I can't take any chances, he decided. Atticus would always choose to be cautious. As this thought solidified, the stomp embedded on his chest suddenly throbbed. In the next instant, his exosuit enveloped his entire body. Atticus's exosuit was nothing if not adaptable. It was designed to evolve alongside its user, it had never been solely reliant on mana. For the suit, energy was energy, and if its user could harness it, so could it. The moment the exosuit deployed, the tingling sensation in Atticus's body disappeared entirely. The suit began utilizing the spiritual energy to mitigate the damage and strain his body was enduring. It worked seamlessly, continuously healing every trace of damage his body sustained. In essence, by the time the process concluded, Atticus wouldn't just be as good as new, he would be even better, with fully synchronized mana and spiritual energy. With this assurance, Atticus let the process continue uninterrupted, and time passed like a blip. Ultimately, it didn't take long. After exactly 1 hour, Atticus felt the mana in his body fully synchronize with the spiritual energy of the lake. The moment it happened, he manipulated the water of the lake, rising gracefully from the depths to the surface. His gaze swept across the area, landing on the figures waiting silently. Over 30 individuals in the Grandmaster ranks surrounded the lake, their auras surging like raging storms. The pressure they exuded blanketed the surroundings, making the air feel dense and suffocating. The ground beneath their feet cracked under the weight of their combined presence, and their killing intent locked onto Atticus like an iron vice. The world seemed to pause. Time slowed. Even the ripples of the lake abruptly froze in place. Silence descended, deafening. The stillness almost maddening. No one spoke a single word. However, despite the crushing weight of their combined aura pressing down on him, despite the suffocating killing intent that made the air tremble and vibrate, Atticus stood tall. His entire being radiated an unshakable calm, an aura so composed it was terrifying in its entirety. The underground world beneath the eternal canopy was utterly silent. It was a vast region, spanning many kilometers in every direction. The people of the Starhaven family who failed to bond with the spirits were going about their daily lives, dedicating their time to finding a way to finally bond with the spirits. It was a depressing task. Living every day of their lives knowing that the rest of their family had branded them as trash, defects who needed to be discarded. Many in the underground world had come here against their will. The way unbonded Starhavens were treated in the sector was worse than the way animals were treated. However, as terribly sad as their situation was, today was the day that would intensify it manifold. As the people observed the ethereal spirits floating through the air, the underground world turned silent. It was strange. In the first place, it had never been a place that was usually noisy. Silence was the norm. However, there was something about this silence. It was hard to explain. It was the sort of silence that descended when something catastrophic was about to happen. Then, the people felt something else. Tension. It was so intense that it sent a slight chill across the people in the underground world. The humans froze. The spirits stopped moving, and all eyes turned towards the direction of the spiritual lake in the distance, where an intense coldness was emanating from. Something was coming. Meanwhile, at the spiritual lake where all the tension was emanating from, Valor, the leader of the Crimson Vows, had his gaze narrowed in slight shock. It was an odd scene. There was no single person in the whole of Sector 8 who didn't know who Valor was. He had carried out many public executions, spreading the ideals of the Crimson Vows all over the sector. And he had never been known to lose his calm. However, now, gazing at this boy standing by the lake, his expression crumbled. How? The process of synchronizing your mana with spiritual energy was a daunting task. One that required your body to work many times harder than usual. This was a process that every member of the Starhaven family underwent when they first bonded with a spirit at a very young age. At that time, the mana and spiritual energy in their bodies weren't that significant, making the process more bearable. The higher the amount of mana and spiritual energy one had, the more strain it put on the body. However, one fact remained unchanged. At the end of the process, the body would be left utterly overwhelmed and exhausted. Atticus had an insane amount of mana. And considering the spiritual energy around him, it was obvious that it was staggering as well. Atticus had just finished the synchronization process, so why, just why, was his aura so profound? It wasn't only Valor. Even Elder Lorthan and Kalen had their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. The latter had bonded with a Tier 6 spirit, and his spiritual energy had been high when he went through this process. He, of all people, knew how strenuous it was, which was why he was finding it hard to believe what he was currently seeing. There were more than 30 Grandmasters surrounding Atticus, their bloodlust covering the area like a heavy blanket. And yet, Atticus seemed as though he was a beacon in the darkness. None of the bloodlust reached him. It was as though an invisible, impenetrable shield surrounded him, rendering the murderous intent and aura of more than 30 Grandmasters utterly useless. They had all watched the Nexus event. They had all witnessed his prowess. And although they had been shocked, at the end of the day, watching a battle through a screen and actually witnessing it firsthand were two completely different things. Many had labeled it as visual effects. While it was true that during the battle, they were moving at incomprehensible speeds, it was impossible to accurately determine how fast they were, especially since they were watching from a screen. The surroundings might have been destroyed, but that was a normal occurrence in battle. Numerous earth-shattering clashes had occurred, but it was impossible to determine the weight of each while watching from a screen. Their apex was extremely powerful, the people had accepted that fact. However, the people in the Grandmaster ranks, especially the older ones with vast battle experience, had refused to believe that a 17-year-old could be more powerful than them. But reality had always told the truth. And it was an absolute truth that couldn't be denied. The gazes of the Grandmasters narrowed dangerously, and their auras flared brighter, the ground beneath their feet fracturing from the sheer pressure. However, despite the increase, not a shred of it touched him, his aura as calm as a lake. Then, Atticus's gaze shifted. It landed squarely on Valor and the twins standing beside him. Valor's eyes narrowed into slits, and the twins flinched instinctively, their heartbeats quickening. A cold shiver ran down each of their spines, an action that shocked Valor to the core. He didn't need to think. His body knew. Danger. As a seasoned warrior, Valor understood perfectly what had just happened. More than 30 Grandmasters had surrounded this boy. They had unleashed their full killing intent, enough to crush armies. And yet, Atticus stood unmoved. Unshaken. As he emerged from the lake, he had accepted their presence. He had accepted their intent to kill him. He didn't care for their reason. And now, without uttering a word, without any hesitation, Atticus was about to act. Valor's instincts screamed like a warning bell. His irises abruptly shifted, splitting into 3 distinct colors, and his pupils became sharp slits. His muscles bulged, his clothes straining as his spiritual energy surged outward in an explosive wave of force. The air cracked, the ground beneath him imploded, and with unreal speed, he grabbed the twins by the backs of their shirts. In an instant, Valor shot into the sky like a streak of light. The ground where they had stood disintegrated into a crater as a purple azure slash tore through the air below them, slicing through the earth like butter. The sheer force of the slash destroyed everything in its path. Thick roots were shredded, split apart as though they were paper, and the landscape itself was carved into an abyss of destruction. The world went silent. Every pair of eyes stared wide in utter disbelief. The bluish-purple slash continued carving through the horizon, leaving behind a trail of devastation so profound it seemed like the world itself was being split apart. For a brief moment, no one dared to breathe, the silence thick and suffocating. The killing intent emanating from the Grand Masters, that had blanketed the area, dissolved like sugar in water. But what replaced it was far worse. It was akin to the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. A killing intent so potent it caused every Grand Master in the area to shudder erupted from Atticus, saturating the air with suffocating intensity. Everyone froze, their minds short-circuiting as they forgot how to think. They each knew what they were, a bloodthirsty group who had unleashed massacres and killed thousands. Fear wasn't foreign to them. But they had always been the one inflicting it. Yet now, it was the only thing they could feel. From high above, Valor's gaze trembled. They had been wrong. They had been so wrong. Atticus's powers were beyond anything they had assumed. His victory in the Nexus had been based on pure skill. This was the reality. This was the apex of humanity. Despite the shock that filled the air, Atticus's calm gaze remained fixed on Valor high in the sky. As their eyes met, Valor's instincts screamed at him. They couldn't afford to waste time. Atticus had seen them, and he would kill them. Valor's gaze darkened, his voice thundering, shaking the very air. Don't hold back anything. Attack him with everything you have. His command echoed across the desolation, vibrating like the drumbeat of war. His tone peaked into a roar. Now, the world snapped back into motion. The Grand Masters shook off their fear, hands clenched, teeth gritted, before erupting in unison. Their spiritual energy ignited like an inferno, lighting up the battlefield. Multiple purple beams shot into the sky, piercing the heavens like apocalyptic beacons. The ground quaked and splintered as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded the area, shaking the very foundation of the earth. The atmosphere turned oppressive, as though the world itself was preparing to collapse under the weight of the Grand Masters' combined might. Their voices reverberated like thunder as they roared in unison. Manifest. The air rippled and twisted as the Grand Masters activated their ultimate powers. A blinding flash of light erupted from their chests, and their bonded spirits burst forth, expanding into towering, domineering forms. Each spirit radiated an aura so intense it felt as though gravity had multiplied 1,000-fold. The battlefield transformed. Where one spirit landed, a lush forest erupted, ancient trees stretching skyward and covering the earth in green. Where another landed, a storm surged, black clouds churning as lightning tore across the sky, rain pouring down on the earth. A third spirit turned the ground to molten rock, lava bubbling and hissing as flames danced wildly across the battlefield. Each spirit reshaped the landscape into their own domain, their elemental powers clashing and mixing, creating a chaotic, apocalyptic battlefield. The Grand Masters stood side by side with their spirits, their combined presence crushingly overwhelming. In Eldorolf, reaching the Grand Master rank meant mastering one's power to an extraordinary degree. For most elementalists, this mastery manifested as a domain, an ability that allowed absolute control over their element within a certain range. But the Starhaven family was different. Their powers weren't tied to elemental domains but to their spiritual energy and the connection to their bonded spirits. For the Starhaven, achieving the Grand Master rank required reaching a point where their spiritual energy, combined with their bond, could physically manifest their spirits in the material world. When this happened, the environment transformed into one where their spirits thrived, reshaping the battlefield into a realm tailored to their spirits' power. The spirits, now fully realized, would fight alongside their partners in Eldorolf. This was the power of the Starhaven Grand Masters. As the spirits manifested in their full forms, towering behind their partners, their presence was overwhelming. From the very beginning, ever since the spirit had heard about Ozeroth's interest in Atticus, an enemy to their king, they had wanted to eliminate him. They were in Eldorolf for their reasons, and had never cared about Atticus having the potential to raise the humans to the top. If anything, he was a threat to their goals. Thus, it was no surprise when the spirits, often seen as serene and benevolent, unleashed a staggering wave of killing intent that saturated the air. In unison, their gazes locked onto Atticus. But he was gone. For a split second, silence descended. Confusion spread through the spirits and grandmasters. Their eyes darted around, auras flaring as they scanned the battlefield. Where had he gone? The silence pressed down on them, their hearts pounding. Then, their gazes snapped back to where he had stood moments ago. He was there, standing exactly where he had been, calm, unmoving. The confusion only deepened. What was happening? But not everyone was confused. One of the twins behind Valor trembled, his wide, glowing eyes filled with fear. His spirit, Void Owl, was a Tier 5 spirit with an ability to slow down time within a specific range for a brief moment. He had activated the ability the instant they reached the sky. Though it had been blurry, he had seen it. He had seen him. Atticus had moved. Not just moved, he had crossed the entire circle of grandmasters surrounding him in an instant. And no one noticed. The twin's scalp turned numb, and his lips trembled as realization struck. They're dead, he whispered, his voice breaking. As his words echoed across the underground world, it happened. A faint bluish-purple slash appeared in the air, cutting through the ranks of the grandmasters and their spirits simultaneously. The glow streaked across their bodies, leaving behind destruction in its wake. The grandmasters froze, eyes wide in shock, as thin lines of light appeared across their bodies and those of their spirits. The realization hit like a hammer: they were already dead. Without warning, every grandmaster split cleanly in two, their bodies falling to the ground with sickening thuds. Their spirits suffered the same fate, their towering forms cleaved in half, their domains collapsing as they dissolved into scattered motes of light. In a single moment, 30 grandmasters and their spirits were annihilated. The battlefield, once filled with tension and killing intent, became utterly silent. All eyes turned toward the cause of it all. Atticus stood exactly where he had been, calm and untouched, his blade still glowing faintly with residual energy. Yet the killing intent emanating from him only intensified, filling the air with suffocating pressure. His eyes lifted upward, locking onto Valor, who hovered above, his face frozen in shock. But just as Atticus was about to move, Elder Lorthan's voice boomed across the battlefield. How dare you? How dare you kill the spirits? In Eldoralf, grandmasters were the backbone of any war effort. These were individuals of extraordinary strength, capable of single-handedly altering the outcome of a battle with their mere presence. A single grandmaster could reduce entire cities to rubble in hours or face entire armies without faltering. Their abilities elevated them beyond warriors, they were living weapons. Every race in Eldoralf, humanity included, understood their immense value. The number of grandmasters across the domain was significant but not limitless, they remained a rare and precious resource. Each grandmaster represented decades, sometimes centuries, of rigorous training and experience. Losing even one was a devastating blow to any faction. Which was why it was utterly shocking to see over 30 grandmasters fall, all at the hands of a single 17-year-old boy. A rage-filled voice shattered the suffocating silence. How dare you? How dare you kill the spirits? The heads of Valor and the twins snapped to the side, their eyes landing on Elder Lorthan, who was seething with fury. As soon as Valor had shot into the skies, Elder Lorthan had instinctively grabbed Kalen and retreated as far as he could. He was utterly shocked, so shocked it defied explanation. Of all people, Elder Lorthan had expected Atticus to emerge from the spiritual lake completely drained and helpless. Even for a genius of unprecedented caliber, the synchronization process should have left him exhausted. If a battle were to break out, Elder Lorthan hadn't worried about being discovered. After all, they were under the eternal canopy, a colossal tree emanating an incomprehensible amount of spiritual energy that blanketed the entire sector. The spiritual energy was so dense that even Serafina, a paragon, would be unable to detect any fluctuations unless she was physically present in the underground world herself. But she was not. Even after witnessing Atticus emerge from the lake unscathed, Elder Lorthan had remained unconcerned. If they all worked together, using their varied abilities, they should have been able to take him down. That had been Elder Lorthan's confident belief. However, the events that followed turned his blood ice cold. The moment Atticus stepped out of the lake, he nearly obliterated their 3 strongest men without hesitation. Overwhelmed by a primal fear that surged through his experienced body, Elder Lorthan had instinctively grabbed Kalen and created as much distance as possible. It turned out to be the best decision he had ever made. But there was no relief in his heart. As he watched the carnage unfold, all Elder Lorthan felt was unrelenting anger. He didn't care about the Grandmasters. In fact, even if millions of humans perished before his eyes, he likely wouldn't have batted an eye. But watching the spirits, beings he had revered and worshipped his entire life, be annihilated before him, something inside him broke. Elder Lorthan completely ignored Kalen, who trembled behind him. With his eyes blazing red and fury burning through his veins, he opened his mouth. Manifest. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the battlefield to its core. The spiritual energy around him condensed, thickening to an oppressive degree. It grew suffocating, crushing down on everything like a massive invisible weight. A blinding purple light erupted from his chest, piercing the underground sky like a violent explosion. The light surged outward with incredible momentum, and from its center, a colossal form began to emerge. The creature's body resembled a whale, its massive frame shimmering with translucent scales that refracted the purple glow like a living jewel. Its presence exuded raw, unrestrained power, filling the battlefield with an overwhelming sense of dominance. The spirit roared, its deafening cry echoing like a tempest, shaking the earth itself to its very foundation. As the spirit expanded to its full size, the ground beneath Elder Lorthan's feet shattered, unable to withstand the force, and purple mist swirled around its form. The sight was awe-inspiring and terrifying all at once. Every gaze turned to Elder Lorthan as his spirit towered over the entire battlefield. Even Valor and the twins high in the air stared at Elder Lorthan. Compared to the other Grandmasters that Atticus had just annihilated, Elder Lorthan's spirit and spiritual energy were thicker, stronger. A feeling of hope surged through their bodies. His speed was incredible, but we were never on the same level as the Grandmasters he killed. We should be able to take him. Valor quickly analyzed the whole situation and started planning, gesturing to the twins behind him. Get ready to jump in, he commanded. They both sent reluctant glances at Valor. It was obvious they wanted nothing more than to move as far away from that monstrous boy as possible. But it seemed they had no choice. However, they had each only taken their eyes off Atticus for a brief moment. A moment so brief it was akin to a blink. But when they turned back to Atticus, he was gone. The world fell silent. A surge of fear crept into their hearts. They had seen what happened the last time he disappeared, and that thought sent waves of panic through their entire beings. Even the colossal spirits' glow dimmed slightly. Just as each of them was about to make a run for it, they heard it. A muffled sound began to fill the space. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing second, spreading through the quiet area like an echo. Elder Lorthan's heart skipped a beat, his blood turning cold. That sound, it wasn't coming from a random place. It was behind him. Every single shred of anger he had been feeling vanished into thin air as he slowly turned. And then, he saw it. Him. The 17-year-old boy who had caused so much devastation. Atticus held Kalen by the mouth, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. Kalen's body trembled violently, his face twisted with utter fear as Atticus's grip dug into his skin so tightly it contorted his features. The boy's muffled screams barely escaped through Atticus's crushing hold. Elder Lorthan froze. Atticus and Elder Lorthan couldn't be said to be close. In fact, they had only just met a few moments ago, but it didn't change the fact that Elder Lorthan was supposed to be a trustworthy guide for Atticus. They had met briefly, and Lorthan was an elder of the lake, someone Celestial herself had sent to guide him. However, it was now glaringly obvious that the elder had betrayed him and instead planned to have him killed. Considering all of this, the elder had expected something, anything, from Atticus. A word, a question, a look of betrayal or disbelief. But there was nothing. Not a single word left Atticus's lips. He hadn't asked why. He hadn't even looked at him. The elder's breath cracked as the truth set in. He was already dead. And the one who had condemned him hadn't even spared him a glance. All of Atticus's attention was on Kalen, his cold, icy gaze fixed on the trembling boy. It wasn't directed at Lorthan, but the elder could still feel it, the bone-chilling coldness of that gaze as it bore down on Kalen in his arms. Kalen's fate was sealed. Atticus was going to kill him. Lorthan's mind reeled, his body frozen in place. What a monster. Elder Lorthan had always revered those who bonded with higher-tier spirits, and Kalen was one of them. But at this moment, none of that mattered. A bitter smile graced Elder Lorthan's lips as his gaze shifted to his spirit, the magnificent behemoth that had stood beside him in all its glory. In that fleeting moment, he found peace. For all the betrayal, for all the wrongs he had done, at least he had served the spirits he worshipped to the very end. A faint glow began to envelop his body and his spirit, thin lines of bluish-purple light spreading like veins across their forms. With a soft sigh, Elder Lorthan whispered his final thought. At least I served them, to the end. The slash appeared without warning. It tore through Elder Lorthan and his spirit simultaneously, clean and precise. His body split neatly in two, each half collapsing to the ground in silence. Above him, his spirit let out a mournful cry before its colossal form shattered into countless glowing fragments, dissolving into the air like a dying constellation. The battlefield fell silent once more. It had taken mere moments. Elder Lorthan and his spirit were gone, obliterated with a single strike. It wasn't a fight, it was an execution. Kalen's trembling voice shattered the oppressive silence as Atticus held him high up by the mouth. His voice was shrill, shaking with desperation. Why you can't kill me? Kalen stammered, his words tumbling over each other. My father is an important elder of the Starhaven family. If you harm me, they'll hunt you down. They'll have your head. You'll regret. Atticus's grip tightened. A sizzling sound echoed through the tense air as smoke began to rise from Kalen's burning face, Atticus's hand glowing with concentrated spiritual energy. Kalen's screams pierced the battlefield as he thrashed wildly, trying in vain to free himself from the iron grip. His words dissolved into incoherent cries, but none of it mattered. Atticus's gaze remained impassive, his expression cold and detached as he watched the boy struggle. To Kalen, this was the most harrowing moment of his life. His plan had been perfect. Atticus was supposed to emerge from the lake weak and vulnerable, and that would have been the end of it. Everything should have gone as planned. But reality was cruel. Kalen's tears and mucus mixed with the blood streaming down his face. He couldn't think past the unbearable pain. Meeting Atticus's emotionless gaze sent a surge of dread through him. He knew. He knew. Atticus would kill him. Desperation surged through Kalen as his spiritual energy flared in one final attempt to escape. His body shimmered as he tried to phase out of Atticus's grasp using his spirit ability. But Atticus's hand ignited with a vortex of spiritual energy. Kalen's phasing body instantly solidified, his form trapped as the energy bound him. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed through the battlefield as Atticus's grip tightened, shattering Kalen's cheekbone. In a last-ditch effort, Kalen's chest erupted with light as his bonded spirit materialized behind him. The Tier 6 ethereal wolf stood tall, its translucent form radiating immense power. Its luminous eyes burned with rage as it let out a deafening howl. You dare touch him? The wolf snarled, its deep voice echoing across the battlefield. Do you have any idea what you're doing, human? To kill him is to defy the Starhaven family. Worse, you'll become an enemy to the spirits themselves. We will make sure you. The wolf's voice faltered, its confident tone replaced by stunned silence. Its glowing form flickered erratically, and an unnatural coldness seeped into its core. Something was wrong. Its head whipped around in panic, its gaze falling on its own body. Thin, glowing slashes appeared across its translucent form, spreading like cracks in fragile glass. The spirit's luminous eyes turned back to Atticus, who hadn't even acknowledged its presence. That single act of complete disregard, of being entirely ignored, burned the wolf with an intense fury. A lowly human from a lower world dared. You, the wolf growled, but its words were cut short. Its body shattered into countless fragments, the pieces dissolving into faint motes of light that faded into nothingness. Just like that, a Tier 6 spirit, a being treated as royalty in the spirit realm, was dead. Kalen's piercing scream rang out, echoing through the battlefield. But it, too, was silenced. With a sickening crunch, Atticus's hand closed around Kalen's skull, crushing it in a single, brutal motion. Blood sprayed outward in violent arcs, splattering the ground and Atticus's arm in crimson. The lifeless body dropped like a broken doll, limp and liveless. There was no room for silence this time. Chaos erupted instantly. A deafening roar ripped through the battlefield as a rippling psychic wave exploded outward from Valor's spirit. The air vibrated violently as the wave surged toward Atticus, aiming to paralyze him with its sheer force. The wave struck, but compared to Atticus's indomitable will, it might as well have been a child's effort. Atticus didn't flinch. His body remained steady, his gaze locking onto Valor and the three-headed chimera spirit looming behind him. There was no hesitation. Valor's body blurred as he shot through the air with inhuman speed, the lion head of his chimera enhancing his reflexes. His fists lashed out like torrents of lightning, each strike carrying the force to flatten mountains. But Atticus's calm demeanor remained unchanged. His arms moved with unmatched precision, deflecting each blow with effortless ease. Every movement was sharp and fluid, his arms weaving through the strikes as though Valor's actions were being read out loud to him. Every angle, every feint, every strike, Atticus was already there, neutralizing the attacks before they fully formed. Valor's eyes widened in disbelief, but it was too late. Atticus's left arm parried an incoming fist, and his right hand snapped upward in a devastating uppercut. The blow connected squarely with Valor's chin, sending him reeling. Pain exploded through his skull as his mind went blank for a split second. From the side, the twins entered the fray. The first twin's eyes glowed golden, and the battlefield shifted. Time itself slowed to a crawl, the movements of everyone within the Void Owl's range becoming sluggish and disjointed. The sounds of the battlefield faded into an eerie silence as the Void Owl's time-manipulating power blanketed the area. In the slowed reality, the second twin spirit, Verdant Sentinel, surged forward. Its massive humanoid form, entwined with glowing roots, radiated green energy. Thorned roots erupted from the ground, snaking toward Atticus like countless spears. At the same time, the Verdant Sentinel's colossal fists descended, each swing aiming to crush him. The tenebral chimera moved in tandem, its three heads striking with coordination. The lion head roared, the snake head lashed out with venomous fangs, and the eagle head pierced the air with raw, unrelenting force. The three spirits converged. The Void Owl's time-slowing ability made their combined attacks seem utterly inescapable. The Verdant Sentinel's roots closed in from all directions, the tenebral chimera's strikes rained down with lethal intent, and the spirits' sheer power threatened to overwhelm Atticus entirely. It was a combination of destruction, a coordinated assault meant to crush him beneath their collective might. However, in the heart of the chaos, Atticus's gaze flickered. His body shifted slightly, his stance tightening. And then, he moved. The silence shattered. Atticus felt powerful. If he had to be honest, it wasn't the first time he would feel this way. Every time it happened, the world seemed different. No, he was the one who had changed. It was like someone who had walked their entire life suddenly being given the ability to fly. It felt surreal. It felt amazing. His entire being would vibrate with an energy he had never experienced before, an energy that felt infinite. His senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree, as if the world around him slowed while he moved forward effortlessly. His strength multiplied manifold, his speed became terrifying, and it felt as though he could reach out, touch the horizon, and shatter mountains with a flick of his hand. But even amidst all these incredible sensations, Atticus could feel it. Something was different. He felt more than human, more than a man. A human being shouldn't feel this way. His strength, speed, and perception weren't just enhanced. They felt limitless. For the first time ever, Atticus didn't just feel powerful. He couldn't see the limits of his current power. He felt invincible. Spiritual energy wasn't related to or reliant on mana. It was its own distinct force, with its own properties and effects. In the human domain, the Starhaven family had always been unmatched when it came to appearance and vitality. They lived longer than other families, which was one of the reasons why Sector 8 was dominated by their bloodline. Like mana, spiritual energy enhanced every aspect of the body, speed, strength, and all other stats, and some would even argue it did so to a higher degree than mana. Atticus had suspected this ever since he concluded that the spirit world was a higher world than Eldorolf. If it was a higher world, then naturally its energy would also be stronger. But this had left Atticus puzzled. If his assumptions were true, then the Starhaven family should be the strongest in all of Eldorolf. They had mana, and they had spiritual energy, which was superior to mana, and they could use both. So why were they so weak? Then it dawned on him, the Starhaven's history. They had been utterly powerless at one point, and in the human domain, those with weak talent or control over mana were always weak. This meant their mana was lacking. The bulk of their strength came from spiritual energy. And while it was a superior energy, it wasn't native to Eldorolf. Simply put, they were aliens using the energy of another world. Aside from their unique physiology, There had to be limits to how much spiritual energy they could wield or how strong they could become with it. Either that, or spirits lived far longer than humans, allowing them to achieve greater strength over time. The exact reason wasn't easy to pinpoint, but that wasn't what Atticus had been focusing on. The Starhaven family's talent with mana was incredibly low, making the mana in their bodies almost negligible. They relied mostly on spiritual energy. But what about him? Atticus's talent with mana was unmatched. His mana was so potent that it made him stronger than others of the same rank. He had always relied on mana. But now, he had spiritual energy as well. Two energy types, each capable of amplifying every stat in the body, had synchronized and were now flowing seamlessly through Atticus's being. In every fiber of his body, Atticus felt raw, unmeasurable power. He had always been able to gauge his strength. As a Master Plus rank, coupled with his katana art and exosuit, he could rival the strength of a Grandmaster Plus rank. That level of power, though impressive, was calculable to him. But this, what he felt now defied reason. Every stat, every ounce of his strength, speed, and perception had been amplified to a level he could barely fathom, a level surpassing even Grandmaster Plus. He was certain he hadn't reached the Paragon rank, he hadn't even scratched its surface. But he was far beyond the realm of Grandmaster Plus rank. Around him, Valor's spirit, the twins and their spirits converged with lightning-fast speed, movements that would have been impossible for most to track. At their current speed, the average person would have been rendered unconscious, unable to process their sheer velocity. Yet to Atticus, they were moving at a snail's pace. He saw everything. The twitch of their muscles, the flow of spiritual energy surging through their bodies as they prepared to strike, the arcs of their attacks forming before they fully materialized. The very air seemed to slow, every displaced particle visible to him. He could trace the beads of sweat forming on their brows, the dilation of their pupils as they focused, and even the faint rhythm of their breaths as their chests rose and fell. The battlefield unfolded before him, a vivid map of every trajectory, every intention, every flaw. To him, they weren't opponents, they were stories written in advance, their every move and thought laid bare before they were carried out. In that moment, Atticus didn't just see his enemies. He saw everything. His exosuit throbbed, its form evolving in real time. It had initially been built to harness mana alone as it was the only energy Atticus used. But now, it adapted to his newfound dual energies. Streaks of vibrant purple and shimmering blue appear across the surface, forming intricate, flowing patterns that seemed alive. The air thickened around him, filled with mana and spiritual energy as his suit absorbed both from the environment. The surge of power coursing through him was unprecedented, his strength magnified beyond comprehension. His piercing blue eyes shifted, splitting into a mesmerizing swirl of purple and blue, glowing faintly. His gaze flickered and then, the stillness shattered as time resumed its motion. To the twins and the spirits, one moment they converged around Atticus, their attacks blazing with unstoppable force, and in the next, his figure vanished into thin air. Their eyes widened in shock as their attacks continued forward, dangerously close to colliding with each other. And just as the realization hit, a sudden, deafening bam ripped through the air. To them, it was a single, earth-shattering sound, loud, explosive, and final. But to Atticus, it was different. It was 7 distinct impacts, each precisely timed and perfectly synchronized, blending together so seamlessly in their time frame that they resonated as one unified blast. For a moment, the world froze. Silence blanketed the battlefield like a suffocating fog. Then it happened. An immense force crashed into the heads of the twins and their spirits simultaneously, snapping their skulls violently to the side. And then, with a brutal, explosive burst, the heads of both the spirits and their human partners detonated. Blood, fragments, and glowing energy erupted, spraying across the battlefield. The once proud and powerful spirits dissolved into nothingness, their presence erased from existence. The battlefield fell into stunned silence once again. The twins and their spirits were gone, wiped out in an instant, their combined power rendered utterly meaningless. In the midst of the carnage, Atticus's figure reappeared. His swirling purple and blue eyes flickered with a relentless, predatory calm. He hovered in the air with an unnerving stillness, as if the destruction he had unleashed was merely a passing thought. As the headless bodies of the twins plummeted to the ground, Atticus turned his gaze to Valor. Valor had regained his balance after the brutal uppercut earlier, and had only just returned to the battlefield. Yet, As he took in the sight before him, he froze. The motes of light, what remained of his spirit, floated away like ash in the wind. The headless bodies of the twins fell lifelessly from the sky. Valor's expression was blank, lost. Everything he had struggled to achieve in his life had crumbled to dust in seconds. The men he had brought here today were the pillars of the Crimson Vow, its backbone and its strength. Without them, the Crimson Vow was nothing. At first, he and many of his subordinates had been baffled by his decision to bring so much manpower just to kill a single 17-year-old boy. Apex or not, it felt absurd, even to him. But something deep within him had warned him to be cautious. That the boy wasn't to be underestimated. Valor was the type of man who always listened to his instincts, they had never failed him before. Because of this, he had chosen to be careful, to prepare thoroughly. And as it turned out, he had been right to be cautious, right to bring everything he had. But his instincts had failed him in one crucial way. They hadn't warned him that he shouldn't just be cautious of this boy. They should have screamed at him to run, to flee as far away from this monster as possible. The memory of his subordinates mocking his overpreparedness appeared in his mind. And he smiled. PFF'd. Suddenly, an intense laughter erupted from Valor, echoing across the underground world. It was too much for a 17-year-old. Only one of them was enough. They should have sent their master ranks. Despite the dreadful situation, Valor laughed harder than ever before, the comments of his subordinates playing over and over in his head. I fucked up, the thought repeated, and his laughter only grew louder. He had made a colossal mistake. He shouldn't have messed with this monster. He should have minded his own business, should have continued doing what he had always done. In fact, he should have retired. If he had done that, at least he wouldn't be here, facing this nightmare. But no, he had been overconfident. He hadn't done enough research. He had been arrogant. He had bitten off more than he could chew. And now, he was paying the ultimate price. Valor felt an intense weakness ravage his body. His spirit was dead, and with it, the immense boost to his strength was gone. His power plummeted to staggering levels, leaving him vulnerable, yet his laughter only grew louder. His bloodshot gaze and manic expression made him look like a madman. All his life's work, all his struggles, they were gone. Vanished. And all because of one stupid decision. It was insane. It was maddening. He felt anger. He felt sadness. And most of all, Valor felt fear. As Atticus's gaze locked onto him, their eyes met, and Valor's laughter abruptly ceased. A suffocating silence descended over the battlefield. Valor shuddered. He could feel it, that cold, icy gaze piercing through him. Atticus, a 17-year-old boy, had just unleashed a massacre, killing close to 40 people, and yet, his expression remained calm, unmoved. It was as if he had merely stepped on ants, no trace of remorse in his eyes. At that moment, Valor felt one more thing. Pity. Not for himself. No. Valor pitied every single person who would be foolish enough to become an enemy of this monster. Because for them, only death awaited. This time, Atticus didn't vanish from Valor's view. The distance between them was significant. In one instant, Valor was hovering far away from Atticus, and in the next, Atticus stood before him. A fountain of blood gushed from Valor's chest. His eyes darted downward to his heart, only to see Atticus's arm piercing through it. An intense wave of pain racked his body. He trembled, blood pooling at the edges of his mouth. As he met Atticus's gaze, a dry chuckle escaped his lips. I wish you all good luck, Valor muttered weakly. For the first time since the battle began, Atticus's expression shifted and his gaze narrowed as his thoughts churned. Those words, they weren't directed at him. He couldn't explain it, but a sudden unease settled over him, a bad feeling. And Atticus had never been one to ignore his instincts. An intense, searing fire erupted from Atticus's arm, engulfing Valor's body in a raging inferno. Within moments, Valor became nothing more than ash. But Atticus's expression darkened. His gaze landed on the spot where Valor's left pocket had been. There, amidst the ashes, was a spherical object. An artifact. His focus sharpened. Atticus's fire element was at such a level that even a Grandmaster rank artifact couldn't survive being engulfed in it. But this artifact was undamaged. It could only be one thing, a Paragon rank artifact. Atticus's body moved on instinct, his katana flashing into his hand like lightning. He channeled every ounce of his power into his body and blade, swinging down at the artifact with a speed and force that shattered the air around him. But before the attack could connect, the artifact ignited. A blinding flash of light burst forth, unleashing a wave of force so immense that Atticus was hurled through the air, hurtling back several meters. Flipping midair, he landed gracefully, regaining his balance with precision. His gaze snapped upward to the sky, where multiple figures had appeared. Atticus scanned each one, his instincts on high alert. But his focus soon settled on one man. A man who radiated an aura so intense, so overwhelming, that there was no mistaking his identity. A paragon. The tension that engulfed the underground world was suffocating, so heavy that many struggled to breathe. The Starhaven bloodline was already considered talentless when it came to mana. However, the people of the underground world were those whose talents in spiritual energy were deemed so poor that no spirit had ever chosen to bond with them. In simple terms, they were utterly powerless. Most found themselves clutching their chests, sinking to their knees, gasping for air as though the weight of the world pressed down on them. For the spirits, though, it was different. For several minutes now, an overwhelming killing intent had blanketed the underground world, radiating from the spirits that roamed freely under the eternal canopy. The spirits present here were mostly lower-level entities, ones less restricted than their higher-tiered counterparts. Earlier, they had simply been drifting peacefully through the air, but in the next moment, they had all felt it, the sudden and devastating loss of their kind. Spirits rarely fought amongst themselves. They served one king and existed in near-perfect harmony, living peaceful lives devoid of much conflict except when attacked by an outside force. But now, that peace had been shattered. The spirits were fiercely protective of their own. While they rarely engaged in combat, they shared an unyielding sense of unity and loyalty. To harm one was to provoke them all. Now, with so many of their kind slaughtered, rage consumed the remaining spirits. Their collective gaze turned toward the direction of the spiritual lake. Yet, none of them moved. Their anger was palpable, but they were not fools. Each one of them could feel the presence emanating from the lake, a presence so overwhelming that they knew they stood no chance. Hovering in the air, their anger grew. But they waited, ready to descend upon the lake at the first opportunity. But it was yet to be seen whether waiting in the underground world was the wisest choice. At the spiritual lake, the tension was unlike anything else. The air vibrated with such intensity that it felt as though the very atmosphere would shatter. If there were any glass nearby, it would have fractured into countless shards. The ground trembled despite the stillness of those present, and the oppressive energy weighed down on everyone like an unrelenting force. Atticus stood at the center, his gaze locked on the 5 figures hovering high in the sky. His mind raced, faster than it ever had before. The Obsidian Order. The thought rang loudly in his head, and surprisingly, he was a bit surprised. Not because of the figures hovering in the sky. No, because of something he had just noticed. He was calm. Dangerously so. Floating above him in the sky were Alvis, Elysia, Cassandra, Vorik, Gideon, and, most importantly, Blackgate. A paragon. Atticus's thoughts sharpened as he assessed the situation. He wasn't naive. He knew his current power surpassed the level of a Grandmaster plus rank individual. If it were just the other members of the Obsidian Order, the fight would have been over in an instant. But Blackgate was there. A paragon. Atticus couldn't fight a paragon. He couldn't even hope to touch one. He understood his predicament clearly. From the moment he arrived in the underground world, he had known something was off. Despite meditating and training for days on the surface, he had never once sensed the existence of this underground world. His perception, plus the techniques of multiple races, was one of his greatest strengths, and yet, the ground below had appeared to him as nothing more than a dense cluster of spiritual energy. Even Serafina, a paragon herself, wouldn't have been able to sense any fluctuations from the surface. In simple terms, he was alone. He couldn't expect help. He couldn't fight a paragon. He couldn't outrun one, either. And yet, despite all these devastating truths, he was calm. The spiritual energy. From the moment he entered Sector 8, Atticus had felt a peculiar sense of peace. Initially, he had assumed it was the eternal canopy standing at the heart of the sector. But now, he realized it was something far greater. It was the spiritual energy itself. Currently, within his body, an enormous amount of spiritual energy flowed in harmony with his mana, filling him with a profound sense of calm that was difficult to put into words. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing measured, and his katana rested tightly in his grasp. As the seconds ticked by, his aura grew steadily, almost palpable. He was outnumbered. He was outmatched. He couldn't win this. He couldn't escape this. So, he would fight. The overwhelming pressure bore down on him like an unyielding storm, yet Atticus stood tall, his demeanor exuding an unshakable calm that sent a ripple of unease through those watching from above. His mind raced, analyzing everything. After a moment, he settled on his next course of action. Among the branch heads gathered behind Blackgate, none were more shocked than Alvis and Elysia. They were the two who shared a history with him. Alvis, in particular, had faced Atticus multiple times in the past. On each occasion, he had the opportunity to end the boy's life for good, yet something had always intervened at the last moment. It was a regret that haunted Alvis daily. If only he had gone all out from the start and killed the boy. If only he had taken that step, then the monstrosity now standing before him wouldn't have come to pass. In their previous clashes, Alvis had always held the upper hand. He had been confident in his dominance over the boy. But now, as he stood in the sky and gazed down at Atticus, he instinctively knew the truth: he wouldn't last a single second against him. Good thing we decided to be careful. Alvis felt relieved as he glanced at Blackgate. The Paragon had insisted on joining them for this mission. Initially, they had been confident that the branch heads alone would be enough to handle Atticus with a well-executed plan. How wrong they had been. This relief was mirrored by Elysia. She was the reason Freya had died, and she knew it. If they had come here without Blackgate, Elysia shuddered to think of the fate that would have awaited her. She couldn't forget those cold, emotionless eyes of his, eyes that promised torment. But with Blackgate here, she didn't have to worry. Atticus was doomed. Yet, as they gazed down at the boy standing calmly before a paragon, their expressions were filled with shock. Why was he so calm? The other branch heads were equally stunned by Atticus's composure. At this point, they all understood one thing clearly: Atticus was far from being stupid. He was stronger than them, this much they knew, but against a paragon. He was still a child by comparison. And yet, his katana vibrated intensely in his hand, radiating his rising battle intent like a relentless tide. There was no doubt about it, he planned to fight. While the branch heads were reeling from the sheer audacity of his resolve, the one person who held the power to decide everyone's fate wore a grin. Blackgate's grin was wild, almost feral. If the branch heads had seen it, they would have been utterly speechless. None of them had ever seen Blackgate smile. It was as rare as sweet salt. Impossible. And yet, it was happening. Blackgate's current feelings were difficult to put into words. The Obsidian Order and the Crimson Vow had been working together, but their relationship was tenuous at best, a fragile alliance built purely on mutual benefit. There was no trust between the two factions, and both knew that their so-called partnership could crumble at any moment if their interests no longer aligned. The moment Valor received word from Kalen about an opportunity to kill Atticus, he had immediately contacted the Obsidian Order. Blackgate's interest was piqued instantly. He had begun planning meticulously, already aware of the elaborate precautions Oberon had taken to protect the human domain. Even though the underground world was shrouded in a thick and heavy veil of spiritual energy that masked it from detection, Oberon had been incredibly thorough. His defenses were structured in such a way that every nook and cranny of the human domain, surface or underground, was covered. Because of this, Blackgate couldn't use his signature Black Gates without alerting the entire human domain to his presence. Instead, he opted to give Valor with a Paragon-ranked artifact capable of teleporting him directly into the underground world. It was a calculated move. The artifact's activation would remain undetectable, thanks to the spiritual energy masking the underground. After watching the Nexus event and witnessing Atticus's monstrous prowess firsthand, Blackgate had quickly added the boy to his immediate kill list. Atticus had become a priority, a danger that needed to be eliminated immediately. But now, as he stood there, taking in the sheer weight of the aura this 17-year-old radiated, Blackgate felt something entirely unexpected, a thrill. Excitement coursed through him like wildfire. What stood before him could only be described as madness. There was no other explanation. Because in what world was it normal for a 17-year-old to wield this level of strength? The perception of a paragon was profound, capable of grasping details that others could not. The branch heads might not have realized it yet, but Blackgate did. Atticus had obliterated the entire Crimson Vow members before their arrival, more than 30 grandmasters, wiped out by a mere child. It was unfathomable. Blackgate had come here with the intention to kill Atticus, but now, he wanted something else entirely. He wanted the boy under his control. Blackgate's grin widened, and his voice rang out. I'm going to give you a second chance, he said as a mana contract appeared on his arm. He quickly drafted a slave contract, and his aura unraveled like a living storm. In the next instant, every single human in the underground world felt an overwhelming force constricting their throats. A split second later, they were lifted off the ground, hurtling toward the lake like ragdolls. Thousands of people now hovered high in the sky behind Blackgate and the branch heads, their necks gripped by an invisible force. The sound of choking and panicked cries filled the air as they struggled to breathe, their limbs flailing helplessly. Blackgate's voice was cold, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Sign this, or I'll kill every human here. The invisible grip around their throats tightened, and the cries grew more desperate. The panic among the crowd intensified, and many of the hovering humans turned their pleading gazes toward Atticus. Their voices, hoarse and strained, rang out in desperate pleas. Please, save us. Don't let him do this. We're begging you. Help us. The cacophony of pleas filled the air, reaching Atticus' ears. Blackgate and the branch heads watched him closely. They expected to see hesitation, uncertainty, or at least a flicker of doubt. Atticus might be talented beyond measure, but he was still just a 17-year-old boy. The weight of thousands of innocent lives was an ethical burden so immense that it could bring anyone to their knees. Surely, even a prodigy like him couldn't remain calm under such pressure. But as they stared, waiting for his reaction, what they saw left them utterly stunned. Atticus remained unmoved. There wasn't a trace of fear, hesitation, or distress in his expression. If anything, the cries of the innocent seemed to fall away, drowned out by the icy calm radiating from him. He hadn't spoken a single word. His katana still trembled in his hands, and his battle intent didn't waver in the slightest. And as the mana contract floated closer to him, it suddenly caught fire, turning to ashes in the next moment. A strange silence followed, and even Blackgate was utterly baffled. Such decisiveness and coldness from a 17-year-old wasn't something you saw every day. It was obvious, Atticus didn't care one bit about the lives of the thousands behind him. Blackgate's grin faltered, just for a moment. This was no ordinary boy. This was something else entirely. Blackgate chuckled. It was clear that this tactic wouldn't work on him. It's fine. I'll just capture him and torture him into submission, he decided. The tension in the underground world peaked as Blackgate prepared to move. However, Atticus, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke three words that made even the heart of a paragon tremble. I am ready. Blackgate's eyes narrowed, and an intense chill ran down his spine. He instinctively knew that something was coming. The underground world suddenly grew unnervingly quiet. No whispers. No breaths. Even the screams of the thousands stopped. Then, it began. A deep, rumbling laughter echoed across the entire domain, shaking the very air. It was guttural and amused, resonating with a power that rattled bones and froze blood. The sound spread like a storm, overwhelming everything. Interesting. The laughter sent shivers down the spines of everyone in Sector 8. People froze in place, trembling as their gazes snapped toward the sky. Above them, a blinding purple light suddenly descended, piercing through the heavens like a spear of destruction. It burned brighter and brighter, cutting through the earth and plunging into the underground world with a force that shook the entire sector. Buildings cracked. The ground quaked. The entire capital shuddered under its impact. In the Starhaven Temple, Celestial and the gathered elders, who had been engrossed in a meeting, snapped their heads toward the source of the disturbance. A massive hole had formed in the center of the temple floor, glowing with the remnants of the light. Without hesitation, Celestial and the Starhaven elders launched themselves toward the underground world, their expressions grim. Far away in Sector 6, Magnus, Serafina, and Oberon froze mid-discussion. The former had decided it was best to involve Oberon in the situation. They instantly felt it, the powerful, overwhelming presence. What now? Serafina exclaimed. Magnus's face darkened. Without hesitation, the three launched themselves toward Sector 8, a shockwave tearing through the air as they disappeared into the horizon. Back in the underground world, Blackgate and the branch heads stood frozen in the sky, their auras completely suppressed by the overwhelming force that blanketed the entire sector. The presence was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It wasn't just powerful, it was incomprehensible. Blackgate's heart pounded in his chest, sweat dripping down his temples. Even he, a paragon, found it difficult to grasp what was happening. That presence, it was beyond the paragon rank. It was something else entirely. Something far greater. Something he couldn't comprehend. What the hell did this monster child summon? One of the branch heads whispered, his voice trembling. The laughter suddenly returned, louder this time, shaking the underground world to its core. It wasn't just sound, it was pressure. A suffocating force that crushed the air from their lungs. From within the purple light, a massive figure began to take shape, its aura radiating unbridled power. Ozaroth. His voice boomed abruptly, echoing like thunder. Strength calls to strength. You have earned my power, and now the world will bow before us. The bond between humans and spirits was one of the most sacred rituals in Sector 8. To bond with a spirit was to share your life with them, your victories, your failures, and your burdens. It was a union that extended beyond mortality, tying the human and spirit together for as long as the human lived. In Eldoralf, there were no known methods of separating a bond, it was considered impossible. For humans, the rewards were immense. The bond granted them access to powers they could never achieve on their own. They gained the spirit's strength, abilities, and knowledge, evolving alongside them. Over time, as the human grew stronger and reached the spirit's established strength, both would grow together, advancing to unimaginable heights. But this partnership came at a cost. For the spirit, bonding required a great sacrifice. Centuries of growth and accumulated power were stripped away, reducing their strength to match the level of their human partner. To give up so much was not a decision taken lightly, especially for the most powerful spirits. And yet, they made this sacrifice for one reason: potential. Spirits didn't choose humans for their current strength, they chose for what the human could become. For the promise of growth and evolution. A human with untapped potential, one who could break limits and rise to greatness, offered the spirit something invaluable, a chance to transcend their own limits through their partner's ascension. This was why the highest tier spirits, the ones revered as kings and queens in the spirit realm, would only bond with those they deemed truly worthy. And now, in the underground world of Sector 8, Ozaroth, a spirit who had fought and held his own against the Spirit King, a being so powerful that paragons seemed like children before him, had made his choice. As Ozaroth's booming voice echoed through the domain, the entire foundation of Sector 8 shook. Strength calls to strength. You have earned my power, and now the world will bow before us. The air grew heavier as Ozaroth's massive form stood before Atticus. His golden eyes burned with pride, his aura radiating dominance and unshakable confidence. Ozaroth suddenly stretched his arm forward, his ethereal hand glowing with a blinding light. Atticus didn't hesitate. He didn't falter. Without a word, he stepped forward and reached out. Their hands met, and in that moment, the world seemed to stop. The instant their hands touched, the ground beneath them cracked, and a surge of energy exploded outward, shaking the entire sector. Purple and blue light intertwined, spiraling upward into a massive column that pierced through the underground world. It shattered the ceiling above, blasting apart a portion of the eternal canopy and illuminating the entire capital. Far away, Magnus, Serafina, and Oberon froze mid-flight, their eyes widening as the immense energy radiating from Sector 8 reached them. What is happening? Oberon muttered, his eyes narrowing. But there was no answer. Only the sound of air tearing as Magnus and Serafina surged forward at even greater speed, leaving Oberon to follow. In the Starhaven Temple, Celestial and the Elders stopped in their tracks, their eyes locking onto the brilliant light piercing the heavens. Every person in Sector 8 turned their shocked gazes toward the sky, their bodies trembling. Back in the underground world, Blackgate and the branch heads had been pushed far away by the force of the light. Blackgate's eyes narrowed to pinpricks, his heart racing as he fixed his gaze on Atticus and Ozaroth. They were standing in the middle of a blinding purple-blue pillar of light that pierced the underground world. The underground world quaked. The atmosphere became very heavy as every single person found it hard to breathe. What is this? Blackgate's thoughts raced. His perception as a paragon allowed him to see and sense things far beyond the understanding of others. He could see it clearly. Somehow, Atticus's energy and Ozaroth's were mixing. As they did, the overwhelming aura that had blanketed the entire sector was beginning to wane. Blackgate, being in charge of the human domain, had extensive knowledge about every Tide family, especially the Tier 1 families. Because of this, he instantly deduced what was happening. Their bonding. The realization hit Blackgate like a thunderbolt, shaking him to his core. If they were truly undergoing a bonding process, it could only mean one thing. The overwhelming presence that had descended upon them was a spirit that the monster boy had summoned. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. She can't be compared to him. His mind flashed back to that day, the day Zoe Starhaven bonded with her spirit, Lumindra. The phenomenon that had occurred then was monumental, but even that paled in comparison to what was happening now. On that day, Serafina and the Starhaven family had managed to suppress the news, keeping it from spreading far. Because of Zoe's potential, Blackgate had added her to his highest priority kill list. But now, Atticus, this boy who had repeatedly defied logic with his monstrous growth, was summoning and bonding with a being that made even Blackgate, a paragon, feel like a mere child in diapers. He didn't need to overanalyze, his instincts screamed the truth. If this bond succeeded, there would only be one outcome: death. I have to stop them, Blackgate thought urgently. But as he tried to move, he froze. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. I can't move. No matter how hard he tried, his body refused to obey. He couldn't even lift a single finger. It's him. Blackgate's gaze turned cold as he focused on the smiling Ozeroth. Despite the fact that Ozeroth's power was waning due to the bonding process, it was still strong enough to completely immobilize him. He was utterly helpless, forced to watch as the bond unfolded. While the stunned onlookers watched the scene in silence, Atticus was experiencing an overwhelming transformation. It felt as if his entire body was being torn apart and rebuilt simultaneously. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his veins, burning and freezing him all at once. Yet, paradoxically, it felt natural, like a missing part of himself was finally being restored. His mind expanded, suddenly flooded with Ozeroth's memories, an endless cascade of knowledge and experiences, so vast and heavy that it threatened to drown him completely. But Atticus wasn't one to give in. With a sharp clench of his fist, he activated pain resistance. The excruciating pain that had racked his body dulled instantly, reducing to a level just barely manageable. His breathing steadied, his resolve unwavering as he endured the process, step by step. Atticus knew he had to survive this. And he would. Atticus saw everything. The moment Ozeroth opened his eyes. The moment Ozeroth first learned to speak. The moment Ozeroth first took life. The memories were endless, flashing through Atticus's mind at a rapid pace. Yet, to him, it felt as though time slowed, as though he were watching a vivid, endless movie unfold before his eyes. To Atticus, it was beautiful. In the brief moments he had interacted with Ozeroth, Atticus had discerned two things. Ozeroth was prideful to his core, and he was powerful beyond comprehension. But now, Atticus saw past the overwhelming presence. He saw past the pride and the might, delving deep into who Ozeroth truly was. A being that wanted to stand at the top. Even as Atticus's body tore itself apart and rebuilt anew, a faint smile crossed his lips. He was excited, more excited than he had ever been. Time passed, and Ozeroth's deep, guttural laughter rang out once more, resonating through the battlefield, shaking the bones of everyone who heard it. His golden eyes burned brighter, illuminating the space around him, even as the light surrounding his form began to dim. His massive body began to shrink as the bond neared completion. His voice boomed, each word laced with dominance. Remember this moment, Ozeroth declared. This is the day the universe trembled. The day I, Ozeroth, chose to bond with Atticus. It sounded like a decree, a message to the world that Ozeroth had chosen this 17-year-old boy as his equal. As the final words echoed, the light vanished, leaving only Atticus standing in its place. His body had transformed. He had grown taller, his frame radiating unbridled power. His muscles were harder, his very presence commanding, and his hair, a vivid mix of purple and blue, whipped behind him as if it were alive. His eyes, now swirling with shades of purple and blue, burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. A faint, glowing aura wrapped around him, shifting between deep violet and pure azure, exuding a force that seemed limitless. Blackgate's narrowed gaze turned to pinpricks once more, his heart pounding erratically against his chest. He could feel the sheer magnitude of power emanating from Atticus, and it froze his breath. For a 17-year-old, Blackgate dared not finish the thought, knowing that to do so would make him question his sanity. If a paragon felt this way, there were no words to describe what the grandmasters behind Blackgate were experiencing. The relief Alvis and Elysia had felt earlier was gone, shattered beyond repair. Every grandmaster was drowning in fear. Their earlier confidence had crumbled, replaced by a paralysis that gripped their entire being. None of them could move. Each one was frozen in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Atticus. What had just been created before them? As they struggled with their emotions, Atticus stood calmly amidst it all. The ground beneath him trembled, unable to bear the weight of the unimaginable power coursing through him. He could see things he had never dreamed of seeing before: the flow of energy, currents of mana and spiritual energy intertwining through the air and around the people near him. He felt emotions not entirely his own: Ozeroth's pride, vast and unshakable, surging within him like a mighty storm. But most of all, Atticus felt an overwhelming sense of supremacy. The world felt beneath him. He was strong. He was apex. He was peak. His eyes locked onto Blackgate and the branch heads floating high in the sky. His lips parted, and his voice reverberated like a divine decree. Floating in the air, looking down at me. How quaint. Bow, or fall. The words tore through the atmosphere, carrying a weight that made the world itself seem to pause. The ground beneath Atticus cracked violently, his katana trembling in his grasp, resonating with the overwhelming energy flowing through him. The silence shattered. Atticus moved. The air ripped apart as he vanished from the ground, reappearing in an instant before Blackgate, his katana slashing through the air. He's fast. Blackgate's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He hadn't expected Atticus to move so soon, or with such terrifying speed. I have to use it, Blackgate thought grimly. When he had first arrived, Blackgate had planned to deal with Atticus swiftly and quietly. As a paragon, he had no intention of using his full power, knowing that doing so would alert the entire human domain to his presence. However, now, Blackgate instinctively knew, he had no other choice. He had to use it. His arms flared with a black, spatial aura, the energy twisting violently as he thrust it toward Atticus. The attack surged forward with devastating force, ripping through the air like a storm of annihilation. But Atticus's gaze flickered. In the next instant, something impossible happened. His attack changed midair, taking on the same pitch-black spatial cloak as Blackgate's. Blackgate's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing. My power. He copied it. He barely had time to process the thought before Black met Black. The collision was cataclysmic. The moment their attacks clashed, the sky ignited as though a nuclear explosion had erupted. A burst of blinding light tore through the heavens, forcing everyone watching from afar to shield their eyes. The ground of Sector 8 fractured violently, massive cracks snaking through the earth as the entire capital quaked. Surrounding sectors wasted no time, immediately activating their Aegis shields to contain the tremors. High above the chaos, Seraphina's panicked scream cut through the air. Magnus. Her voice was filled with panic as she watched the destructive energy ripple outward. As paragons, they knew what this meant. Only one thing could unleash such devastation: a clash of paragons. The entire sector shook, but this was only the beginning. Magnus didn't respond with words. He responded with action. His eyes glowed an intense white as he raised a hand toward the heavens. The skies above Sector 8 darkened instantly, thick white clouds swirling with terrifying speed. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning flickered, illuminating the city below. His voice was calm but carried the weight of a storm. I am lightning. In an instant, Magnus's body dispersed into pure electricity, streaking across the skies like a god of storms. His form moved like lightning itself, flashing through the capital in a blur of radiant energy. Everywhere at once, bolts of lightning illuminated the city as Magnus began pulling people from the destruction. The streaks moved so fast that he seemed to be in multiple places simultaneously, carrying civilians high into the sky and away from the crumbling earth below. Oberon's golden eyes glowed an intense golden. Raising both hands, his telekinetic power spread outward like an invisible net, extending over the entire capital. Buildings, debris, and even the shockwaves from the clash were caught in his telekinetic grip as he fought to contain the explosion. His mind extended further, holding together what little stability remained in the chaos. The entire world seemed to hang by a thread. The clash between two titanic forces had begun, and the destruction threatened to consume everything in its path. And yet, this was only the beginning. Bloodlines. They were the backbone of human abilities, passed down through generations like some kind of sacred inheritance. Over time, these abilities became tied to specific lineages, forming distinct families with unique powers. In the human domain, bloodlines were both rare and precious, defining the strength and identity of those who possessed them. Anyone with a bloodline often had at least decent talent. Unlike arts, which could be learned through training and practice, bloodlines were inherent. They were intricately tied to an individual's mana signature, as if woven into their very being. Without a reference sample of mana from someone who already possessed the bloodline, it was impossible to replicate. This knowledge, however, wasn't widely known. Even Atticus had only recently uncovered the truth about this while studying the techniques of different races. But Blackgate already knew. He had always known. His bloodline was among the most unique and powerful on the planet. It was the foundation of his strength, the reason he had risen to such heights. His ability was tied to the spatial aspects of mana, bearing some similarities to the Dimensari race's natural mastery of space. Yet, there was a key difference. While the Dimensari could manipulate space, Blackgate's power was an aspect of it that even the Dimensari couldn't replicate. Copying his power was supposed to be impossible. Blackgate was sure of it. Even with the Dimensari's ability to adapt to spatial techniques, his bloodline should have remained untouchable. Unbreakable. Uncopyable. And yet, as he stood there, his heart pounded violently in his chest. His breathing was heavy, and his eyes trembled erratically as he witnessed the impossible scene unfolding before him. Atticus hadn't just matched his attack. He hadn't just tried to mimic it. No, Blackgate could see it. It was the power he had grown up with and used all his life. He knew, without a doubt, that Atticus had copied it down to its very core. Black met black. The clash erupted in an explosion of titanic proportions. A shockwave tore through the underground world, obliterating everything in its path. Alvis, Elysia, and the other branch heads of the Obsidian Order were hurled away like ragdolls, their bodies crashing into the unstable terrain. The humans hovering in the air hadn't been as fortunate. The overwhelming force of the clash vaporized them instantly, leaving nothing behind but the echoes of their screams. It was chaos. Around Atticus and Blackgate, a swirling storm of black energy enveloped them, warping the space around them. The air crackled with unstable mana and spiritual energy as reality bent and twisted. The atmosphere strained, threatening to collapse under the sheer power of their clash. Space had never been forceful by nature. It was a subtle yet lethal force, distinct yet omnipresent. Now, the clash of their power unleashed a shockwave of incomprehensible destruction. And yet, neither moved. They remained locked in the same spot, black meeting black. Neither relented. But as they clashed, Blackgate's mind raced with superhuman speed. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend it. The series of events that had just unfolded were beyond belief. First, Atticus had summoned an overwhelming spirit. Then, he somehow achieved Paragon-level strength. It was inconceivable. Impossible. The Paragon rank wasn't something one could simply cross. It wasn't even a bridge, it was like traversing another planet on foot. It was supposed to be impossible, and yet it was happening right in front of him. What rattled Blackgate the most, what made him question his sanity, was what had just occurred. The power Atticus had wielded, his power, was not just a mimicry. It was perfect, seamless, as if the boy had grown up with it. How? Blackgate murmured, his voice trembling, doubt flooding his mind. But Atticus had no such doubts. Holding his katana in his right hand, he thrust his left hand forward. The air ripped apart. A streak of black energy surged toward Blackgate like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the unstable space, leaving devastation in its wake. Blackgate's eyes widened, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts. Not now, he thought, his expression hardening as he forced his mind to focus. Blackgate's gaze flickered to his chest as a small black gate materialized in front of him, swallowing the attack instantly. Simultaneously, another gate appeared just beside Atticus's head. This was Blackgate's power, the ability to create portals, blackgates, capable of transporting anything, regardless of its origin or strength. Blackgate's eyes narrowed. He had used this technique countless times to overcome enemies, even those far stronger than himself. As they clashed earlier, Blackgate had noticed something intriguing. The overwhelming presence he had felt when Ozeroth descended was gone, now bonded with Atticus. And while the boy was incredibly strong, shockingly so, it wasn't overwhelming. As the redirected attack emerged from the gate beside Atticus, aimed directly for his head, a small, confident smile spread across Blackgate's lips. This ends here, he thought, a wave of certainty surging through him. Earlier, he had intended to capture Atticus and force him into submission. However, he now felt it was better to end things decisively. But then, it happened. Another gate appeared inches from Atticus's head, intercepting the redirected attack. The energy phased seamlessly through the new gate, re-emerging just behind Blackgate's original portal. It hurtled toward Blackgate's chest with terrifying speed. Blackgate's confident smile vanished. His eyes widened in disbelief. He can create gates too. It was too late. The attack slammed into Blackgate's chest with devastating force. The impact was cataclysmic, sending him hurtling through the distorted space like a meteor. The shockwave flattened the terrain, obliterating everything in its path. Craters formed, the ground splitting and shaking violently under the sheer power of the blow. Above ground, the paragons of the human domain had already gathered, their expressions grim as they worked to mitigate the destruction caused by the clash below. Magnus streaked through the air as pure lightning, his movements relentless as he evacuated civilians from the capital. To onlookers, his actions seemed without hesitation, but within, his mind was filled with concern. With a brief sweep of the area upon arriving, Magnus had determined the cause of the clash: Atticus and someone else. The realization that a paragon had infiltrated the sector undetected was alarming, but his focus was elsewhere. Magnus knew Atticus's strength better than anyone. The boy was powerful, but against the might of a paragon. It defied understanding. Despite his confusion, Magnus's primary concern was clear: Atticus's well-being. As Magnus streaked through the sector, Oberon's telekinetic power gripped the capital. Buildings on the verge of collapse were held together, and debris was suppressed, preventing further destruction. Meanwhile, Serafina had reunited with Ismara. Together, they moved through the ruined city like streaks of light, rescuing as many people as possible. Other paragons joined the effort, their combined powers containing the fallout from the clash below. But then, it happened. A figure shot out from the underground with immense speed, trailing a glowing streak of blue and purple energy. The shockwave from its emergence rippled through Sector 8, shaking buildings and sending tremors across the land. The figure crashed into the Aegis shield of Sector 7 with such force that the entire sector shuddered. Buildings swayed, cracks spider-webbed across the ground, and people throughout the capital screamed in terror. The paragons froze, staring in shock. So did Blackgate, blood dripping from his lips as he struggled to stabilize himself midair after ricocheting off the shield. In the next instant, an icy voice reverberated through the entire sector. "Godspeed, Grace." It sounded like the rumble of thunder, its familiar tone causing the paragons' gazes to narrow. In the blink of an eye, a streak of blue and purple tore through the air, blindingly fast. All eyes locked on Atticus's blitzing figure as he appeared in front of the reeling Blackgate, his katana slashing downward with a power that seemed to split the heavens. Blackgate's eyes trembled as the attack closed in. His mind raced, disbelief washing over him. It was as though he were in the middle of an existential crisis. His Blackgates were what defined him. To him, they were everything. And yet, a 17-year-old had just copied them. This was the last straw. A surge of anger rippled through his body as Blackgate snapped. His expression turned cold, and his voice boomed. "You must die." A massive Blackgate enveloped him just as Atticus's attack descended. The katana slashed through the space where Blackgate had stood. The mist attack tore through the sky, creating an explosion that lit up the entire sector. The shockwave rocked the world, the destruction spreading like ripples in a pond. Blackgate reappeared high above the battlefield, his aura flaring with rage. His voice thundered across the chaos as he pointed down at Atticus. "You must die." Blackgate's roar reverberated through the battlefield as his energy surged, enveloping the entire sector in a suffocating aura. Above him, an army of Blackgates tore open in the sky, appearing from every direction. From within them came an onslaught of attacks, raging torrents of fire and lightning, rabid magical beasts snarling and tearing through the air, and spatial blades shimmering with energy sharp enough to slice through mountains. The sheer volume of the attacks made the heavens themselves tremble. The destructive onslaught converged on Atticus from all sides, threatening to bury him beneath their endless power. But Atticus remained unmoved. His body radiated a divine calm, his swirling purple and blue eyes cold and unfeeling, as though everything around him was beneath him. Slowly, deliberately, he moved his hand and sheathed his katana. The onslaught surged closer. The ground quaked. The air burned. Quote, "Useless," Atticus muttered, his voice reverberating like a thunderclap. With a single motion, he unsheathed his katana, and the air itself seemed to cry out in response. From that single draw, an uncountable number of azure-purple slashes erupted around him, spreading outward in an endless wave. Each slash tore through the sky with devastating force, shredding every attack in its path. Fire extinguished. Lightning dispersed. Beasts disintegrated. The sky was painted in hues of purple and blue as the slashes continued, unrelenting, converging on every Blackgates in sight. Blackgate's eyes widened as the slashes began to collapse his gates. One after another, they imploded in a cacophony of explosions, ripping through the battlefield and shaking the very foundation of Sector 8. The air warped and twisted, the space around them threatening to unravel entirely. And then, they vanished. Atticus and Blackgate reappeared in the sky, clashing at impossible speeds. They moved faster than the eye could follow, their strikes colliding with such force that the entire sector shuddered. The shock that enveloped Magnus and the other paragons of humanity could not be explained. They were stunned beyond words. They all knew Blackgate. Serafina had described him vividly, and they had prepared for the day they might face him. But the person currently fighting him, this was the problem. This was what made their hearts nearly burst from their chests. There was no doubt about it. That was Atticus. Was a 17-year-old boy actually fighting a paragon? Blackgate's expression burned with rage, his silvery eyes filled with pure hatred. His mind roared, the same thought echoing over and over. I will kill you. I will kill you. He disappeared again, reappearing kilometers away, summoning another army of Blackgates. The gates opened in unison, unleashing an overwhelming wave of attacks. But Atticus's gaze flickered. Before the attacks could reach him, thousands of Blackgates appeared in front of each of Blackgate's gates, swallowing the attacks whole. Blackgate's face twisted in fury as Atticus opened another army of gates in front of him, redirecting the attacks back toward him. His body trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Damn you! He created another wave of gates, swallowing the redirected attacks and launching them back at Atticus. The reverse happened again. The sky became a chaotic storm of Blackgates, swallowing and redirecting attacks endlessly. The fabric of reality wavered as space itself became unstable. The laws of physics crumbled. The air warped. The ground below threatened to collapse. Through it all, Atticus and Blackgate moved like specters, weaving through the chaos at impossible speeds. Their movements were unbothered, as if the storm of gates and attacks didn't exist. They clashed again and again, their strikes creating shockwaves that rippled through the sky. But then, something changed. Blackgate's mind faltered for a moment. A strange sensation crept over him, like a whisper at the edge of his consciousness. Something's wrong. The thought echoed as an intense feeling of danger surged through him. His Blackgates were an extension of his body, allowing him to see everything on the battlefield. Because of this, he could see, anticipate, and evade every one of Atticus's attacks. But now, something felt off. It felt redundant. I've been here before. His mind worked quickly, and then it clicked. It's a loop. His gaze snapped upward, locking onto a katana descending toward his head. Blackgate's eyes widened. He got me. Even as he gazed at Atticus, Blackgate couldn't feel his presence. Somehow, Atticus had masked his aura and trapped him in an endless loop. Dimensional loop. Aura masking. Atticus's gaze was cold as the katana descended. There was not a flicker of triumph or happiness in his eyes. He had used two arts in tandem, and to him, this outcome was inevitable. Blackgate's eyes narrowed, and he focused instantly, a Blackgate materializing just in time to catch the descending blade. But Atticus's gaze flickered. The gate collapsed. Blackgate's eyes widened in shock. How? Before he could process what had happened, the katana appeared mere inches from his head. An overwhelming fear surged through him, and in an instant, he roared. Explode. In the next moment, the world erupted. Blackgate couldn't understand it. He had used his gates all his life, in every battle he'd faced. They had collapsed countless times, against overwhelming force, when his control slipped, or when he pushed them beyond their limits. He had seen them break under pressure from opponents stronger than him, shatter when he misjudged the flow of mana, and collapse when faced with overwhelming attacks. But this was different. With just a single flicker of his eyes, Atticus had collapsed his gate. No overwhelming force, no drawn-out battle, just one moment, and it was gone. No, it wasn't that he couldn't comprehend it. His mind was just finding it hard to accept. Blackgate could understand it in theory. Atticus had seized control of the gate, manipulating it from the inside and forcing it to collapse. It was insane. The fact that Atticus had taken control of his power so easily made Blackgate's pride burn. He gritted his teeth, his rage peaking. But that didn't last. Fear took over. As Atticus's katana descended toward his head, Blackgate felt his entire life flash before his eyes. But he instantly rid his mind of the thought. He wouldn't be dying today. His hand clenched as he roared. Explode. Blackgate's roar shattered the air. Instantly, countless Blackgates materialized, spinning wildly in every direction around them. Atticus's katana froze mid-swing. He barely had time to react before. Boom. The world detonated. Shockwaves rippled out, faster than sound, carving the sky in jagged streaks of violent crimson and deep obsidian. The heavens seemed to shatter as the explosions reverberated, bending clouds and painting the horizon in hues of blood and ash. A blinding flash drowned everything in stark light, then plunged the world into chaos. The ground beneath trembled violently, as if the earth itself was trying to flee the destruction. Structures in the distance cracked, their remnants rising like dust in a storm. Magnus and the other paragons stood still against the tide of destruction, their eyes narrowing to slits. Their auras flared as they moved in unison, shields of mana and elemental force erupting to contain the cascading devastation. As the cataclysm ended, Blackgate's cold voice pierced the stilling air. Eternal labyrinth. The world froze. Then, an immense pitch-black vortex consumed the sky. Darkness poured forth, swallowing the sun. A deep, oppressive shadow blanketed the sector, and silence replaced the lingering echoes of the explosions. The swirling blackness seemed alive, pulsing and twisting, as though it were an entity of chaos itself. Magnus acted immediately, his spear of lightning appearing in his hand, arcs of electricity dancing along its length. Instantly, he hurled it. Crack! The spear shot forward like a star falling from the heavens, slamming into the swirling mass. A thunderous explosion erupted on impact, and entire chunks of the black vortex vaporized in an instant, but it reformed. Just as fast, just as solid. Magnus's eyes narrowed. The energy of his strike still lingered, but the mass had devoured it entirely. His expression darkened, his aura surging to an even greater peak. Just as he was about to attack again. Wait, Oberon said sharply, suddenly appearing in front of Magnus. His voice was calm and serious, causing Magnus to pause. Magnus's eyes were filled with impatience, but he restrained himself. He didn't speak, but his questioning gaze demanded an explanation. The black mass had swallowed Atticus, he couldn't afford to waste time. Oberon nodded, his mind already working through the myriad of possibilities. This vortex is composed of the same volatile energy as his gates. Each molecule in that mass is a potential bomb. And Blackgate can trigger every single one of them, at will. Imagine if he detonated this entire structure. It wouldn't just destroy this area, it could destabilize the entire sector. Possibly further. A heavy silence followed. The paragons of humanity had gathered, each one pondering Oberon's words. Seraphina's aura had turned icy, the air around her trembling as her expression darkened. Even the blind could see it, she was furious. If that black mass exploded, not even the paragons would be able to contain it. Sector 8 would be obliterated, and the shockwave would destroy millions across the surrounding sectors. So what do we do now? Thorn Alvarian asked, his brows furrowed. Sit here and watch. Oberon turned back to Magnus, his gaze serious. You can still feel him, can't you? Magnus nodded tightly. When Atticus came to Sector 8 for training, Magnus had placed his usual lightning mark on him. Because of that, he could vaguely sense his location within the black mass, along with his general well-being. Then trust him, Oberon said simply. If he's in real danger, we'll act. But until then, we wait. That boy has defied expectations before. Let him do it again. Magnus's thunderous aura crackled, but he didn't argue. His eyes remained locked on the vortex, his fists clenching as lightning flickered around him. Oberon was right. The mere fact that Atticus was battling a paragon in the first place was reason enough to trust him. Magnus didn't like it, but he had no choice. The paragons all fell silent, their gazes fixed on the swirling black abyss, their thoughts racing. While the exterior of the black mass appeared plain and unassuming, the inside was anything but. Atticus stood alone, calm and collected. His katana was sheathed, his body still as he assessed his surroundings. The eternal labyrinth. It was the pinnacle of Blackgate's power, his ultimate ability. It was a technique he rarely used, but when he did, no one had ever survived. The labyrinth was a nightmare of endless dimensions. Gates littered the space, each leading to a fractured location. They spun and twisted, defying all sense of logic and reality. Everywhere Atticus looked, he saw different worlds. It was like standing in a vast black void with countless gates surrounding him. An infinite maze, Atticus thought, his senses sharpening. He could feel it, his perception dulled, the laws of physics warped, and an oppressive presence watching him. He's everywhere, Atticus murmured, radiating divine calm. He could feel Blackgate's presence everywhere, omniscient and oppressive. Atticus's eyes flicked to his right. The air shifted, distorted. Movement. A swarm of razor-thin spatial blades tore toward him at supersonic speeds. Whoosh. A wave of energy erupted from Atticus, shredding the blades midair. The remnants disintegrated into nothingness. But there was no respite. The gates in the labyrinth abruptly swirled faster, their dizzying speed increasing. In the next second, they converged, hurtling toward him like a black tidal wave. Each gate shimmered with a different light, threatening to swallow him whole. Atticus moved. He flickered, a streak of motion too fast to track, reappearing miles away within the darkened world. The gates pursued him, relentless. Another wave of energy shot toward him, its force making the fabric of the space tremble. Atticus's gaze narrowed, his instincts screaming like a blaring horn. He leapt again, vanishing and reappearing in the next instant, his movements sharp and precise. Every time he dodged, the labyrinth shifted, closing in tighter, but Atticus remained calm. His mind worked quickly, planning his next move. Atticus was in a surreal state. His bond with Ozeroth had opened his mind to countless possibilities, leaving him in what could only be described as the zone. Everything felt natural. In this state, techniques he had learned from other races came to him effortlessly, allowing him to use them even against a paragon. But he knew this situation was dangerous. Atticus's instincts screamed again, and his body flickered away just in time to avoid a gate closing in on him. This place bends to his will. I can't fight it directly. His hand hovered near his katana, his aura flaring. Then I'll bend him to mine. His gaze turned cold. Wait. A deep voice boomed in his mind, freezing him mid-motion. He reappeared further away, just barely evading another attack. What? Atticus demanded inwardly. Ever since the battle began, Ozeroth hadn't said a single word. At this point, he had grown used to the spirit's silence. It was as if Ozeroth had been treating the fight like entertainment or silently observing him. Ozeroth's voice rumbled, "What you were about to do, don't." The two were bonded now, sharing one mind. There was no hiding anything from each other. Why not? Atticus's tone was sharp. He couldn't afford distractions, especially in a place like this. He was facing a paragon, and even a split second could be the difference between life and death. It's demeaning, Ozeroth scoffed. You were about to thrash around like a headless beast, chasing shadows and destroying gates that mean nothing. And for what? To play into his hands. This is not how someone who aspires to stand at the pinnacle of power should fight. Atticus's gaze narrowed. He had never cared about how he fought as long as his opponent ended up dead. But it seemed Ozeroth had a different perspective. And what would you suggest, then? A low chuckle reverberated through his mind, condescending yet brimming with confidence. Finally, you ask the right question. This is not an ordinary battle. This is the day our names become legend. Let it be memorable. Let it be magnificent. Not a display of desperation, but one of dominance. I'm listening. The rumble in Ozeroth's voice deepened, pride lacing every word. I'll teach you something sweet. Atticus didn't argue. He listened attentively, and in the next instant, his mind was flooded with a torrent of information, each piece fitting seamlessly into his instincts. His focus sharpened, his breathing steadied, and his aura began to shift. Blackgate's grin widened as he watched the gates close in tighter, warping and grinding against Atticus's every move. It annoyed him to no end that he had been forced to use his ultimate power. Still, at the very least, he would finally be able to eliminate this threat. I think it's about time you died. Blackgate's voice reverberated through the labyrinth, cold and final. Run while you can, but you'll never escape. I'll make sure not even your bones are left when I'm done with you. The labyrinth trembled as more gates appeared, countless attacks and beasts shooting out of each one, all converging on Atticus. Blackgate expected him to run. But Atticus didn't run. He stopped. Blackgate's grin faltered. Atticus's aura shifted, raw, unrestrained spiritual energy shimmering around him. My spiritual energy is the truth, Ozeroth's words resonated in his mind. With his katana sheathed, Atticus's hand hovered at his side. He inhaled deeply, the air around him warping and vibrating as his spiritual energy began to rise. Blackgate's grin faltered. What is he doing? At this point, he knew better than to underestimate Atticus. His eyes narrowed, the labyrinth trembling as all the gates converged on him. He had to end this quickly. But Atticus closed his eyes. Calm. As the gates converged, spatial blades shot toward him in relentless waves, yet Atticus's focus remained unbroken. Then, in a single explosive burst, boom, a shockwave of spiritual energy erupted from Atticus, rippling outward with blinding force. The labyrinth rumbled under the strain, the gates shuddering violently as they were struck by the invisible wave. Blackgate's eyes narrowed into pinpricks. He could feel his control slipping. Impossible, he bellowed. There was no way spiritual energy could have such an effect. He had fought countless members of the Starhaven family and had never encountered anything like this. Atticus's spiritual energy didn't just spread, it consumed. It was as if the very rules of the labyrinth were being rewritten. Ozeroth's laughter rang in Atticus's mind, but he remained focused. A faint glow enveloped his body, a purple radiance rising with each beat of his heart. The spiritual energy around him suddenly condensed, forming into a swirling vortex. Blackgate bellowed in desperation. You think this will save you? You're still trapped. I will make sure you die. But Atticus didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand, palm open. The spiritual vortex condensed further, spiraling into a singular, radiant point in his hand. The air vibrated, the sheer force of the energy threatening to tear the labyrinth apart. Blackgate's expression darkened beyond recognition. He could feel what was coming, and it wasn't good. Desperately, he manipulated his gates to attack Atticus, but none of them reached him. Then, with a sharp motion, Atticus thrust his hand forward. The condensed spiritual energy erupted outward in a blinding wave, tearing through the labyrinth like a tidal surge. The gates crumbled, their energy dissipating into nothingness. Blackgate screamed, his voice reverberating through the collapsing maze. No, he tried to manipulate and control the labyrinth, but it was to no avail. Piece by piece, the labyrinth was dismantled. Atticus's aura surged one final time, the radiance around him reaching its peak. He raised his hand again, spiritual energy coiling around it like a living force. The labyrinth trembled, its last remnants crumbling under his unrelenting power. With a single, decisive motion, Atticus unleashed the full force of his spirit, shattering the labyrinth entirely. The void collapsed, and light flooded back into the world as Blackgate's ultimate move was torn apart. Blackgate froze, disbelief washing over him. Impossible, he muttered. But Atticus didn't hesitate. Not a nanosecond was wasted. A streak of purple split the air. A flash of motion, blinding, unrelenting. Atticus was there, directly in front of Blackgate. His katana descended, its edge plummeting with catastrophic force. The air around the blade howled, the sheer pressure ripping through the void. Blackgate's eyes widened, his instincts screaming. He felt it. Fear. But it was too late. Crack. From the wave of information Ozeroth had given him, Atticus had discovered something incredible. Spiritual energy. It wasn't like mana. Atticus already knew this, but what he didn't know was just how different it truly was. Spiritual energy wasn't just another form of energy, it was a higher, more profound one compared to mana. With mana, having great talent almost guaranteed progression in the ranks. But with spiritual energy, it was entirely different. Its talents were divided into two categories: raw potential and refined mastery. For the former, it was akin to what Serafina and most of the Starhaven family possessed. They could absorb spiritual energy and rank up, increasing their power. But the latter was far more profound. This talent belonged to individuals who could delve deeper into the essence of spiritual energy itself. Although it could augment the body, spiritual energy wasn't tied to it, it was connected to the soul, the deepest part of one's being. It didn't just enhance power, it revealed truth. It unraveled the lies of the world, exposed weaknesses, and reshaped reality itself. But wielding it wasn't simple. It required more than strength or talent. It demanded clarity. Ozeroth had taught Atticus this truth. Every living being had a baseline of spiritual energy, but most people could only access a fraction of it unless they underwent significant personal growth or emotional breakthroughs. The clearer the soul, the stronger the connection to spiritual energy. And once connected, it didn't follow the rules, it rewrote them. Of course, this was an ability so advanced that not even the usual Atticus should have been able to achieve it. It required perfect peace and a connection with the spiritual energy in the air. However, currently, Atticus was far from normal. He was in the zone. And because of this, in the heat of this chaotic world, Atticus had achieved that connection. He had let go of distractions, focused his mind, and embraced the clarity Ozeroth demanded of him. Now, his spiritual energy didn't just flow, it surged, consuming the lies of the labyrinth and bending its fabricated rules to his will. Atticus appeared in front of Black Gate, his blade plummeting with intense momentum, causing the sky to split. Crack. The blade connected. A deafening silence swept over the battlefield as the veil of Blackgate's labyrinth shattered. Time seemed to freeze. The paragons waiting outside, Magnus, Serafina, Oberon, and the others, watched with their breaths caught in their throats. Their gazes locked onto the scene unfolding before them, their hearts pounding hard against their chests as the impossible took shape. Atticus's body brimmed with an overwhelming, otherworldly aura of spiritual energy. The blade in his hand radiated an intense, searing purple light, carving through the air like the scythe of death itself. As a paragon, Black Gate could feel everything. The air tearing apart as Atticus's blade descended. The vibrations of space rippling under the force of spiritual energy. The suffocating pressure of power bearing down on him, making it feel as though the very laws of existence were fracturing. His face contorted in horror, his silvery eyes trembling with fear. His body froze, his instincts screaming at him to move, but he couldn't. Everything had happened so fast. In one instant, he was controlling his labyrinth, certain of Atticus's death. In the next, he was the one about to die. Was this truly reality? As that question echoed in Blackgate's head, his eyes met Atticus's. Atticus's gaze was the embodiment of detachment. There wasn't a shred of emotion on his face. His movements were abrupt, deliberate, final. It didn't seem as though he was about to end the life of a human. The katana descended. Blackgate's body shuddered violently. A cascade of runes and defensive artifacts flickered to life around him, desperately attempting to shield him, but they crumbled instantly under the overwhelming force of Atticus's spiritual energy. The blade sliced through Blackgate's head with terrifying ease, cutting cleanly through flesh, bone, and everything in its path. It split him from the crown of his head, through his left eye, his heart, and further down. Boom. The ground quaked violently as spiritual energy exploded outward, carving a massive fissure into the earth. Blackgate's body split apart, blood spraying in all directions like a crimson storm. The paragons' eyes widened in utter shock. Even Magnus stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. Did he just? Thorn murmured, unable to finish his sentence. He feared saying the words aloud would make him sound insane. But every one of them finished the thought in their minds. Did he just defeat a paragon? At 17 freaking years old? They were stunned, their thoughts racing. Yet, despite the spectacle, Atticus's expression remained unchanged. His blade, now dripping with blood, lowered slightly as his eyes locked onto Blackgate's remaining right eye. His sharp, piercing gaze didn't waver. He knew. He could feel it. Something wasn't right. Atticus's gaze narrowed, unyielding as he stared into Blackgate's remaining eye. For a moment, it felt as though he was staring directly into his soul. He's alive. The realization struck, and at that exact moment, Blackgate's eye widened in panic. From his severed halves, a thick, black aura erupted, stitching his split body together with unnatural speed. The black energy coiled around him, sealing the wounds completely. The sight sent a wave of disbelief rippling through the watching paragons. He was still alive. Blackgate gasped for air, his breathing ragged. His body was drenched in blood and sweat as he struggled to regain his composure. But Atticus didn't hesitate. The moment Blackgate's body began to mend, Atticus moved. His katana flashed, cutting through the air like a whip of death. Shit. Blackgate's eyes widened as he reacted. A gate snapped open behind him, swallowing him whole just as the blade sliced through where he had been standing. Far in the distance, Black Gate reappeared, gasping and trembling. His entire body was battered, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. If anyone had claimed they would witness a paragon in such a state, they would have been called insane. In Eldoralf, paragons rarely fought, and even more rarely died in battle. Their power was so overwhelming that their battles devastated entire regions. To see one disheveled, desperate, and terrified was unthinkable. But the impossible was unfolding before their eyes. As rare as it was to see a paragon in this state, it was just as rare to kill one. Paragons were like cockroaches, resilient and nearly impossible to eliminate. Their overwhelming power, combined with decades of experience, meant they had developed countless ways to escape death. And Blackgate had just used one of those methods. As he appeared far in the distance, Blackgate's mind raced, processing every second at superhuman speed. I need time. Just a moment. But there was none. Boom. Atticus appeared before him in a streak of purple light, his katana slashing down with terrifying speed. Blackgate's eyes widened in shock as he barely managed to open another gate to escape. The void swallowed him again, and he reappeared farther away. But Atticus was relentless. Before Blackgate could catch his breath, Atticus was there again, his blade arcing toward him. Damn it! Blackgate snarled, forcing another gate open to flee. What followed was almost comical. A chase erupted in the skies of Sector 8. Blackgate disappeared and reappeared in a desperate attempt to escape. Gates opened and closed in rapid succession, swallowing him up before Atticus could land a killing blow. But Atticus didn't relent. Every time Blackgate reappeared, Atticus was there, a flash of purple light, a deadly blur, his katana striking with unerring precision. Blackgate's heart pounded. He, a paragon over a century old, was running. Running from a 17-year-old boy. Sweat drenched his body, his breathing ragged. Each swing of Atticus's katana came closer. Each gate opened later. Blackgate could feel his control slipping, the gap between life and death narrowing with every second. And Atticus's gaze never wavered. Cold, unforgiving, relentless. It was the gaze of someone who wouldn't stop until his opponent was dead. Damn it! Damn it! Blackgate's mind screamed the words on an endless loop as he appeared and disappeared, barely evading Atticus's relentless pursuit. He gritted his teeth, fury coursing through him. The humiliation was unbearable. A paragon, a being who had ascended through centuries of blood, sweat, and sacrifice, was being hunted like prey. By a 17-year-old. Another flash of purple light. Another streak of deadly motion. Atticus appeared before him, katana slicing in a vicious arc. Blackgate twisted desperately, the blade grazing his shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air. He vanished again, reappearing meters away, his breathing ragged. But Atticus was already there. His katana descended again, slicing toward Blackgate's chest. Blackgate conjured a gate mid-motion to block, the black void barely holding back the strike. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, cracks forming along the edges of the gate before it shattered completely. Boom. Blackgate's body jerked as he barely flickered away, reappearing farther this time. His sweat-drenched form trembled as he clutched his injured side, his mind racing. He had used every trick to avoid dying, but he had lost his left eye and was badly injured. Even as a paragon, he was at his limit. I have to escape, he thought bitterly. Anger coursed through him, burning away his pride. He hated the idea of running from a 17-year-old, but he knew he had no choice. As he evaded another attack, Blackgate suddenly focused, trying to open a gate that would take him far away. But in the next instant, his eyes widened. It's not forming. Nothing. His remaining eye widened in disbelief as Atticus's katana sliced toward him again, forcing him to shift to the side. The blade narrowly missed his torso, carving a streak of destruction into the air. Boom. Energy erupted from the strike, splitting the clouds above them and sending shockwaves through the sky. Blackgate stumbled, his remaining eye darting in panic. He tried again to open a gate to escape, but nothing happened. Shit. Another flash of purple. Atticus appeared again, katana raised, his eyes glowing with cold, focused intensity. Blackgate twisted just in time to avoid decapitation, the blade slicing deep into his already damaged shoulder. Blood splattered as his movements slowed, his mind racing. He had tried to form a gate to escape, but it wasn't working. He couldn't comprehend why. He was at his limit, but surely he still had enough power to create a gate. His gaze darted to the watching paragons, and his eyes suddenly locked onto Oberon. The golden glow emanating from Oberon's eyes stood out like a beacon. A rune, Blackgate realized, his teeth clenching in rage. They've trapped me here. The rune had turned the entire area into a prison. He could still use his powers within its confines, but escaping it was impossible. In his weakened state, he had no way to counter it. They're trying to kill me, Blackgate thought bitterly. As Atticus appeared before him once more, his katana slashing with devastating force, Blackgate's mind scrambled for a solution. He tried to form a gate to evade the strike, but his eyes widened as nothing happened. I can't. Realization struck Blackgate like a hammer as Atticus's aura surged again. Though the Dimensari couldn't directly counter his powers, it was still an aspect of space. Since his battle with Carius, Atticus had learned something crucial. His ability to exert absolute control over every single molecule in a particular area, even briefly. Blackgate couldn't form a gate. Not here. Not now. And Atticus didn't hesitate. His katana descended like a meteor, slashing diagonally toward the side of Blackgate's neck. The entire world seemed to freeze. The paragons of humanity held their breath, their gazes locked on the unfolding scene. But just as Atticus's blade was about to connect, his eyes flickered to the side. A spherical artifact appeared in Blackgate's hand, igniting in a blinding flash of light, the same kind he had seen before with Valor. Before Atticus could react, the sphere expanded, swallowing Blackgate whole in an instant. Whoosh! Blackgate vanished. Atticus's katana followed through, slashing with unrelenting force. Boom! The mist strike carved a deep, radiant purple slash across the battlefield, the energy tearing through everything in its path. The slash didn't stop. It surged forward, unstoppable, cutting clean through the eternal canopy tree. A sharp, deafening crack echoed as the base of the tree split apart. For a moment, everything froze. Then, it began to fall. The colossal tree, towering above the world, tilted slowly at first, its immense weight pulling it down. The ground quaked as roots ripped free from the earth, dirt and debris exploding in massive waves. The paragons' gazes snapped to the scene, their expressions darkening. It's falling, Serafina muttered under her breath, disbelief laced in her voice. As the eternal canopy tree crashed downward, its immense size eclipsed the battlefield in shadow. Above it all, Atticus hovered. His body radiated a violet aura, his spiritual energy swirling like a storm around him. The light from his katana reflected in his cold, unyielding eyes. He looked down upon the devastation like a deity, untouchable and absolute. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where Blackgate had disappeared. He didn't move. He didn't flinch. Instead, the sky rumbled, the heavens themselves seeming to acknowledge his anger. At the edge of a flowing river, the sound of a waterfall filled the air, its waters crashing down with relentless force. Mist rose from the base, shrouding the area in a thin fog. Suddenly, the air warped. Space twisted unnaturally, as though reality itself was being sucked inward. Thud! A figure crashed to the ground with brutal force, dirt and rock exploding outward from the impact. Blood and sweat coated his battered body, streaked with ash and grime. His breaths came ragged and fast, each one sounding like it might be his last. Blackgate. His eyes burned with fury as he slammed his fist into the ground. Over and over. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact made the earth quake, cracks spider webbing outward, shaking the nearby trees. Shit, 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 shit. The word replayed in his mind like a mantra, his battered hand striking the ground again and again, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. He was seething. No, seething couldn't even begin to describe it. Words could not capture his fury. He had gone to Sector 8 filled with confidence. He was a paragon, a being at the top of the food chain in this world, and the boy he had targeted should have been an easy kill. He should have erased him from existence with a flick of his finger. It wasn't arrogance, it was reality. But that boy, that damned boy. Blackgate's mind filled with the image of Atticus. His cold, unyielding gaze. His overwhelming strength. His impossible power. The chase through the skies of Sector 8 replayed in his mind over and over. The humiliation. The fear. He hated it. He hated it with every fiber of his being. He had barely escaped with his life, his pride utterly crushed. He had lost an eye. He had abandoned the branch heads, knowing full well they would die. He had been humiliated. The memory was unbearable. Blackgate's rage surged, his aura spilling out uncontrollably. The ground trembled beneath him, Trees quaked, and waves of pressure rippled through the forest. His hand clenched into a fist, blood dripping from his knuckles, as his teeth ground together. That fucking bastard. Roar. The sound tore through the air, a shockwave filled with pure fury. Trees shattered like twigs, ripped apart by the force. Beasts caught in its path disintegrated into mush, their forms obliterated. The forest trembled beneath the raw power of his anger. When the roar subsided, Blackgate stood there, breathing heavily. His shoulders heaved with each breath, his expression twisted into pure rage. Despite shouting at the top of his lungs, the anger didn't subside. Instead, it burned hotter, consuming him from the inside out. He dreaded the consequences of his failure. The thought of returning and facing that man's wrath made his battered body tremble. But before he could sink further into his thoughts, a voice broke through the tense silence. Yikes. You've definitely seen better days. Blackgate's eyes snapped up, locking onto the source of the voice. Leaning casually against a tree was a blue-haired man, impossibly handsome, holding a half-finished bowl of popcorn. The man's expression was relaxed, his demeanor unfazed by Blackgate's terrifying presence. As Blackgate's aura surged violently, the man plucked a piece of popcorn and popped it into his mouth. Chewing slowly, he raised an eyebrow. What? Did I say something wrong? Blackgate's aura exploded outward, shaking the ground and warping the air. His killing intent slammed into the blue-haired man like a tidal wave. But Whisker didn't flinch. If anything, he looked amused. He casually dusted off his sleeve as though brushing away a stray leaf. Huh, you could have used all that energy a few minutes ago, Whisker said, his lips curling into a grin. Unfortunately for you, I'm a lot older than 17. The words hit their mark. Blackgate's fists tightened, his face twisting in anger. It was obvious that Whisker knew about his battle and loss in Sector 8. Worse, he hadn't bothered to help. Blackgate's gaze landed on the bowl of popcorn in Whisker's hand, and his expression darkened. Was this bastard watching the entire fight like entertainment? His breath hitched, but he forced himself to take a deep breath, reining in his rage. He's not worth it, Blackgate repeated in his mind. Whisker chuckled loudly, popping another piece of popcorn into his mouth. Looks like getting your ass handed to you humbled you, huh? He laughed again, carefree and mocking. Blackgate didn't respond. His eyes were cold as his battered body trembled. He struggled to stand. His legs wobbled, barely holding him up, but he eventually stood. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the space ring on his trembling hand. As a paragon, his wounds were too severe for normal healing potions to work, but they could start the healing process. However, as he focused on the ring, he froze. What? His eyes narrowed as he realized the ring wasn't responding. His heart pounded as he turned his gaze back to Whisker. The blue-haired man was smiling at him, but his eyes were not. They glowed faintly crimson, cold, unfeeling, and suffused with a chilling intent. Blackgate felt it instantly, the suffocating pressure that blanketed the forest. The primal aura was so overwhelming that even breathing felt like a struggle. And then he noticed them. Eyes. Countless glowing eyes. Every beast in the forest had emerged from the shadows, their glowing stares fixed on him. Silent. Still. Waiting. Blackgate's expression darkened as his mind churned. He was no fool, he knew what was about to happen. What are you doing? His voice was icy, carefully masking the slight fear creeping into his chest. He was in the worst possible state for a battle. Facing another paragon now would end badly for him. Whisker's smile didn't change. What's it look like? Though he stood in front of Blackgate, his voice seemed to echo unnaturally, coming from everywhere at once. I'm taking care of a problem. Blackgate's gaze sharpened. Are you betraying the order? His voice turned colder. He had always been wary of this beast. Whisker was unpredictable, a loose cannon. Blackgate had reported him countless times to the head of the Obsidian Order, but nothing had ever come of it. He couldn't understand why. Whisker had been with the Order long before Blackgate joined, he was one of its founders. His origins were a mystery even to Blackgate. And now, that same beast was trying to kill him. Do you think he'll let you live if you kill me? Blackgate demanded. Whisker's grin widened. And how would he know? Blackgate froze. His gaze snapped to the artifact lying on the ground. The Obsidian Beacon. It was an artifact carried by key members of the Obsidian Order, a paragon-ranked treasure with profound functions. In Eldoralf, Only Paragon artifacts could affect Paragons, and such artifacts were incredibly rare, rarer than Paragons themselves. This artifact had enabled Blackgate to teleport into the human domain and out again. But its effects were finite, and after the last use, it had stopped functioning entirely. One of the beacon's critical functions was to relay the final moments of its user back to the head of the order upon their death. That connection was supposed to be absolute, unbreakable. But now, the artifact was no longer functioning, the connection severed. Blackgate's eyes darkened further. Why are you doing this? Are you working for the humans? Whisker burst into laughter. Humans? Work for them, please. I'm far too lazy for that. And honestly, working for anyone is boring. Then why? Whisker's smile turned icy, his eyes narrowing. You've outlived your usefulness, Blackgate. You were a great tool to help my star actor grow stronger. He popped another piece of popcorn into his mouth. Hell, I finished a whole pack watching that battle. But now, you're nothing but a distraction. And I hate distractions. Besides, watching the same story play out over and over. That's dull. Blackgate's fists clenched, his fury boiling over. You think I'll go down without a fight? He roared. Behind him, dozens of Blackgates tore open, their energy trembling the air. Whisker sighed dramatically. Oh, please. The air shifted. The world rumbled. Whisker's crimson gaze sharpened, his voice echoing with unshakable authority. Close. A shockwave erupted from Whisker, and one by one, every Blackgate snapped shut. The energy dissipated in an instant. Blackgate's eyes widened in horror. What? Whisker took a step forward, his smile calm but his aura oppressive. Kneel. Before Blackgate could resist, his knees slammed into the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, his body refused to move. His powers refused to respond. What? His mind raced in disbelief as he struggled futilely against the invisible force. Whisker stood over him, his hand outstretched, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. Don't worry, Blackgate. For entertaining me, I'll make this painless. Whisker's hand touched Blackgate's face, and the oppressive aura surged. The air twisted violently as Whisker's will condensed into a singular, overwhelming force. Blackgate's body trembled violently before it exploded in a grotesque burst of blood and gore. Not a single drop touched Whisker. The blue-haired man's smile remained as he popped another piece of popcorn into his mouth. Delicious. A thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. Ah, I better stock up. Things are about to get interesting. With a casual turn, Whisker vanished into the mist. And silence fell.